Hello everyone, Data here, and happy deadline day. The 2026 NHL Trade Deadline is upon us. Welcome to our fourth annual coverage of the deadline, as already a lot has been happening in the real world NHL. We have a lot of different things going for us today. We'll have some guests joining us. We'll be having the Puckpedia trade tracker. If I just pull this up over here, we're going through the Twitter feeds, of course, and keeping everyone updated along the entire way from now to the 3 p.m. EST deadline, as well as a little bit beyond it, as we'll do a recap of the day. So from now, the next 3.5, 4 hours or so, whether you're watching the deadline or you're just keeping notes on it, tabs on it, you want to keep the stream on in the background, forever it might be, this is the place for you, as we'll be live all the way through the deadline. Welcome everybody. King Turby, early wake up. Not a fan of the time zones, understandably. And as always, coffee first, safety third or fifth. Yes, coffee first for King Turby. Brian Michalak watching from work, or listening, excuse me, from work. Great to have you in, buddy. Thanks for joining us for this year's deadline coverage for the 2026 NHL Trade Deadline. Happy deadline day to all who celebrate. So a lot to be said already for the trade deadline. And now live and out, King Turby. Great to have King Turby on for the stream. And, you know, speaking of King Turby, who's always such a generous donator, I just want to throw it out there. I'll say it when there's more people later on as well. The donations that you give, any donations that are given to the channel today through YouTube or PayPal, will have double the entries for those of you who are interested in having a created player in one of our franchise mode series. Your entries will be double. So if you donate $1 and it gets you one entry in our created player raffle, usually, now it gets you two. So Dexter had sent a donation earlier with a John Carlson trade. That got him, instead of 2 entries, it was 4 entries. So it'll go a very long way in a day where I take off work to make sure that I'm focused here on the deadline, the 4th annual time that we're doing so. It will be very much appreciated for anything that you want to throw my way. But that is not the expectation. It is free entertainment. I hope that you'll enjoy the ride. Okay. So beginning from where we last left off, we had breaking news live stream from Mackenzie Weegar. There was the Blankenberg trade. We'll kind of recap everything, and then we'll go into the kind of the Jay Fresh cards and talk about it a little bit more. Maybe if we start all the way at the Connor Murphy trade. My pleasure. It is really my pleasure to do so, Jacob. So I appreciate people getting in here and joining in on the salivating for a big trade to break and getting in on the action. Speaking of Hobbsy here as well, Hobbsy will be one of our guests who's here later. So I'm going to go ahead and actually just, if you give me 20 seconds, I'm just going to share the link in the Discord server for our channel members, for anyone who wants to join us later on. For anyone who would like to join, we'll have some guests throughout the day. There you go. All right, so I'll have some guests. No worries, King Turby. No. King Turby, you've done enough. You've done enough. We can't remove ads, no problem. Let's just keep the ads going on the side. And yeah, it was, long story short, a lot of you know that my wife is American, so we've been going through the immigration process to Canada. And basically, we had a huge roadblock in it yesterday because of fees that were not anticipated, and it's difficult. So it's that's why anything that you send our way today goes straight to the Desora Immigration Fund. Let me also just get my earbuds in here. So I scrambled a bit quickly to go live. Hobbsy has the sniffles, so if you sound terrible, my apologies. No worries at all. All right, so let's start recapping from where we last left off / when trades really got going. Connor Murphy to the from the Chicago Blackhawks to the Edmonton Oilers was a big trade, as the Oilers needed to get something going on that right side. It's kind of a self-inflicted wound. If you're watching TSN, they were talking about this earlier. A self-inflicted wound in the sense that you traded out Brett Kulak. Yes, Murphy's better, but you traded out Brett Kulak. That left a hole. And that was to solve your goaltending as a contract in the Jerry swap. That didn't solve your goaltending. That didn't help your defense. And you have to now move out more value, a second-round pick, to bring in Connor Murphy, right? Anthony, welcome to the stream. Data, I just subscribed to the channel. I have a question. What realistically could my Panthers get for Bob in return? That's a great question. Thanks for asking it, Anthony. If we go and look at the Florida Panthers, we'll pause right here. That's going to be a lot of pauses throughout the entire stream, I'm sure. And Gavin, welcome as well. Good morning. Buckle in for an exciting day. One of my favorite days of the year. Absolutely it is. And King Turby, I'll get down if you want me to break the speakers with my voice for silent film. Yes. No, we want to get you in here no matter what, King Turby. You're always a staple in here. So Sergei Bobrovsky, expiring contract, but $10 million. So I think absolutely the prerequisite of a trade is 50% retention. So if you're saying that he's at $5 million on an expiring contract. And that's very tantalizing. There's not a lot of teams who need a goalie who wouldn't be willing to take on a good starter for $5 million if the Panthers are retaining, right? Their cap space, I don't think they can retain $5 million unless there's other moves going on. Greer moving out, Gadjevich moving out, whatever. It's not Gadjevich, Greer and what was his name? Greer and who's the other guy that was on the block? I forget. Greer and the other guy, the Panthers moving in their bottom 6. Anyways, what's a realistic return? I think with the market being what it is for a goaltender, it might take some dominoes to fall so that desperation comes a little bit. But I think you're looking at a first plus a B tier prospect. That's my thoughts. The market changes, desperation changes things, teams change their minds, whatever it might be, dominoes fall. But I think the fair ask on Sergei Bobrovsky, an expiring starting goaltender on, let's say, a $5 million deal, you should be looking for a first plus a B tier prospect. I think that's what the market would be dictating around right now. And we'll have the Discord server as well. Pings in the Discord server for any trade breakers. It was a future considerations trade, by the way, for Nick Foligno. We'll get to that in a moment. Anthony, following up here, I have a trade for you. Thought the Panthers would get Zurovsky in a second. They retain 50% of the contract. Canes said, Bob, no, I don't think that works. A first and a B tier prospect, yes. I think the Canadians, whether he is or not, the Canadians view Zurovsky as an A-tier prospect, not blue chip, but A-tier. He's a big piece in the Canadian system. So I don't even think straight up the Canadians would do that for Bobrovsky. I don't think their goaltending situation is bad enough that they would do that. I think that the Canadians would give a first and a little bit. I'm not even saying they should, but would the Canadians give a first and a little bit for Bobrovsky? I think they would. Zurovsky in a second, the Panthers would be cheering in the streets if that happened. But I don't see the Canadians doing that. I think they're very high on Zurovsky. Not talking about value, just talking about how the team views the player. Same as with the Jiricek trade. Jiricek's value is probably higher than Bobby Brink, but he is viewed in a certain light by the organization. Yeah, I don't think the Canes would be trading Zurovsky and Hage. I could see them trading Reinbacher before they trade Zurovsky or Hage, probably. Jacob saying, how do you rate the Stars' ability / chances of keeping Robo now that we've made 2 deadline pickups? I think they keep him at least until the offseason. I think in a very difficult Central Division, you want to have as much firepower as you can. Same trade, but Adam Engstrom. I could see the Canadians doing that. Engstrom in a second. Yeah, at 50% retained. And then the Canadians would trade Montembeault for whatever, a second or a third. Yeah, I can see the Canadians doing that. Will it happen? I don't know if I'm so sure, but I could definitely see it. Looking always in the Twitter world. Make sure that we keep notes on Twitter all day long. I got 2 monitors going this year, so it's going to help me for keeping track of the chat as well. So Connor Murphy went to the Chicago Blackhawks. That was one of the first dominoes to fall. Michael McCarron for a second-round pick. Crazy the Wild have now spent, if you look at a Jiricek flipped for Bobby Brink, they spent a first, 2 seconds, a third, and a fourth for Michael McCarron and Bobby Brink. Wild Bronco, one of our channel members, saying he's tough to replace about Marcus Foligno. Bill Guerin said of Marcus Foligno before Sunday's game against the Blues. Guys like him are tough to find. So what do? Trade for his brother. There you go. Billy G. I don't know. I mean, flags fly forever. If you have a banner of a Stanley Cup championship in Minnesota, everyone forgets very quickly. But if they move the first 2 seconds, a third and a fourth for McCarron, who is a bust and walks, and Brink, who just does nothing, and they lose early in the postseason, that's going to be tough for Billy Guerin to continue to find excuses for. Yeah, Daniil Tarasov is a good goalie as well. I think the Panthers like him. I'm still kind of thinking we got a major trade today, like a Robertson or something, maybe Matthews. I'm delusional. Well, John Carlson was that first out of left field type of trade that we saw. Aside from that, the Predators are definitely sellers. McCarron out, Smith out. Will O'Reilly or Marchessault be next? Cole Smith went to Vegas for a third and a low-level prospect. After that, we see the next right defenseman to go as the dominoes continue to fall there. Tyler Myers at 50% retained, only a second and a fourth for a guy who's making $1.5 million this year and next year. I love that for Dallas. Great trade for them. And the Canucks get good value on a guy who's aging and they wanted to get out anyways. Second and a fourth, and I think that's a great deal for both sides, but especially for Dallas. Mackenzie Weegar, we spoke about this one already. Mata, Castagna, and 3 second-round picks. What teams need bottom 6 guys? Because the Panthers are looking to trade Rodriguez and Greer. I think any Stanley Cup contending team is looking to add a little bottom 6 grit. I think you could see a lot of teams like the Bruins, especially the Hurricanes. They need to do something. The Lightning don't traditionally make their moves on deadline day all the time, but I could see teams like that. Even Vegas, they got Smith, but now Stone is out. There's a lot of guys. Sorry, let me get that for you, King Turby. Turby, I'm hesitant to send this to you. Please. There you go. I responded to you, Turby. Please don't go crazy here. This guy. Okay. What are your thoughts on the union possibility of Tampa and Stamkos? I could definitely see it, but I just don't think it's going to be right now. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Steven Stamkos ends his career in Tampa Bay. But I don't know if I see it right now, because if we consider what's going on, let me see right here. Oh, I gotta answer back Turby here 1 second. Okay, sorry, I just had to answer Turby. Okay, looking at the Tampa Bay Lightning, so they currently have $3.182 million in cap space. And the Nashville Predators, actually, that's why I have 2 tabs here. Nashville Predators have Stamkos signed on for 2 more years at $8 million. So the whole reason he left Tampa Bay was because the Lightning couldn't afford to keep him anymore. So I don't think the Lightning take him back right now. Even at 50% retained for $4 million for 2 more years, that would still be tough for them to do. And then the Lightning, would the Predators want to retain on Stamkos for 2 years? I don't think so. So I don't see it happening now, but I could see it happening in the near future, if that makes sense. Turby, this guy. I got to be careful with King Turby. He's too kind sometimes. I don't know what to say. I can't. I have nothing to reply to you, Turby. I'm just gonna whatever you want to do, and that's it. I'm not gonna say more than that. That's why we're a community here. It's not just have to all be on your shoulders, my friend. Anthony also saying, I have a question. I'm a Panther fan, so I'm wondering if you've seen both of these centers from Finland play. Who do you think is better, Salnin or Barkov? You're saying Alex Barkov? Or is there another Barkov in the system? But no, I don't know Salnin very well. I know a lot about the prospects in North America, but I got to be honest, my blind spot is probably those European prospects. When I do my research, I think I learn a lot, but if I haven't researched them, I don't want to just start talking. But we could research them here on the stream and talk about them more if there's a trade involving them or something like that. Absolutely. To everybody, that's why it's a community effort. It's a community effort. That's why I was mentioning King Turby wanting to pay my mortgage, basically, in school watching this. Pay attention to the teacher, my friend. We had a big expense come up recently. My wife is going through the immigration process and to come to Canada, and it's such a massive headache. And a big fee came our way that wasn't supposed to be there, but now it is there just to be able to keep the process moving. And it's tough on one salary because she can't work right now. And so that's why taking a day off work to do this, I would do it every day of the week. But anything that you want to throw my way will not only be so much appreciated, but I will repay you in raffle entries for created players in our franchise mode series. Okay, let's keep on going. So Nick Blankenberg, great pickup for the Avalanche. This is a sneaky good pickup for them on their third pair. For a guy making $775K, a 5th round pick, no problem. That's a no sweat kind of deal for the Avalanche. I like this deal a lot for the Chicago Black, for both sides. If the Oilers hadn't had to give up so much value, I love Dickinson and Doc's fit in Edmonton. I just hate that they had to pay a 1st round pick to dump Andrew Mangiapane. So in theory, it's a great deal here where the Oilers get 2 bottom 6 forwards, one of the better defensive forwards in the NHL, and one of the heaviest hitters in the NHL in exchange for a player they weren't using. That's awesome, but a 1st round pick. It reminds me a lot of the Canadiens deal for when they got value for Dale Weiss and Thomas Fleischmann. It's all about the context, right? So the Oilers are desperate for that, and these are players who don't have that much value on their own, but Dickinson and Doc together in a package, and you're dumping a contract, it gets a 1st back. Hey, Chicago says thank you very much. Then let's see, the Capitals begin selling off as Nick Dowd, still with 1 more year of $3 million on his contract. Vegas loves taking on those lower AAV contracts. $3 million is still $3 million, though, for a team that's pretty tight usually. Minor trade here. Let me see this. Thank you. That's why we have people in the chat. Or is it one that already happened? Yeah, I think that already happened. That's right, it already happened. So Nick Dowd going to Washington, from Washington to Vegas in exchange for a 2nd, a 3rd, and a goalie prospect. 23-year-old who I don't think is doing much. He's in the AHL 8-7-3. So it's more the 2nd and the 3rd for Nick Dowd. I think that's a great return on a 35-year-old who signed on. Yeah, it's basically a 1st and a 2nd plus Mangiapane, get Murphy, who was a perfect fit for defense, and then 2 bottom 6ers who are great help when they need the help. Yes, absolutely, I agree. But just imagine what you could have gotten them for if you didn't have to dump Mangiapane, right? So I don't mind it at all for the Oilers. I just hate that that's the situation that they were in. That being said, it was a necessary move, and I don't blame them for it. Hey, Gino won't miss too many games. All right, so that trade went through there. Then Nick Waugh, who you would think he's an all-star, he got traded for Mitch Marner, and now he gets traded for a first and a fifth. That's crazy ROI for the Maple Leafs. That makes them feel a little bit better about losing Marner, if any better, but a little bit better. A first and a fifth going to the Maple Leafs in exchange for Nicolas Roy, who signed on for $3 million this year and next. So Avalanche get a good middle six piece. He's been solid for the Leafs, solid-ish. He's been good for the Leafs. I think we can be honest. On a bad Leafs team, he's been okay. He's been good. And a first and a fifth go back. A late first, obviously, but still a first for the Maple Leafs. The Canucks get Jack Thompson for Jet Wu, a little prospect swap here. Two kind of stagnating prospects. Jack Thompson, I think, is a little bit further in his development than Jet Wu. I don't know if I love this for the Sharks. I like it for the Canucks. I don't know if I love it for the Sharks. Yeah, hindsight's 2020. They made the best of a bad situation. Very well said. I think that's a very fair analysis. It's not great, but given the situation, they made the best of it. Yep, well said. Jeff Petrie for a conditional 7th. Love that. The Wild pick up another veteran, let's say. So the Wild are quickly becoming one of my favorites for the Cup, not because of the players on the team, but because of I just want these guys to get a Stanley Cup. Jeff Petrie, Michael McCarron, Nick Foligno, all these guys. So Florida gets a conditional 7th for him. There you go. Canes traded him at the perfect time to get the Mike Matheson package and everything. Michael Bunting, another player to be sold from the Nashville Predators. Bunting moved to the Dallas Stars for a 3rd-round pick, expiring contract. That's perfect value. And that's the kind of guy that I think the Stars would want to be taking on. So yeah, I like that deal a lot for both sides. Warren Fogle and a 3rd-round pick being swapped for a 2nd and a 3rd. So basically, it's a swap of 3rd-round picks. I know there's conditions on them. Swaps of 3rd-round picks. It's Warren Fogle for a 2nd, and it's Buffalo's 2nd. It's going to be a late 2nd-round pick. This is a good pick for the Ottawa Senators, a team that's pushing to make the playoffs in a stacked Eastern Conference. It's going to be very interesting because one of these 4 teams, or 5 teams, or 6 teams between the Red Wings, the Islanders, the Canadiens, the Bruins, the Blue Jackets, the Senators, I think the Capitals are starting to sell. They're out. I don't think the Flyers are in either. So to me, the playoffs are going to be the last 2 spots that don't make it are going to be very close spots just on the outside looking in. Nick Foligno does have a cup. If you know, you know. He asked the greatest story ever told in our NHL 22 franchise mode. But yes, I think that this is the competition in the East, and that's it. I know it's a lot tighter, but the Capitals are starting to sell. Maple Leafs are going to be selling. Flyers don't seem to be doing anything. I don't know. In the Western Conference, it's very similar, where you see the Kings, the Sharks, the Preds are selling off now. The Kings don't seem to be too involved. I would think it's between, maybe the Sharks are interested, but you can almost lock in the playoffs today for who's making it in the Western Conference. Whereas in the East, Blue Jackets are pushing, Senators are pushing, and they pick up Warren Fogle here as interesting here. 10 million, 7 players are up. Okay, there's a little tracker there from Puckpedia. Yeah, so that's how it's going there for the Senators. I think it's a good trade for them to move a late second for Warren Fogle. And he signed on for next year as well. But what else would they do? Still more to be said. David Perron, they dumped David Perron, who might have not even play another game this season. He's been injured. It's a conditional 4th. It's based on if he ever even plays. So conditional 4th for David Perron, no problem. Going back to the Detroit Red Wings, this guy's like Mike Sillinger. This guy gets traded like every 6 months. This guy's traded. He's such a good player. David Perron, Blues, Oilers, Penguins, Ducks, back to the Blues, Vegas, back to the Blues, Detroit, Ottawa, back to the Blues, back to the Red Wings. Sorry. So he's been on like 7 teams, but he's rejoined the Blues twice. He's rejoined the Red Wings once. It's hilarious. Question for the day: does Rob Thomas get moved? I don't think they should. Could he? Sure, but I don't think the St. Louis Blues should be doing that. I actually didn't see the Malkin 2-hander. I was out yesterday. One note on the Caps, last time they sold at the deadline, I think 2021, they went on a crazy run and ended up making the playoffs. So maybe that lights a fire in Ovi. Maybe. But yeah, David Perron, who had 25 points on a 50-point pace, close to a 50-point pace, but injuries have been a difficult thing for him. So David Perron traded there. Connor Garland traded to the Columbus Blue Jackets. So he has that new extension kicking in right here. Yeah, good point here from Andre. Either sell or don't. These half measures is why teams have to deal with mediocrity for years. Well said. Very well said. Connor Garland has his 6x6 extension kicking in next season, which was crazy for the Canucks to sign him to and not be interested in keeping at all. Full no-move clause for the first 3 years and a modified no trade for the last 3 years. So there you go. Connor Garland now off to the Columbus Blue Jackets. He'll be there till he's, 35? Garland's still a good player, and we'll talk about Connor Garland when we break down. We won't break down every trade in the Jay Fresh cards and all that, but definitely the Connor Garland deal we'll look at a little bit closer. A 2nd and a 3rd for him. When a 2nd and a 3rd gets you What did we just see before? The second and the third could get you Nick Dowd. So second and third gets you Nick Dowd, who's 35, or Connor Garland, who's 29. Yes, it's a tough contract, but I think the Blue Jackets, I think they did well to do that. Is it going to age well? Would that contract age well? I don't know about that. But in a growing NHL cap, I think $6 million is affordable as the years go on. Gavin says Carolina will be a big player today, I think. They should. They always want to be big players, and they never are. They made the Rantanen move and then moved him later on. I don't know, wants that true game-breaking at center. I think they make the most sense for Thomas, I think. Maybe they reacquire Vinny Trocheck, who they had once upon a time. Next up, Sam Carrick, centerman going to the Sabres. Yeah, they should be buying at this point. Absolutely. A third and a sixth going to the Rangers. When's the last time the Buffalo Sabres moved draft picks like that? So the Sabres draft pick situation now is they have all their first, but they have no second or third this year, no second next year. When's the last time the Sabres were moving picks like that? Oof. So Sam Carrick, one more year at $1 million. He goes from New York to Buffalo. And then also Buffalo trades a second and a fourth, yes, with Jacob Bryson and Isaac Roseyan, a good young player, for Logan Stanley and Luke Schenn. This is one of the bigger deals of the day so far, of the entire deadline, I suppose you could say. Logan Stanley, who's a ginormous behemoth of a human being, who's a good third pair, maybe even a second pair upside defenseman, who's had a bigger role this year for Winnipeg, and Luke Schenn, who's like Mr. Deadline Day. He loves being traded at the deadline. Both expiring contracts, though, so they'll have to make sure they get some work done there. For Jacob Bryson, contract for contract, no problem. A second and a fourth. And Isaac Roseyan, I like Isaac Roseyan a lot. Isaac Roseyan with Rochester, 43 points in 37 games, point per game plus in the AHL this year, close to last year. He's been a point per game hovering around that area for 3 years in the AHL. And in the NHL this year, 7 points in 16 games. This is a great pickup for the Winnipeg Jets. I like that a lot. Every trade deadline, contenders trade their first and seconds for large fourth liners and bottom pairing D-men on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Teams expecting first, second, great prospects for okay players on Friday. Can't find partners. Yep, that's it. Yeah, it's surprising to see Roseyan in this deal, but I like it a lot for the Winnipeg Jets. They get Roseyan and 2 draft picks plus a body, sure, for Luke Schenn, who's about to be expiring. Really, it's almost for just in terms of who they're going to have next year. The Jets are only missing out on a future of Logan Stanley in exchange for receiving the future of Roseyan, 5 years younger, and a second and a fourth. I love this trade for the Winnipeg Jets, and it goes to show that the Sabres, I don't know, do they not have experience in buying? Not to say they got fleeced, but I think the value is very much in Winnipeg's favor here. They wanted that big guy. John Carlson for a first and a third. We spoke about this in the breakdown earlier today already. I think, here's my theory on this for the Washington Capitals. I don't think they're like the St. Louis Blues that were for some reason, oh, Corey Perry going to Tampa Bay. You what? Corey Perry is going? He wanted to extend. He said he's not going. I thought he said he wanted to stay. He's not being traded. They had just announced that they were going to be working, or they didn't announce, but it was reported that they were going to be working on an extension. But Corey Perry is going back to the Tampa Bay Lightning. Congratulations, Tampa Bay Lightning, on making the Stanley Cup final and losing in 6 games. But they're going back to the Cup final. Corey Perry to Tampa Bay is not, that's not a league-moving trade, but that's definitely one of the surprises of the day. He waives his no-trade clause, and the Kings are starting to sell, it looks like, with all the injuries to Fiala, to Kuzmenko, even to Armia. Armia, it makes sense. You either die a hero or live long enough to join the team that beats you for a cup. Wow, Corey Perry returning to the Tampa Bay Lightning. Let's pause everything to look at this. That's why when news breaks, we got to pause everything here. How many hours till the deadline closes? Yes, no problem. That is 2 hours and 46 minutes until the deadline. Correct? Yes, 2 hours and 46 minutes. So Corey Perry, who has his Stanley Cup back in 2007, he was still a part of that team, but he's wanted more. He spent 2 years with the Lightning in 22 and 23. And couldn't get his Stanley Cup there. Couldn't get it with Edmonton. Couldn't get it with Montreal, with Dallas. Too bad. So yeah, that was 3 consecutive Cup finals between 20, 21, and 22. He's played 237 postseason games. Like him or not, Corey Perry is like a pillar of the National Hockey League, of the 2000s, I should say, the National Hockey League. The guy has played, plus his playoff games, he has played like 1,700 games with over 1,000 points. He has a Stanley Cup. He's been an Olympian. He has a Hart Trophy, a Rocket Richard. We're talking Hall of Fame career, I think we have to say, for Corey Perry. And yes, trades will come out after 3 p.m. as central processing goes through and all that. But what's LA's direction here? I think they're just selling, I suppose. With Kuzmenko, Fiala, now Perry all gone, they're starting to sell. That means the Lightning are losing another one if Perry's on the team. That's it. So Corey Perry Going to the Tampa Bay Lightning. He's had a resurgence here. It's crazy. Corey Perry, I thought he was going to be done after he left Montreal and went to Chicago and kind of had his swan song. No, still going from there. 28 points in 50 games this year, 2 less points in 30 less games than last year. He's still playing 14 plus minutes per night. He is still a valuable NHL piece out there. He is a valuable piece for a team on a run. LA was buying until Fiala's leg broke and they lost a bunch of games. Wonder if they flip Panarin. I don't think so. He has the full no-move clause. They just extended him. I think they're going to try and regroup for next season. Welcome to all 34 of you watching here on the channel. We do breaking news analysis in the real world of hockey, as we're seeing here on deadline day. Of course, one of the biggest days of the year, free agency, draft. We're also live 3 times a week. We have episodes throughout the year, over 200 videos per year, as we have franchise modes and all that in NHL 26, MLB The Show 26, Hockey Legacy Manager. As for a second-round pick here. So Perry will go for a second-round pick. So we'd love to have you join the team. We're getting closer and closer to 9,000 subscribers. If you haven't already joined, subscribe. Join us in the Discord server, link in the description. That's where the trades are and the news is always breaking first. We're a great community, and it'll be that much greater with you as a part of it. So thanks for joining us here on deadline day. So the Lightning they have all their second-round picks, so that's all right. And the Kings will get now, what, a 4th second-round pick in 2026? My goodness, a second-round pick for Corey Perry. Corey Perry to Tampa for a second. His comparative value right now, projected value, net rating, all that. Local grandfather Corey Perry has still got it. Yes. Isn't that steep for Perry? I mean, if Michael McCarron can get a second, Corey Perry for a second seems fair enough. Can't trade for Breadman and then sell, right? Kopitar's last season, you would think, right? I would hope that they don't do that. This is my favorite deadline show. Always so quick on trades and good breakdowns. Thank you for all the work. Hey, thank you so much for saying so. This is a 4th annual trade deadline show. Hopefully, even when the channel has to slow down in the future with kids or whatnot, I hope that I'll always be able to go live on deadline day. It's very much appreciated that you're able to be here, and thank you for saying so. Yeah, this is his second stint with Tampa. Finally, someone coming to deadline live and it's the GOAT himself. Thanks for that, Halby, who's been here since NHL 20. Halby, welcome aboard, buddy. Glad to have you in. If I want anyone in this stream, it's the Halby brothers. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, about 3 hours. All right, so Corey Perry, let's get back to it here. Any other news on that? No. Second round pick. Kings loading up on seconds. Yes, they are. So I have the TV live next to me, but we probably won't need it too much with how Twitter works and all that. Trying to keep his final streak going. Yep. What a career Corey Perry has had. Career adjusted points per 82 games played. Fell off, well, not fell off a cliff, but started to decline. He thought his career was going to be done maybe. And then, nope, I don't think so. Back to this year in LA, he's having his highest career adjusted points per 82 games since being in Anaheim in 2017-18. That is crazy. As a Canes fan, I hope Corey Perry is the kiss of death happening in the conference finals. We'll see. 29 viewers and only 12 likes. Hit that button, people. Thank you, King Turby. Leafs not making any big moves. I see them moving Bobby McMahon. That'd probably be it. That'll probably be it. Hold on. Let me see. Funny comment just came on YouTube. All right, so that's it for the career adjusted 82. Yeah, Corey Perry is a machine. Let's go back to Jay Fresh here. Corey Perry, he is acquired by Tampa Bay, a pesky veteran utility winger with a nose for the net, soft hands in tight, and high hockey IQ. Still effective despite being extremely slow. Has lost in the Stanley Cup final 5 times in the past 6 years with 4 different teams. Is that not crazy? Yes, Captain Rocket, your comment is what I just saw. Watching the Hall of Fame, Data 72 Hall of Fame videos and found 2 glaring omissions for NHL 20. Where are Duke Silver and Ellis Anderson? They're Data 72 Hall of Fame nominees. They're on the ballot, but they have not made the Hall of Fame yet. They're still on the ballot, though. They could still be coming in the near future. Got like 4 different screens open right now. Oh, I got a lot of screens. I got 2 monitors plus all the tabs. So Corey Perry over the last 3 years, according to weighted average data, still in the 57th percentile, the projected wins above replacement. Primary goals, still below average, sure, but in his role, 4th liner, 3rd line, whatever it might be. But look at his even strength defense this year coming back up. He has still got it. He has absolutely still got it. Yeah, and that Pareko stream was a waste of 45 minutes of my life, but it was a fun time anyways. If you want to join, if you want to vote for the Data 72 Hall of Fame, join the Discord, become a channel member, like, share, yada, yada. Yes, well, the link is always shared in the YouTube post, but Discord server is where you can see the ballot a little bit more easily as well. What happened with the Pareko deal? Just fell through. Yeah, he declined to waive. That's all it is. Hoping the Avs would get McMahon when they got Nicolas Roy for a first instead. All right, so Corey Perry, here are the numbers on him. Looks great. We love Corey Perry, at least as a player in terms of what he can do. You might not like him as a pest, but in terms of what he can do, hopefully no drama with Perry. The LA Kings and the Calgary Flames are lords of the second round. Yeah, like 4 second-round picks each. They can do whatever they want there. So there's Corey Perry. Let's get back to recapping the rest of our trades. Let's try and catch up to where we were. My theory on the Washington Capitals, I got interrupted there. My theory on the Washington Capitals trading John Carlson is that it's not like St. Louis where they're going into a full-on rebuild. We're trading our 20-year-old guys, Rob Thomas, Jordan Kyrou. All these guys are in trade conversations, and we want to reset and be ready in 3 years from now. No, that is not what's going to be happening. I think the Washington Capitals think if Ovechkin is retiring and Carlson's an expiring UFA, we still have some crazy contracts. Tom Wilson at 6.5. Dylan Strome 2 more years at $5 million. Protas 3 more years at $3.375 million. One of the best defensemen in the league, Jake Chychrun, who's 27. Great defensemen in Roy and Sandin and Forevery at like 5, 4, and $6 million respectively. If we're going to be a good team like that, plus give me like 35, 40 million in cap space, they could be major players in free agency. Maybe they convince Ovi to come back for 1 more year. They sign some free agents who want to help Ovi try and get 1 more cup. That's a possibility. So I don't see the Capitals as sellers. I see them as just trying to reset for next year. Sellers at the deadline, sure, but not sellers like organizationally. Yeah, the Avs got off with a cap certainty at $3 million. They probably can't afford keeping McMahon. True, fair enough. Archive for the full list of Hall of Famers and nominees. I made some major statistical updates. Yes. Oh, thank you very much. Hobbsy making some statistical updates in the Data 782 archive Google Sheet. We'll have to get that linked somewhere in there. Okay, let me make sure. Channel members, yes. Okay. Just want to make sure. So the link is there for any channel members to hop in, but nothing too crazy. I don't think there's any Kings fans for a channel member. Unless Sheriff wants to get in here. If Sheriff wants to join and talk about the Kings, I'll tell him. Feel free to join and talk LA Kings. If the Sheriff wants to talk to me, I gotta try and see when a trade happens. Can I get a fan of that team in? Any of you who want to join the stream as well, always available if it's your team making a trade especially. So John Carlson being traded to Anaheim. Bobby Brink, what a trade this was. David Yurchek being swapped for Bobby Brink. The Wild, they didn't get him that long ago. The Columbus Blue Jackets are very happy to make that trade. The first, second, third, fourth that they got, if we look at David Yurchek here, they used that first to draft, what's his name, that goaltender. They used the first to draft, Andrianov. Then they used that second in the Connor Garland trade, right? And the third in the Mason Marchment trade, something like that. So they have turned David Yurchek into their goalie of the future, Connor Garland, Mason Marchment, etc. And the Wild, within 15 months, get just Bobby Brink back. Is Bobby Brink still a good player? He's 24, former second-round pick, 26 points in 55 games. Yeah, he's a 40-point guy, but he's a small forward. He's going to be a middle six guy at most. Not to put down Bobby Brink. He's a Minnesota boy. Billy Guerin was high on him, understandably so. But I love it for David Yurchek. He'll have a chance to flourish a little bit more in Philadelphia. And Bobby Brink, sure, he'll have a spot in Minnesota. Interesting from Jay Fresh, prediction there. But that's tough ROI for let me put the tabs like this. Tough ROI on the acquisition of David Yurchek. Is there a card on David Yurchek? I don't think so, right? Just a little bit. So, and then the 20 games that he's played, developing offensive defenseman, legit puck skill, but defensive awareness, risk management, and especially skating have held him back from carving out more than a sheltered depth role. So David Yurchek, here are the numbers on him in how many games has he played? In 84 NHL games, or even less, or if it's last 3 years of weighted average data, yeah. So that's it on David Yurchek. He'll have a chance in Philadelphia now. Let me see here. Happy for Yurchek. Hopefully he'll get a real chance in Philly. Yeah, will he do well? Who knows? But he'll get his chance there. Sounds like Minnesota's done for the day, says Gabbins. Was a team cross off for Trocheck, Kadri, etc. We'll see. Anything can happen. I was a fan of Yurchek as a prospect when Columbus drafted him, but he never really finished. Yeah, that's the problem. And look at our simulation of his career. We simulated his career back in NHL 22. He went from Columbus to Philadelphia. So our prediction in our career simulation of David Yurchek was that he would spend the majority of his career as a Philadelphia Flyer. So hey, we'll see if that ends up being the truth. This was a crazy simulation. I remember this. He was on Columbus. And then in 2026, they made the Stanley Cup final and lost. In 2027, He spent the entire year as an unsigned RFA. Columbus won the Stanley Cup without him. Then they signed him and made another Stanley Cup final, but lost in 2028. Is that not crazy? I remember that being on the career sim we did. 3 straight Stanley Cup finals, but the one that they win is the one that Jiricek is at home for. That was crazy. So that was a fun simulation, and a little bit of it coming true here as Philadelphia is acquiring him now. I love it. That was really something. All right, going back to here, Corey Perry, yes. And bonuses being charged and blah, blah, blah. Okay. So if we look at, are we done here? So Bobby Brink, we'll break him down, and we'll break down Brink and Garland on the JFresh cards in a moment. A little minor league trade here as Massimo Rizzo goes to Boston with Alexis Gendron in exchange for Brett Harrison and is it Jack Edwards? So honestly, 4 players I don't know, all on expiring contracts. A little swap there between the organizations. And if we refresh here, yeah, future considerations for Nick Foligno, who goes to the Minnesota Wild, which was a trade. If it hadn't happened yet, I was ready to say that's my prediction of the day, but it happened before I even went live. But there you go. Prediction of the day came true, at least in my brain. So looking at the JFresh cards, let's start breaking down a bit more on the trades that happened, looking at it this way as we continue to wait for news to break out in the real world NHL. About 2.5 hours away from the trade deadline. Let's go all the way down here. So we already spoke about a lot of these trades, but let's look at them very quickly. Parayko we had looked at. Uyghur we had looked at. Mata we had looked at. Let's start here. Jason Dickinson was acquired by the Edmonton Oilers, one of the better defensive forwards in the NHL. His defensive wins above replacement percentile rank is close to the 100th percentile, even over the last 3 years of weighted average data in the 97th percentile. What are some trades you'd personally like to see made? I mean, there's a lot of players out there, they don't know they're being traded, right? So, like, do you want to speculate on Thomas and Kadri and Trocheck and all this? I would love to see... I'd like to see the Canadians make a move for sure. I think this is a great year for them. They're one of the highest goal-scoring team in the NHL. They're the 3rd highest goals for team in the NHL, I think. So I'd love to see a team that helps out a trade that helps out their defense or goaltending a little bit. I think the Hurricanes should be making a trade. I think the Penguins should be buyers in a year like this where they're finally having some success. I think the Red Wings have to do something. I think the Red Wings should be in on a Vinny Trocheck type conversation. Adam Fox, the Sharks don't think so. But I think that the Red Wings should be in on Vinny Trocheck. That's a trade I'd like to see made. So then you go, yeah, makes sense there, Bronco. Guys in the West have already done a lot of their moves already. Utah brings in Mackenzie Weegar. Yeah. Thanks, Turby. 31 viewers, 16 likes. Show this man some love. Let's go. Thank you, Turby. Appreciate it. They got that home plan the parade. Pens are targeting Teddy Bluger. Makes sense. Bluger, he did well in Pittsburgh. Canes need to do something. Please, come on. But the prices are high. Canes fan at this point, I would deal Nikishin and a first plus if we could get Rob Thomas. Oh, yeah. If you get Rob Thomas, yeah. Absolutely, you would move that. That's a high price tag, but that's worth Rob Thomas, Nikishin, and a first, I would say, even plus. I don't know if the Blues would even want to do that. But anyways, looking back here, all indications are that the Wild are out on Vinny Trocheck. Focus shifting elsewhere for the New York Rangers. I think it would be a disaster if the Rangers hold on to Vinny Trocheck for too long. Not that they have to trade him today, but if you're going through this rebuild, you want to get value for him. The longer you keep him, the more teams are going to start finding answers elsewhere, or they're going to just say, like, I'm out, Like, they got to try to do something somewhere. Back off Rob Thomas. Yeah, I don't think the Blues should be making a trade like that. Montreal take a rental goalie like Bob. I could see it, but I don't think that's their number one priority, but I could see it. Canes would probably give Nadeau. Yes, they would. If not Trocheck, maybe Kadri. Yeah, I could see it. So let's make a move now. So now joining us on stream, we're going to have still some more discussions to be had, but joining us on stream is His Royal Highness himself, King Turby, joining us in what is our 4th annual trade deadline stream. I think he definitely joined us last year. I don't know if he joined the year before as well, but King Turby, one of our most influential channel members, one of the builders in the Day 72 Hall of Fame soon to come. King Turby, welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here.
How's it going?
We're doing well, and glad to get in here. Everyone, all hail the king. Everyone's excited in the chat. Here come the crowns for very good reason. You're a big part of this channel, King Turby, and I appreciate you joining.
Oh, man, you guys, the entertainment here is, phenomenal. So that's why I support. I mean, it's not very often, I get my 6 o'clock wake up calls in Hawaii from data, but hey.
Right. Well, I'm sure the sun is keeping you smiling.
Almost there. I just got to wait for the coffee to, touch the lifeblood, and we'll be good.
Very good. Very good. Well, we're just breaking down some of these trades that were. The one trade today that was involving the Boston Bruins. Let's go ahead and look at that one. As a Bruins fan, I don't know if
we're going to get the duck boats ready for that one.
I don't know if you know much. I can tell you about Rizzo and Gendron, but do you know much about Brett Harrison and Jack Edwards?
Nothing trade, honestly. Yeah. I like Jackson Edwards a little bit. I thought he could have came up and, carved out a little bottom, 6 with us. But it's just a minor league trade there. I ain't going to lose sleep over that one.
Makes sense. Yeah, I'm looking at it here. Brett Harrison, he's 22 years old, former third-round pick, 17 points in 46 games, both last year and this year. Almost identical numbers through 3 consecutive years with Providence.
I remember everyone got excited with Harrison because it was the first game I think he played, he ended up scoring 2 goals right off the rip or something like that. And everyone thought he was going to be fire, but no.
Hasn't really panned out. And the other piece moving there is not Jack Edwards, sorry, it's Jackson Edward. 22-year-old, former 7th-round pick. That's more of a toss-in, guys. He's just playing down in the ECHL with the Maine Mariners. Appeared in 40 games over the last 2 years with Providence. That's more of the nothing. Not that he's nothing, but more than nothing value, I suppose. In that deal.
And I liked him. I saw a couple games that he was in when I was back east before I moved, and he didn't look horrible. But yeah, then when I saw his stat sheets, I was like, oh, I apparently have bad taste.
And Cagney saying it now. Needs to add I know I need to add a thick Boston accent when reading all of Turby's chats and messages.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, my speech impediments pretty.
No, not at all. So Massimo Rizzo coming back as well. He's another ECHLer, 22 points in 29 games in the ECHL, former 7th-round pick of the Hurricanes. And Gendron is a 22-year-old right winger who has 22 points with the Phantoms. So to me, I see this is 2 22-year-olds who are kind of stagnating in both the systems being swapped for each other. Gendron might be the best piece in this deal. Gendron a little bit better. And it's with Rizzo, who's an okay guy, for Harrison, who has shown good ability at the AHL level, and Jackson Edward, who might not even ever make it to the AHL level. So like you said, kind of a nothing trade, but just 2 for 2, 2 guys who are both on expiring deals, and they want to get a change of scenery.
Yeah, I was also sitting there at the beginning of the year, thinking it was going to be a repeat of last season for Boston. So I'm in a weird spot where it's I want to see him buy, but I don't want to see them pay any of these prices because we're on the bubble. We're old Bruins have 2nd wild card spot.
Yeah, looking at it right now, they're on the 2nd wild card spot right now, 34, 22, and 5. They're a point up on the Blue Jackets and 4 points up on the Senators. And in the Atlantic Division, a tough Atlantic Division, I don't see the Bruins making a divisional spot. So I think if they're making it, it's a wild card spot for sure, and that means you're playing either the Hurricanes or one of the Lightning or the Sabres. And I don't
even know if we can hold on to it because this whole year for the Bruins has been up and down. We win good, and we go on a tear. But when we start losing, holy crap, we start losing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me put the screen like this.
Look what Nashville did to us last night. It was a 6-3 game, but they had put on 4 or 5 goals, without any interruption. And it was Nashville, and it was basically an AHL team that went and took us to the woodshed.
Gavin asked you a question here. Turby, what are your thoughts on potentially trading Higgins in a Rob Thomas package?
So I would if they didn't also want Minton. And the only reason why is we know what Thomas is. We don't I'm high on Higgins. I think he'll come out and be something, but it's is he immediately going to jump in and be an impact player? How are they going to utilize him? Can he make the jump? Just because he's crushing it in college right now, which, he basically carried his team this year until somehow Dean Letourneau also decided to grow up and play hockey, but that's a different conversation. So I'm
ready to see Dean Letourneau get dumped for anything after what he did last year. I thought he was the definition of bust.
Exactly. Give me a bag of pucks and you can keep them. Have fun. So like ooh, shiny new toy in me is like, I'd consider it, but we got to look at the future. Like Hagen's could potentially be it. So it's like, you got a coin to flip. It's like, do you want to gamble on a young player that's established, or do you want to gamble on a young player that hasn't even played a single second of NHL time? So it's like,
if you're talking Hagens for Thomas, as difficult as that would be, I think you do it. But plus a first, plus Minton, it becomes you're putting a lot of eggs in Thomas's basket, and that does that necessarily.
And I want to. Yeah, I don't want to get rid of Minton. I want to keep him so he could drive the dagger to every Toronto fan's heart for like the next 20 years, but
right, of course. Also a question for you, King Turby, how much would you give for Falk/Parayko? Doesn't look like, I don't think Parayko said that. I believe he said that he won't be waiving today. So let's say if Justin Falk is your only option, are you interested, and how much are you giving?
I would rather pass on Justin Falk, and if the rumors are true of us looking into Nemec from New Jersey, I'd rather consider that over Falk. I'm not too big on him. I mean,
trade right here, by the way. Minnesota Wild have traded Vinny Hinostroza to the Florida Panthers for future considerations. So the Panthers, who were telling people like we're open for business on Greer and Rodriguez and all these guys, they acquire Vinny Hinostroza, who maybe gets pushed out as the odd man out in Minnesota's system now that they were buyers today. And for future considerations, Florida says thank you very much. And then that probably gives them a bit more confidence in trading out those other depth pieces while still trying to have a semblance of a hockey team. Let's see. So Hinostroza moves out from the fourth line, and in that brings Foligno into the roster. They just claimed Fabio off waivers off as well. They have Marcus Foligno, Johansson. My goodness, all these different names. Marcus Foligno is injured. Marcus Johansson is also injured, but not on the IR. Fabry's there, just got claimed. Nick Foligno just came in, so they had to dump Vinny Hinostroza. Makes sense. So for future considerations, that makes sense very much for the for both teams involved. So King Terry's going to step off for a little bit now. We'll get him and other viewers in for their thoughts, especially if their team is involved in a deal. Thank you for King Terry taking the time, for all he does for the channel, but for taking the time to drop in and say hello. If you'd like to drop in as well, and if you have something to say about your team, we'll find a way to get you in later on today as more trades are to come. Let me just see here. Oh, King Turby is back. He had to drop off for a second, but it looks like he's back. Let me get the King back.
Or in my internet.
There you go. All right, very good. Internet in Hawaii giving you some trouble.
Right. Hilton lied and said they had good Wi-Fi.
Well, while we got a pause going here for a moment, let's continue breaking down the trades that were over the last day or two. So Jason Dickinson, he goes to the Edmonton Oilers, one of the better defensive forwards, as we were saying just earlier on. Works hard, great sticks and physicality, has done very well in tough deployment in Chicago this season. Little offense, but just a great shutdown center for the Oilers. That's kind of what they acquired like Adam Henrique for, but now it's 2-3 years later and they got to refresh that. They can't keep relying on Adam Henrique forever. So 97th percentile even strength defense for the last 3 years of weighted average data. Jason Dickinson, great pickup. And they also get one of the most physical players in the NHL in Colton Dach. Right here, not much of an impact guy, but just super physical, and that's what you want if you're going to be a Stanley Cup contending team. He is a depth, low event center. What's this? He was scolded by event staff in the Halifax World Juniors for cheering for his Canada teammates too loudly in the press box. Okay, he's in the 59th percentile of even strength defense. Doesn't do much for the model, I suppose. But look at that even strength defense this season. Year in which he's finally getting more ice time. He throws about 300 hits per 82 games played.
And that's an old NBA move, like back in the Larry Bird era. Like a whole team got disciplined for cheering on Larry Bird because of some of the gross plays he was doing.
Love it. Oh, they're doing a draft lottery right now on TSN. They really have nothing to do. Those poor, poor souls. Okay, let's see. So Mackenzie Weegar went. This is a little graph here on Jason Dickinson's Oilers deadline plan. Let's get the guys who somehow have good defensive metrics on the Chicago Blackhawks. So somehow, when you see, where are they? Jason Dickinson over here. He's somehow in the positive on the Blackhawks, and all these guys are so far on the negative. There you go. They get him. And Connor Murphy, same thing on defense. All the other defensemen are over here in this quadrant, and here he is on this side. I wonder if Bedard starts next season with a C on his chest. Very, very possible. It's a very, very likely even. Gavin.
It did. It was Yorkie that asked the Falk question, right?
Yes, it was. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So like I don't have a good answer because like I'm not interested in Falk. But what would you pay? Like,
Justin, let's put him up quickly so I make sure I'm not speaking out of the sky here. St. Louis, Justin Falk. Yeah, so it's not expiring. It's one more year at 6.5 million, and he's 33. I think you're talking in this market, especially, you're at least asking for a first, a second, and plus. Because if OEL in Toronto is getting that same ask at 3.5 million, is that an expiring deal on OEL? I forget. Well, and that's 2 more years. So 2 more years at 3.5, but he's 34. So I think it'll be similar for a guy who's 1 more year at 6.5 at 33. I think you're talking, if not a first and second plus, maybe a first and third plus. First and third plus, ask. And
I don't know.
Sorry to interrupt here. Shout out to Wild Bronco, who has now been a channel member for 10 months. I believe there are other members who have been here for 10 months, but I believe this is the exact anniversary date, I suppose. That's why it shows up on stream. Guys like Hobbsy and Intelligent Dice have also been for 10 months, but shout out that we're here exactly for Wild Bronco's 10-month anniversary.
Yeah, become a channel member. Don't be a fraud one like me.
No, you do enough to be the channel chancellor. Let's see.
Hey, I gotta roll out for a bit. I got a work call coming in. I'll jump in on the YouTube stream.
Perfect. Thank you, Turby. Perfect timing. You too, buddy. Perfect timing, because now we also have Sheriff waiting here. Let me go ahead and take Turby out here. And we welcome in Sheriff, one of our channel members as well. Sheriff has been a huge impact on the channel, has had a huge impact on the channel over the last little bit, especially as he is who funded the jersey giveaway and the Olympic giveaway that we did, the Olympic jersey giveaway, and also the box of cards in the Upper Deck Series 2 video that we just did. And he's an LA Kings fan with some things to say. Sheriff, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for joining in.
Hey, how's it going, sir?
Very well, very well. Thanks for making the time here.
I had a quick question for you guys.
Yes.
I just saw on the NHL Trade feed on the website, NHL captains. I can link it to you if you'd like. Is there any speculation on the teams that don't have captains who will be captains, let's say, next year? Just based off what you've seen this season.
Interesting. So what are those teams? So Chicago, one of them for sure, right? Bedard would be the next.
I linked it to you in Discord DM.
Here, okay. Let me pull that up. Let's have a little. This is the stuff that TSN does to kill time all day, right?
Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're doing the same thing.
Boston Bruins. Like in our Boston Bruins series, I think I think you would lean it's McAvoy or Pasternak for sure. I would probably lean that they're going to go McAvoy. Sorry to interrupt. Kraken re-signing their captain Jordan Eberle, 2 years at $5.5 million.
Holy cow!
Extension here for Jordan Eberle, 2 years, $5.5 million for Kraken cap. Speaking of captains, Jordan Eberle. There you go. That's exactly it. That's what I just said, Gavin. Shabanov will be traded as well. Looks like today as well. Yes. What's this? I know someone who's friends with Derek Brassard, and his agent said the Leafs are thinking of swapping Knies for Thomas 1-for-1. I don't think the Blues do that, though. He's not King Turby isn't channel member, he's channel royalty. Yes. So I think Bruins, if I had to just say one name, it's Charlie McAvoy. Chicago, Connor Bedard. San Jose, Macklin Celebrini. And Vancouver Canucks, that is a tough one. That is of all of them, that's the toughest. What do you think there, Sheriff?
Well, I'm not a Canucks fan. And I don't know if there's any Canucks fans in the chat, but I don't want to offend anyone. It's definitely not going to be Evander Kane. I promise you that. No, Evander Kane. Elias Pettersson, you would think, but he's been in so many trade talks. I don't know if they go captain. Pettersson has an A. Besser has an A. I could see it being Hronek, actually. Hronek has been a consistent trooper. They like him there. He enjoys playing on that top pair. I could see it being Philip Hronek. But there's a lot of options. Why are the Habs not making trades? Well, we still have 2 hours till the deadline. No need to be too worried yet. Drew O'Connor for captain, maybe. Drew O'Connor. Okay, so going back, getting you in here as a Kings fan, I want to hear your thoughts on what the Kings have done, at least today/yesterday. So first trade, they move out Warren Fogle and a third, and they take back a second and a third. So essentially, Warren Fogle for a second, and on a team that you would have hoped would have been buyers a month ago today. They've lost Fiala, they've lost Kuzmenko, they've lost Armia to injury. They're out on Patrick Laine most likely. They trade away Warren Fogle, they trade away Corey Perry. What are your thoughts here? I want to hear it. Did you say they trade away Corey Perry?
Yes. Do you not know that? I'm sorry to tell
I didn't
you.
know that.
Oh my goodness! Breaking news for you, Corey Perry.
Holy cow!
To the Tampa Bay Lightning for a second-round pick.
I didn't even see it on the.
Oh, I'm so sorry to break the news to you there, but there you go. That's a real breaking news moment. Here he is, Corey Perry. He has played in and lost 5 of the last 6 Stanley Cup Finals, and he's going back to Tampa Bay for a second-round pick. Where was the trade?
This is the greatest news ever.
Tampa to second-round pick. The Kings now have like 4 second-round picks in 2026. And hold on a second. Jonathan Marchessault and Eric Haula both not skating for the Predators today at practice. So Marchessault and Haula, both keep them on your trade radar, as something might be happening very soon there. Zyke, welcome to the stream, buddy. So let's go back here. So recapping what I just said, you have all those injuries. Plus, and hold on, Sheriff, in the middle of being a guest, gifts 10 memberships
to
those who are watching
I've ever heard
to celebrate the great news that you just received. 10 gifted subs right there. So congratulations to JP5920, It's Lloyd, Rob Not Bob, Bob Ho, a different Bob, Crazy Clips, Don't Hit Me, Jacob Coomer, The Mean Tag, Dynamite Demon, and AC Jordan Gaming. You are now channel members for the next month. So congratulations, you have access to all those the loyalty badges, the emojis. In the Discord server, there's an exclusive role and channel for you. And of course your name in the videos to come over the next month or so. So all the perks that come with that. Created player, if you're a channel member, when the created player raffle comes around, we always make one as a joint created player, and your access to all the behind the scene things as well there. Thank you, Sheriff. Very, very, very kind.
You just made my whole morning, man. I didn't even know.
Hey, we're gonna go. Let's rip a couple more boxes to celebrate.
Let's do it, brother.
All right. So let me say, Fogle. Beside the injuries, it's Fogle out, Perry out. What are you thinking about the return? That essentially you're getting 2 seconds for Fogle and Perry, and the direction of the Kings. What are you thinking here? Let me give you the floor.
I like the draft. That's the draft that's coming up. I like the talent. I would have liked that Belschetz guy. He seemed solid, but now he's injury prone. It's going to be another Gabe Vilardi 2.0, probably. Sucks to see Fogle go. He's been having kind of a tough year. The previous year, I think he had 20 goals, 20 assists, and he was like plus 30 or something. So I was kind of hoping for something that this year. I did hear on the Kings Insider, post-game interview yesterday that Joel Armia might be done for the season as well.
Yeah, it's sounding like that.
Which would be a massive hit.
I mean, if there's anything that we have in common is that we are both Joel Armia truthers. That's for sure. I am definitely a huge Joel Armia guy.
The fact that he's getting paid $2.5 million is not fair. He's at least, I don't want to say 6.5 million, like one of your guys, but he's at least a $5 million guy.
And still not okay. Hinestro's is in there, but the Corey Perry trade is still not in on Puckpedia. No problem.
What do you think about? Sorry, I know you were just asking me about the Kings.
No problem.
What do you think about maybe giving us some more of your bottom 6 guys, except for Philip Deneau, please?
The Canadiens' bottom 6 guys, the LA Kings.
Yeah, maybe we'll do a little Line Gallagher together.
A little exchange program, a little summer exchange program. Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, I think the Kings and the Canadiens seem to have that connection for a little bit. I think it had to do with Marc Bergevin being in the background in LA. But now that he is in Buffalo, I don't know would the Kings be as high on a Gallagher. There was a lot of rumors about Gallagher to the Kings the last couple of years, if he was going to be moving. But I don't know if I see it anymore. That being said, the Canadiens aren't going to be moving out bottom 6 guys right now. But if the Kings are looking to add, once Fiala is healthy next year, Kuzmenko is healthy, Panarin's going to be at full force. But Kopitar will be out. They got to be players. The Kings got to be players. They're going to have a lot of cap space. They're going to have something like 10 plus million. Depends if they re-sign Kuzmenko. We're talking even more with the expanding salary cap as well. Last year of Drew Doughty, you got a tough defensive core in terms of CC $4.5 million at 32, Dumoulin $4 million at 34. These are good players. Edvinsson 3.8 at 32, but it's an aging core. Brand Clark has to do a lot of shouldering of the load. It's tough.
What do you guys think? I know people in the chat are talking about Kadri. I want to get back to that in a second. But what do you guys think about a Brandt Clark contract? I know either cap wages or Puckpedia was saying they estimate about $6 million. Does that seem fair?
No, I think we're going higher than that with the expanding cap, with the role that he's been playing, with the minutes that he has as well. If you look at Brandt Clark right here, how many minutes does this guy average? Brandt Clark is playing 19 and a half minutes per night, blocking 2 shots a game, and all the leverage is in Brandt Clark's camp. All the leverage is there. Who's on the right side? Drew Doughty, about to retire. Cody Ceci, okay. So Brandt Clark, I see him with the expanding cap and all the context being involved. I see him easily at $8.5+ million.
You think they'll give him like a Lacombe style of contract?
Yeah, I could definitely see that. Lacombe, for all you viewers out there, plus myself blanking on the number, Lacombe is at $9 million next year. I think he's an Olympic player. He's on that left side, which is much more of a need for Anaheim. They have no one else on that left side. Minchikov is there, yes, but he's their top pair lefty. Brandt Clark is their future top pair right D. So I think we're talking $8.5–9 million range conservatively. If you told me that he was getting signed for like 8x10 Brandt Clark, I would say, okay, it kind of makes sense. I wouldn't be shocked. Jordan Eberle making 5.5. Let's see. Looking at some of the messages in the chat here. Russo saying he's not expecting anything else from Minnesota. Yeah, they may be done. Clark's a stud. Holland will probably be. I'll probably want to bridge him, but long term should be demanding $8+ million. Yes. I would. Yorkie saying that he would get Kadri if Hage is not included. No, Hage would definitely not be included in a Kadri package. His agent will definitely be asking for a deal to UFA for an overpayment long term. Yeah, makes sense.
What do you guys? Go ahead. Sorry.
Jacob said 8 to 9 range for Brandt Clark.
If you guys were to acquire Kadri, is it going to be players moved out, or do you think a pick? Do you think Calgary is more looking for a first round, second round pick, or are they looking for something in return?
First off, welcome to AJ, who just got in here. Anything crazy deal-wise yet? Depends how you define crazy. We did see David Jiricek swap for Bobby Brink and John Carlson going to Anaheim earlier this morning, but I wouldn't say anything else that's really crazy. To answer your question, I think Calgary wants players more than they want picks because Calgary's in such a weird spot where they could be competitive in a few years if they play it right with the younger core of Matt Coronato, Connor Zary, Zane Parrick. They could not, I'm not saying 2-3 years, I'm talking more 4 or 5 years. But if they don't play it right, we could be talking 6-7+ years.
6-7.
You got me. But if they do play it right, it's still going to be a long time. It's not that if they play it right, they're back in 2 years. No, if they play it right, we're still talking 4+ years. However, wouldn't you rather 4 years instead of 8 years? Especially if we're talking a guy like Matt Coronato being the difference between him being 27 and 31. So that being said, I think they do prefer the players. They do have a good number of picks already, 2 firsts, 4 seconds, 2 thirds in 2026. I think at this point, they would prefer bringing in some prospects. And the Canadians aren't going to be moving like Jarowski and Hage and Reinbacher and all those guys for Nazem Kadri. Owen Beck, maybe? Sure, I could see that working out. So if you're asking me what would the Canadians give up in terms of prospects, yeah, I think they would move Owen Beck in a deal for Nazem Kadri if it worked out cap-wise and everything. Because at the end of the day, it's still an expensive contract. $7 million for what is it, 2 or 3 more years at $7 million. He's 35. I wouldn't give, like Yorkie says, Beck in a first. I don't think so. I wouldn't give Beck in a first. Yes, he's good. And I wouldn't say I don't want Nazem Kadri, but I don't really want 3 years of $7 million on the books in exchange for giving up a prospect. The Canadians got Sean Monahan, dumped from the Flames, and took a first-round pick. Nazem Kadri, in a year or 2, could be a cap dump. So I'm not so hot on getting him. I'm not saying don't get him, but I'm not so hot on getting him, and I wouldn't want to give that much for him either.
Is it possible you guys could look to offload Laine in that exchange?
Yeah, absolutely. If there's a team that could give Laine one last chance, like here's like first line minutes and whatever you want, it would be the Calgary Flames. But Patrick Laine, he's shown time and time again, he's not the guy to play those big minutes. He's a good player. Put him in your middle six and on your power play and all that. He's a good player. He'll get his 20+ goals. But if you're going to be trying to trust him as a first liner with 20+ minutes per night, I don't know if that's a good idea. So that being said, if a package were to include line A and a B prospect and like a second or third round pick, okay, I could get behind that. But Beck in a first, not even. Beck straight up, okay. Beck in a bit even, sure. But no, I'd rather the Canadiens use those picks, if they're using them, for something that's more of a luxury. Let's get some extra goalie insurance. Let's get some extra defense insurance. Not let's add $7 million of cap for the next 3 years type of thing. So yeah, Ducks getting Carlson without Minchikov was impressive. Are we doing Bruins Live today? No, Bruins Live is tomorrow. After this live stream, I'm closing everything and I am going to be unreachable for 24 hours because my poor wife, it's because I've been doing this is the 4th year of doing the deadline, right? But it's our first year being married for the deadline. And I'm just like, oh, got to go live. And she's like, what? Like, I thought you were already live. I'm like, yeah, another trade happened. So my poor wife has been a really good trooper through this all. So everything's getting closed down and I'm focusing on just us time for the rest of the evening and until we go live for the Bruins on Saturday night. Wouldn't be surprised if Minchikov is gone for a guy like Kyrou or something. Yeah, I don't know if it'll be Kyrou, but the Ducks moving Minchikov seems to be something that makes a lot of sense. I don't think they should because they need him on that left side. They need a second guy on that left side. It's a second in 2028, by the way, so that's finally confirmed. The Kings are getting a second in 2028. For Corey Perry. So to me, that feels like 9 years away, but that's like in 2 years. I got to keep reminding myself that. So a first and 3 seconds in 2026, and then a first and 2 seconds in 2028 right now.
Don't know if you guys talked about it already for Bob.
Yes.
Oilers and Bob, maybe. Possibly.
Oilers and Bob, yeah. The Oilers are such what's the word? Like an albatross, like such an interesting puzzle. It's so, from an outside point of view, without having to be a fan and cry about it, it is so interesting that Tristan Jarry, who is on waivers, somehow gets the package that he does. In that package, you trade Brett Kulak, and you lose out on a right side D, you start to struggle. And now you have to get a right side D. You trade a second for Connor Murphy. Now Tristan Jarry is struggling. You have to now trade value to get something else for Jarry, but he's back to having almost that waiver value that he had a year ago, but you traded value that was higher than that for him, and no one else is in such a dire situation. So if you trade for something, it's a goalie on top of Tristan Jarry. No one's taking that $5.375 million. You could trade Connor Ingram and a first or whatever it might be. The Oilers still have a first in 2028 to play with if they're getting that desperate. But they have, look at the picks. In their first 4 rounds of picks over the next 3 years, that would be 12 picks, 12 picks. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They have 7. They have 7 out of 12 picks. They have traded in their first 4 rounds. They have traded 5 of those picks already of the next 3 years. Is that the worst thing in the world? Not necessarily, but just to say they've already dug deep into their chest of value, whatever you want to call it, and there's still more to be done. So if you trade Ingram in that 2028 first for a goalie, that's nice. What happens if Bobrovsky doesn't work out and then you lose another, let's say, Western Conference final or Stanley Cup final, whatever it is, and then you're back to square one, but with no firsts for the next 3 years, and you have Connor McDavid signed on for just 2 more years, Hyman's 5.5 for 2 more years. Things are going to get very ugly very quickly for the Edmonton Oilers if they don't find a solution to what's been going on. Derek, always hilarious, and great Twitter follow. Oilers should trade for a guy like Skinner from Pittsburgh. He seems like he would be a good fit. Yeah, that would be great. Oilers are cursed. Ulua says, I think Trocheck makes sense. A package like Newhook, Engstrom, Roy, and a second and a first after saying Line is somewhere else. I don't think it works out. Would Trocheck be a great fit for the Canadiens? Sure. I wouldn't say no. I'm a fit, but would he be a great piece for the Canadiens? Yes. Is he a great fit, though? I'm not so certain about that. That being said, if the Rangers said, hey, give us a first, a second, Watt, Engstrom, and Newhook for Trocheck, I would definitely consider it. That's a lot of value. Newhook, the roster player, plus 2 prospects and a first and a second. You're a selling team and you're wanting to move him. I don't think you have the leverage to demand such a package from me. But if it's something in that range for Trocheck, I think the Canadiens would at least want to be listening, right? Oh, a fourth, not a first. Oh, okay, a second and a fourth on those pieces. Okay, that changes things. Yeah, but yeah, Evgeny Trocheck is a great centerman. A great piece for any Stanley Cup contending team. And signed on. Until the Canadians have circled back on Nazem Kadri. Talks continue. Hold on. Just as we're speaking about this.
We're speaking it into existence.
Dave Pagnotta, who's very connected with the Montreal scene, as just mentioned on the Daily Faceoff panel with the boys, told the Canadians have circled back with the Flames recently on Nazem Kadri. Talks continue. Some chatter Patrick Laine could be in play here if this gets to the finish line. Oh my goodness. We were just talking, but now it just went to the next level. Nazem Kadri. And Corey Perry is 50% retained, by the way.
Oh, yeah, that's great.
There you go.
It's $1 million contract.
I know it's going to be tough to handle, but okay. Zyke will be disgusted. Gavin says McMahon to the Oilers. Looks like it's coming. All right, we'll see. Like, I wouldn't mind. Like, it's such a problem in Montreal media. You just take not a struggling, but a stagnating prospect, and you think he's worth the world. That's the same for Montreal media, Toronto media, whatever it is. The amount of trade talk that I saw around Jared Tenorti, like 10, 15 years ago when he wasn't working out. Yeah, let's just go blah, 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 plus Tenorti, and that'll make the trade go through. No one wants Tenorti. Blah, 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 plus Joshua Waugh, and that'll make it go through. I don't think so. Like, Joshua Waugh is better than Jared Tenorti was, but that little struggling prospect that you have is not the extra piece you think it is, like in franchise mode. Okay, so comme discuté, le Canadien travaille sur un dossier avec les Flames. Oh my goodness. Sorry, the translation is that the Canadiens are working on something with the Flames right now. Je dis bien travail. So work, not a trade is happening. Work on a trade is happening. Rien de confirmé. There's nothing that's confirmed. So Marco D'Amico in the Canadiens, in the Montreal scene as well. The Flames and the Canadiens are working on something, not working towards a trade happening. They're working on a trade. Not it's working towards the final stages. It's just being worked. Okay. So it doesn't mean anything, but just to say there's conversation between the Canadiens and the Flames right now. Oh, goodness. Okay, sorry, let me take this off here. Laine Beck first is the most I'd be okay with. Laine Beck and a first is the most I'd be okay with. I don't think I'd be okay with that, Zyke. I think that'd be too much. What's Edmonton paying for McMahon? Howard and their 2031st?
Jeez.
Ryder Halak in a second. I'm out. Halak, I love it. Demidov and Hage, welcome to Calgary. Good, congratulations, Gavin. Apparently, Pittsburgh management just requested a player from the room per Dan Kingerski. Pittsburgh management just requested a player from the room. Okay. Things are heating up into the final 2 hours here. Told Howla has a maintenance day. Oh, yeah, sure. Maintenance day. Maintenance on the airplane that's taking you to your new destination. We'll see what happens here. Let's see this. Give me a second. All right, I'm back. Thank you. So, yeah, maintenance day was told this morning. Talks quieted on him. Less than 2 hours to the deadline now. Yeah, maintenance. Sure, whatever you say. What time is it over there? Right now, it's 1:03 p.m. Eastern. 2 hours to the deadline. Let me get back here to catching up to where I was supposed to be. Good to know. Kingersey is a clown. Not sure what that even means. Okay, so forget it. 8 p.m. in Latvia right now for Dexter. Love it. Okay, so let's get back to looking at this potential Nazem Kadri conversation. So Nazem Kadri, right here with Calgary this year, 41 points in 61 games, negative 27, but he has been like a consistent 60-plus point guy. That 1 year in Calgary, not great, but if we go back to, let's say, we're going back to like the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like 6 of the last 7, no pun intended, seasons where he's like a 60-ish point guy. He's had Selke votes before, but at the same time, you have to keep in mind, yes, stay hydrated. Got some water here. Thank you. I would, but at the same time, he's 35. So that's not going to, how long is that going to be maintained is the question. Calgary Flames, they have $47 million in cap space. Okay, if you need a loan, go to Calgary. Montreal, with $1.4 million in cap space, there would definitely have to be Laine moving out, which is $8.7 million. So that's not a problem, really. $8.7 million out, $7 million in. It's more that you're going to have him for 3 more years. And yes, you have Gallagher's contract coming off the books. Yes, you have Josh Anderson's contract coming off the book. It's not that you can't afford it. The Canadiens could afford this. I don't dislike it for that reason alone. It's just that you just got done with Gallagher. You got done with Anderson. You got done with these contracts you've been wanting to get rid of for years. And then you're acquiring another one. And yes, it might be totally different where he is a top 6 centerman who gets 60, 70 plus points for a couple of years. Great. But that's not a guarantee. Do you have access to trade out organizationally? Sure. Guys like Owen Beck, who might not get a chance in Montreal's system. Guys like Luke Tuck, Philip Machar, guys you might want to just get value on before it's too late. Joshua Roy, Adam Engstrom. Those are guys that I wouldn't mind moving, but plus a first, I don't know.
What do you have for Kadri's face-off percentage compared to the rest of Montreal's centers?
So let's see. That's a great question. Kadri in the, let's say, 46 to 49% range the last 5 years. And a good point here. Kadri doesn't fit Montreal's mentality. If there's interest in Calgary, it has to be Coleman for me. Interesting. Kadri is a great player, but man, does he ever frustrate the heck out of me sometimes. Yeah. I don't know if the Canadians, he already had the difficulty of the Toronto media for so long. They ran him out of town and he went and did amazing things in Colorado. Does he want to come back? Not the Canadians would treat him the same, but it's still that same high pressure environment, right? Coleman could be good too for the Canadians. If it's for Coleman, that's a whole different conversation. Anyways, so Kadri's in that 47.7% range. Nick Suzuki is at 49.2%. You have Alex Newhook, who's at 42% when he takes faceoffs. You have Jake Evans, who's probably the strongest at 55.9%. He's your faceoff guy. Of course, you have Phil Danault, who got brought in for those faceoffs. He's at 58%.
Holy cow!
Just put your house on him winning a faceoff. People are putting all these live bets on things. Also, not a sponsor for sports betting. I'm staunchly against it. But if you're putting money on guys scoring goals, no, start putting money on Phil Danault winning faceoffs. So if it's a Blake Coleman conversation, if we go over and look at Blake Coleman, and we can even pull it up here, Blake Coleman. Blake Coleman, 2-time Stanley Cup champion. He's with Calgary for a little while now. 54-point guy, 30 goals in 23-24. 39 points last year, 40-some point pace this year. Yeah, definitely slowing down a little bit now at 34 years of age. He is signed on for one more year at $4.9 million. Definitely more digestible and doable, and doesn't constrain the Canadians from being players in free agency or whatnot, or making other trades to acquire guys. Guy who's received Selke votes in the past as well. I wouldn't mind Blake Coleman. I would almost prefer Blake Coleman. And you know what? I will say it. I would prefer Blake Coleman than Nazem Kadri, given the circumstances of what we just went through. Gavin saying, I hope we trade y'all Kadri, but Coleman makes infinitely more sense. He is a fantastic and super likable player. Yeah, I would be very happy with the Canadians acquiring Blake Coleman. But would that be like the move? What do the Canadians need to do? Is that the impact forward that they've been talking about? Blake Coleman would join what? Let's see if we look at the depth here.
I've heard some other Habs fans saying that Reinbacher really hasn't lived up to his expectations. Do you feel that may be the case, or do you feel like maybe he just needs a little bit more time and that people are maybe rushing to conclusions?
For sure. I would say so. Like, by the way, for Rock and Pop, oui, il joue très physiquement. 119 49 match, 119 hits in 49 games for him. So, yeah, David Reinbacher, it's not that he's a bust. It's just that he's gone through so many injuries that he's getting, I don't know if I want to say bust territory, but like he's trending down with all the injuries he's gone through. But now he's finally having his first ever healthy AHL season, and he's putting 20 points in 44 games. It's not bad. He's not a fully offensive guy either, but he's showing some ability there. He's a plus 11. I don't have all the AHL metrics. I'm not watching Laval games every night, but the feeling around David Reinbacher is, although it's taken a little bit longer, we still have a lot of hope in his development. I think David Reinbacher is an NHLer next season, whereas a guy like David Jiricek has a lot of question marks around himself. So I still think David Reinbacher, I wouldn't put him in the bust category or even say he's trending towards a bust. I'd say he's gone through so many injuries that the injury proneness is what I'm more worried about than his bust potential.
What's your opinion on the goaltending situation in Montreal? Do you think a goaltender could possibly go to Calgary in that Kadri talk?
And Dustin Wolf comes back? Yes, I do think that would be possible. No, but I think if the Canadiens are getting a goalie, Samuel Montembeault would be the one being moved. And I don't think it would be a trade with Calgary. Wolf is their guy, and Cooley's been a great backup, so I don't think any goalie would be involved in that deal. And yeah, defensemen always take more time to develop there, as Rock and Pop notices. And you guys are sleeping on Trocheck's impact, to be honest. Look at faceoff and hits and the stats. And yeah. I love Trocheck. Just, I don't know if I want to pay that price. If it's going to be a first, a second, and 3 prospects or whatever it is, or a first, a second, and a prospect. I'm not saying I don't want Trocheck. I'm just saying I don't know if it fits properly that they give up that much value. And then Trocheck, what's his contract situation again? You know what? 3 more years. I take it back. I thought it was 1 more year. I mean, if the Canadiens want to get Trocheck at $5.6 million for 3 years and it costs a first, a second, and like Joshua Roy, I would do it. If we're talking some of the blue chip guys plus a first and everything, I think the Canadiens, not that they don't need him, but they can live without him. Does that make sense? Speaking of McDonald's, I've Montembeau. How much McDonald's are you willing to eat to try and get the Monty mini stick? My brother tried to convince me to go to McDonald's today. He said, let's just go buy all the sticks. We have like the old sticks and like the goalie masks that they used to give away years ago at McDonald's. He was like, yeah, let's just go and buy them all. I was like, nah, I'll pass. Like, my display case in my house is already full of hockey cards and Star Trek. I have no more space for McDonald's sticks. If there's a deal like it brings in Lafreniere, Lafreniere and Trocheck, sure. I see, but it makes sense for the window and puts Capital on a third line role, which is perfect. Yeah. Maybe I was a bit too harsh right away. I just don't. The Canadiens haven't really been in those conversations. I don't see them paying the price. I think that's what I'm saying. If the Canadiens work it out for Trocheck, I'm not going to say, I'm not so sure about it. If the Canadiens work it out for Kadri, he's the one that I'd say, I'm not sure, but I hope. If the Canadiens work it out for Trocheck, then I'd be jumping up and down and say, fantastic. But still, it comes down to the cost. There's no mini stick promos in the States. Oh, I'm sorry. The mini sticks. Sorry to hear that, man. Good old mini sticks.
Okay. Don't know if you guys talked about the Sportsnet guy, Elliot Friedman.
Mm-hmm.
Reading on what we're hearing post on his pinned Twitter post. If not a first for Bobby McCann, Toronto would consider 2 seconds.
Okay. Which I think makes sense because you can only play the market so long with an expiring guy that you know you're not going to have $6 million for next year or $5 million for.
Fair. He also says Austin Matthews is not likely to be traded, even though everyone's speculating.
What's that? Matthews to Utah? What'd you say?
No. You can click on it. Just click on that thing, and then
I'm hearing. Okay, cool.
I'm just reading from whatever he's saying here.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I didn't even realize that.
This is fun.
All adding assets. The chances of Matthews getting traded now are equal to John Blatarski's grade point average. Wow. I'm not sure who that is, but it's probably 0.00. Nylander and Tavares aren't going anywhere. I heard some Matthew Nyes, and that to me is Maple Leafs seeing if there's a massive offer they can't turn down. Okay, cool. So that makes a lot of sense. I don't think Matthews or Nylander or any of these guys retire as Maple Leafs, but I don't think they're being moved today. Yeah, 2 seconds. It's a good thing Kyle Dubas has 24 second-round picks. Character from Animal House. Okay, sorry, I didn't catch the reference there. Sorry, Elliot. I was like, it's something for him. Toronto fans can't handle another Marner no trade. Yeah, that's a thing. Like Bobby McMahon. Like no disrespect to Bobby McMahon, but like I'm not paying him $6 million. So like I know he's in that kind of Kiefer Sherwood conversation, and Sherwood got 5 point whatever, but Sherwood's like the top body checker in the NHL. I don't know if McMahon does anything to that level, but we'll talk. I'm sure Jay Fresh will have a card on that later. What would Toronto give for their first round pick back? What would they give for that to get it back from Boston? All right, so let's quickly recap the rest of the trades I didn't have time to get through before more trades keep taking our attention away as we're down to the last hour 45. Nick Blankenberg going to the Avalanche. 5'9", you think he might just be a small, undersized guy who's like an offensive flair? Like, no, not at all. Two-way guy, strong track record. Playing those third minutes, he's been at 75th percentile of wins above replacement. He has been good, very good on a bad Predators team. So the Avalanche, this is a sneaky good pickup for a guy on a $775K contract. He'll get his $2-3 million in free agency. But I like this a lot. And it costs only a 5th round pick when other players are going for seconds and thirds. So I love that deal very much for the Colorado Avalanche. Notably, my second favorite team. I was there during the Marek Svatos days, so don't call me a bandwagoner. Next up, we see Colton Dach. We looked at Nick Dowd acquired by the Vegas Golden Knights, who's signed on for this year and next at $3 million. A veteran bottom six shutdown center who battles for pucks and has a good defensive stick. Yeah, he just hits everything. Miss blanking on the Jets. Yeah, 5'9", and he throws that body around. Gavin saying, I wouldn't be surprised if Dubas moves some picks for a young guy like Smoskowicz, Kent Johnson. That would be something. Oh, Wild Bronco with the 20. Wild theory regarding the Foligno move. And by the way, that will be 8 entries into the creative player raffle for Wild Bronco. 4 entries for it being on YouTube, and doubled because we're doubling entries today for it being one of the big days on the channel. But if it was through PayPal, it would have been 8 and doubled 16. So just keep that in mind. So let's see. Wild Bronco. That gets you 8 more entries for our next creative player raffle in our franchise mode series. Thank you, sir. Wild theory regarding the Foligno move could be in part 5D chess from Billy G, sending a message to Quinn Hughes, that if practical, he's open to doing right by players and their families. Obviously, Nick Foligno isn't Jack or Luke, but still. I like that. That might be a bit of a 5D chess play. I like that theory, and I don't think you're wrong there, Bronco. I don't think you're wrong. Kent Hughes, please make a trade, and my life is yours. Okay. Let me just make sure we're refreshing at the right time.
Nashville is adamant on moving Marchessault, according to Elliot.
Bienvenue à Montréal. The Canadiens, they'd be dancing in the street and flying the fleur-de-lis from St. Catherine Street if the Canadiens could get Jonathan Marchessault. Let's go back here. Quinn Foligno, the long-lost brother. All right, so Nick Dowd, yeah, great defensive player. His value just fell off the cliff there in 25-26, but the Capitals did get worse. He is getting older. He's still, over the last 3 years of weighted average data, in the 87th percentile, and his defense is still above the 75th, so still a valuable guy, especially if you're playing fourth line on the Vegas Golden Knights. So nice pickup for the Vegas Golden Knights, and the Capitals get good value out of him as well, a second and a third.
Nick Dowd's a great face-off player, by the way.
Great face-off guy. What else? Nick Waugh going to the Avalanche for a first and a fifth. The Avalanche get a crazy value deal in Blankenburg for a fifth, but then I don't know if it's overpay. It's expensive for Nick Waugh. I think it's fair to say expensive for a first and a fifth for him. 29th percentile over the last 3 years of weighted average data. His biggest sample size is probably in 25-26, where he's played the most. So, around the 25th percentile, defense in the 50th, offense in the 45th, 40th maybe, finishing in the 20th. Okay. 59th percentile of even strength defense, third line guy, and the biggest value for him and why they give up so much, I suppose, would be that cost controlled. He's $3 million this year. He's $3 million next year. So I suppose that's a bit of the premium they had to pay on Nick Waugh. Let's see. Anything else that we missed here? Jeff Petrie for a 7th round pick is a veteran depth defenseman. There you go. There's the numbers on Jeff Petrie, one of the Minnesota Wild. We'll see how much he plays with them. Let's see. Warren Fogle going to the Ottawa Senators. Of course, here's your boy from the LA Kings, Sheriff. He's a two-way middle six winger, has had an unfortunate season, 5% on-ice shooting at 5v5 and 2 assists in 47 games, but still brings good penalty killing, wheels, and offensive upside. What do you think about Warren Fogle for the Senators? Tell all the Senators fans like Hobbsy out there what they're getting.
I was reading just now, as you guys were discussing, Warren Fogle had an issue with Jim Hiller, and that's why he's been playing so poorly. It's the same thing with Philip Deneau. He was promised he was going to be a top 6 guy. Didn't really work out. Jim Hiller's kind of throwing the lines around, putting the veterans up front. And so if he's motivated, just like Jordan Spence is motivated, you're going to get a solid checking power forward. And by that J-Fresh card, I think it said very good defensively, very good penalty killer, 98%. Holy cow.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if Ottawa needs penalty killing. I'm sure they do. But that's fantastic.
Very good. Yeah. So there's J-Fresh coming to the Senators. Numbers in 25-26 aren't great, but if you look more and then even 23-24, you don't want to always say, oh, well, he'll go back to those 24-25 numbers. That's not a guarantee, but at least you know that the potential for it is there. And just also getting a final update on the Lightning and the Kings with that trade of Corey Perry. That leaves the Lightning with $2.1 million in cap space, and that's their second round pick in 2028 now gone. But they still have their second and third this year, their second and third next year, and their first and third in 28. So for a team that dumped so many picks, yes, they're still dumping picks, don't get me wrong, but they have more than they used to, and they can still be players today and next year's deadline and so on. They haven't dumped everything, whereas like Edmonton has dumped a lot more. LA Kings have their 3 seconds in 2026. They have 2 seconds in 2028, and now $18.269 million in cap space.
We would love to have Line A. If you want to come over here, Patrick Line A, if you're listening to the stream, we got the money for you, brother.
Maybe they're putting the local streams on his phone. That'd be great. I must only be like a handful of miles away from him. He's somewhere on the island of Montreal right now, I bet. So there's Warren Fogle. All right. Continuing on, Michael Bunting. This was one that got swept under the rug a little bit, but that's a little bit of a sneaky pick there from the Dallas Stars. I like this. Michael Bunting, who's been growing in value, wins above replacement percentile rank-wise. Over the last 3 years of weighted average data in the 62nd percentile, 74th at even strength offense, high primary assists, draws a lot of penalties. He's a middle six complementary winger who hangs out around the slot, grappling for tips and rebounds or getting open for backdoor passes. Puck skills are there but limited, plays with some edge and draws penalties. So I like that a lot for the Dallas Stars. We didn't look at their situation yet on Puckpedia. If we go over to Dallas and look at them, we see they still have 1.9 million in cap space. They've used a lot of picks over the next 3 years. I had not realized this. They only have a second this year and a first next year, and then a third in 2028. So of their first, seconds, and thirds, of those 9 picks over the next 3 years, they have just 3 of them. One first, 1 second, and 1 third of their next 3 of each. Huh. Dallas saying Kane will not play for Vancouver tonight. Yeah, I think it's obvious that he's going to go. I think he's going to go for sure. So yeah, there's a lot of eggs that have been put into the Dallas Stars basket. They're trying to fight as much as possible in this central division. They pick up Myers. They pick up Bunting. They're committed 3 more years to Matt Duchene. They're committed next year as well still to Tyler Seguin. Guys who have been injured. That's been really tough for them. But Jamie Benn, his last year as well on his contract. They want to try and get that cup for Jamie. It always haunts me. It haunts me. That video where the entire team of Dallas, after losing the Stanley Cup, everyone's changed, everyone's out of the room, and Jamie Benn is still just sitting there in his full equipment, just staring at the ground. You know, like him or not, that's just it's heartbreaking as a hockey fan to see that. So I'd love to see the Stars go on another run. I love the Stars. I've always loved them. Mike Modano, and even when Mike Ribeiro got traded there from the Canadiens, I remember liking them and all that. I would be happy with that. But they're definitely going all in, I guess you could say. Ovi saying it's the toughest day in his career right now. Poor Ovi.
Marchessault and Howla not skating. I'm not sure if we said that already.
Yeah. Oh, but don't forget, Howla, it's just, quote, maintenance. Don't forget.
Fair enough.
No, but I don't believe that. I mean, it could be maintenance, but that doesn't mean he's not being...
We have a funny but not so funny fact. Leo and John Carlson will be the first father-son duo to play together.
One has 2 S's, one has 1 S. Nice try. You didn't get me. You didn't get me.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Jacob, the Stars fan. I think the Stars are aligning, no pun intended there, for us losing Robo in the offseason, unless Jim Neal pulls off some magic. Not sure how much the cap is increasing. It's increasing by a lot, and it depends. If Tyler Seguin's career is done and you have an extra like $10 million to just put on LTIR, that's a possibility. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Data turning into SpongeBob before our very eyes. I thought about that when I did that laugh. I was like, that's a SpongeBob laugh. Hope the Blues sign Robertson if that happens. Yeah, the Blues are going to be signing Mike McCarron at this rate and just letting their team fester until the Avalanche and the Wild and the Stars are into a rebuild and they're going to be ready to move to the next level again.
Hypothetically speaking, from a delusional Kings fan, how many draft picks from the LA Kings would need to be given away and maybe assets to acquire Thomas? I know I asked in the Discord before.
Yeah, Rob Thomas.
Now that we're live, let's
we're saying depends if the Blues are, I don't know what, I have no clue what direction the Blues are trying to go in. So if they want picks, the Kings have them. So that's like point final, that's it. They have 3 firsts, they have 6 seconds, they can do whatever the Blues want. But if the Blues want player value, as we saw with the trade that almost happened for Parayko, a high-end prospect and a first. Okay, so the Kings have those first, no problem. Mike Richards is still getting paid.
Oh. He's going to get paid for like the next 8 years, by the way.
Okay, let's sweep that under the rug for a quick second.
Yeah.
I mean, prospects who really catch my eye. I know Zemer I have him in my dynasty league. I know he's a piece that was a late draft pick and has been a nice surprise for the Kings. I don't know how high you are on Jimmy Lombardi or Votek. Is it Sihar?
Votek is at the S+ tier prospect for us.
Yeah. If we go, let me look a bit more on Sihar. I can't say I'm up on my West Coast prospects as much. Second round pick this past year, 21 points in 23 games. Yeah, one of their top prospects. So if you're talking, but the Blues need to sell that return as much as you might value, or the Kings might value Sihar. I don't know if the Blues fans would value it enough to say, okay, Sihar and a first and a second. I think we'd be talking still more for the Kings to get it done for Rob Thomas.
I think he was named World Junior MVP in that last tournament that we just had. That's why I say he's a S+.
I see.
Oh.
What's this? Oh, what are you saying?
Oh.
What are you telling me?
Oh.
If you hear that noise on a trade deadline show, you change tabs quickly.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Ben has had his issues discipline-wise every now and then for sure. But I don't know how many captains off the top of my head making pretty much league minimum. I'd be disgusted if he retires without a cup. I mean, I'm not saying he will, and I hope he doesn't, but he would just join a long, sad list of players who have over the last number of years. I hope he doesn't, though. You would have to think Byfield or Clark would be included. Yeah, I don't think the Kings have enough 18, 19-year-old prospects to make it happen for Rob Thomas. It'd have to be a good young player and a prospect and a second or something.
I know that the St. Louis wanted a center, a prospect center. Oh, Ristolainen is
He's
playing.
at practice. Very good.
Okay, interesting.
You were saying, sorry?
I am, Elo 84 in the chat says, how much would you be comfortable to get a trade with Laferriere?
Mm-hmm.
I think Laferriere is a stud, but if it was for Thomas or Trocheck, I would be totally down.
Mm-hmm.
Laferriere is not a centerman, but he was playing center. Last night he played back on the wing. Last night, big win, by the way. I don't know if New York Islanders are just having a tough go, but they lost in Anaheim and then they lost in LA. That's not so good. But yeah, I think Laferriere will be good trade piece. He deserves top 6 minutes, but he's probably going to get that now that our entire team is injured. But
right,
we have Panarin now, so really he's not going to play top line minutes with Kopitar and Kempe anymore.
Fair enough. I'm just looking at some of the Discord messages here. A lot of trolling on the Wild for trading a draft class for Bobby Brink.
Yeah, and that guy, he deserves all that attention. He loves the attention.
Let's see. Quiet on the Bruins front, says Anthony DeMarco. Quiet on the Bruins front for King Turby and all you Bruins fans out there. Joshua also makes comment here. Canadians definitely need an upgrade in their goalie position for a playoff run. Could they survive with Dobesh and all this? You're playing with fire a little bit. I don't think the Canadians need a goalie, but I think it wouldn't hurt to get a goalie, if that's what I'm trying to say here. I don't think the Canadians are at that Oilers level where the entire team is elite except for our goaltending, which is killing us. I think the Canadians have had some success in goaltending. Dobesh has been good. Montembeault has been on and off. They can still find their way. But if you want to get some insurance because you're feeling confident in your team, you're one of the highest scoring teams in the league, you might be able to make some noise in the playoffs. Maybe, who knows, a cup run, but I don't know, I'm just delusional. It wouldn't hurt. Is it necessary? No. Would it hurt? No. It's quiet on every front. Yeah. Things are going to heat up soon enough here. We had some trades to start the day. Ristolainen's on the ice. There were some trades to start the day. Now things are quiet. We're into the last hour and a half, hour and 32 minutes now. So more will happen. Let's go over the rest of the trades that we haven't got to yet. Not surprised we're barely hanging on the last. Yeah, well, maybe we'll do some NHL quizzes or something. Something to just pass the time a little bit, but we're getting closer to when things are going to start getting silly. All right, Ryan Paling. Sorry, you were saying?
I was just going to ask if we saw the Blake Coleman Jay Fresh card yet, but go
no,
ahead.
I don't think there has. Has it been posted?
I just saw one right now. It's from 17 hours ago, but
okay. Well, you know what? Let's look at that since we were talking about the Canadians potentially looking at Blake Coleman. Let's see. So interesting. Over the last 3 years, he went from 80th percentile guy to a 67th percentile guy, but his offense and defense from 83.95 to 80.95 has been pretty similar.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. But anyways, might be next for the Flames to be traded. Great two-way winger, great counter-attacking guy, 4 checks, usually hovers around 25-ish goals. Yeah, I'd love for the Canadiens to get Blake Coleman. I would have no problem at all with the acquisition of Blake Coleman, whose finishing is literally a letter V. It went down to 0, then back up to 75 plus. And even actually, I didn't even notice his value as well as a player in wins above replacement has done the exact same thing. So
it's a great contract too. That's not bad at all.
Yeah, true. So Ryan Poehling, former Montreal Canadian. I was never super high on Ryan Poehling. Of course, everyone was when he scored the hat trick in his debut, but I wasn't super high on after that. Good bottom 6 guy. It's a big contract, $3.8 million, but that's kind of what the bottom 6 guys are going to start getting paid with the cap going up as much as it is. So I don't dislike it. It kind of makes you kind of jolts you like, whoa, Ryan Poehling got $3.8 million. He is a two-way center with elite wheels, says Jay Fresh. He's in the very high percentile of primary assists for the last 3 years, 53rd percentile overall. He's an above average player. So not bad. I like it for the Ducks. Perfect bottom 6 guy with a perfect bottom 6 contract. Yeah, says this guy, Rocky Roger. Coleman's not bad in the PK. One of the best, actually, a shorthanded point machine too. Yeah, the shorthanded points, he's always a guy you want in fantasy. Blake Coleman and Brad Marchand, the 2 guys you always want in fantasy if you need shorthanded points. If it stays quiet, could we see GM Data test his might on some hockey player Wordle, perhaps? Oh, I've never played Hurdle. Oh, I'd love to do that. Hold on a second. Let's
do it right now.
Hold on, I gotta hold myself back here. That's a great idea. Let's do it now. Hold on, let's finish off the rest of the cards here. Oliver Kapanen, by the way, this was his card. I love Oliver Kapanen. But yeah.
Extended stats, microstats.
Yes. Ryan Poehling, point per 82 games. Yeah, 18-19 when he scored that hat trick in the season finale. Man, wow, the Canadiens got fleeced. I can't believe they lost him. Okay, David Perron, if he's healthy, veteran bottom 6, defense first winger. Quietly had a very strong season for the Senators and a sheltered 4th line role. Just has to stay as healthy as possible. So nice increase for a guy who's gone 35, 36, 37 years of age. This deadline is going to be dead in like 7 trades from 250 to 4. Yeah, it might be like that. But hey, that's why we're live. We're here to cover it all. We're breaking the news. We're analyzing the news. And then we have a recap of everything at the end. So thanks, everybody, for being here. All 28 of you at the moment. Subscribe if you haven't already. As we're getting closer and closer to 10,000 subscribers. We're live 3 times a week. Franchise modes, sports news, career simulations. This is the place for you if you're enjoying this coverage and if you want to see more like it. This is our 4th year doing deadline coverage. Looking forward to the 5th year in 2027. Continuing on, David Perron, 89th percentile of even strength defense over the last 3 years of weighted average data. Love to see that for him. Good pickup for the Red Wings, but is that all they would do? This would be a disappointment, I think. Aaron, I appreciate you guys. Peace. Appreciate you, my friend. This would be a disappointment for the Red Wings if all they do is add in David Perron. I think that would be a big letdown for Wings fans who finally see their team in a divisional playoff spot right now. Let's refresh here. Okay. What's Briere doing the equivalent of an 04 F-150 with 278,000 miles on it, bald tires, oil leak, and on Facebook Marketplace saying, good daily driver, runs great. No low ballers. I know what I have.
I know what I have.
No, nothing in the last 20 minutes, I would say. Nothing in the last 20 minutes. All right, let's continue on here. David Perron there. Thanks a lot, Sheriff, turning into like my co-host at the moment. It was supposed to be a little, just if you like something about your team and you want to come talk about it, feel free to drop by. Turning in my co-host here. Thank you for spending the time with us, Sheriff.
Not a problem.
Usually Hobbsy is our de facto co-host, but I know that he hasn't been feeling super well. He's under the weather. He's in the chat, but I know that he's a little sniffly. Maybe we'll get him in for the last half hour or something. What's your favorite piece of hockey memorabilia you own? And I have a lot of hockey cards, so it's tough. I'll say one item. It's tough. Okay, one item, one card. My best hockey card memorabilia, it is a Mario Lemieux, the Cup 2010-11 limited logos, numbered to 50. So it's Mario Lemieux autograph and part of his Penguins jersey. The logo, the one that had Pittsburgh going diagonally across the jersey, it's part of the lettering in the Pittsburgh and autograph. So Mario Lemieux limited logos. That's my best hockey card with hockey memorabilia. And my best piece otherwise, for my bachelor party, getting married this summer, my gifts from my groomsmen and everybody, it was a signed Jose Theodore jersey And Jose Theodore, my favorite hockey player growing up. I forgot if they said it was game used. I don't think it was. I'd be shocked if it was, but just a Jose, like a real jersey and signed by Theodore. So that's probably my favorite piece of memorabilia. I have like a PK Subban signed puck that I got from Subban in person. So if you want to add a personal story to it, that might be number one as well. There's always something special when it's personalized, right? I got a personal autograph from Mike Gartner. One of the only 700 goal scorers in
Cody
NHL
CC
history.
won't play tonight.
Cody CC not playing tonight.
Well, I don't think we're playing tonight, but it might have been last night. But roster management purposes, interesting.
Okay, that's definitely a potential trade then if it's roster management purposes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your.
No, that's okay.
Story.
Kirby, I went back and heard my voice. I'm sorry. No, that's me all the time. I'm editing my videos. I'm like, I sound so silly. Don't forget the flag, of course. That's a great piece of sports memorabilia. The Data 72 flag. Flyers not trading Risto is hilarious. They'll probably get a first plus, but they have no need for him. But they need him for the culture. They're ridiculous. Hobbsy, you join that link and get in here whenever you feel like, my friend. So, okay, there's my answer for you, Turby. Sam Carrick, acquired by Buffalo, is a physical, low-event fourth-line center. That's the kind of move you make. A draft pick for a guy who's going to play a fourth-line center role as you have a playoff run coming up, and he's signed for next year at $1 million. Yeah, that's your fourth-line center. No problem there. 76th percentile of even strength defense. That's what you're looking for in a fourth line center. Luke Schenn. So this was the bigger trade that came later on. If I look at the trades here, I love this trade for the Winnipeg Jets as they get a point per game plus player in the AHL who's 22 in Isaac Rosayan. Oh, sorry, I passed it. As well as a body in Bryson. Okay, whatever. But a second and a fourth for an expiring contract in Schenn. And a guy who you probably would have kept in Logan Stanley. So the only guy you were going to trade was Logan Stanley. I'm sorry, you were going to keep probably Logan Stanley. So to lose Schenn 2 months earlier than you were going to and trade Logan Stanley, you get a 22-year-old who's point per game plus in the AHL, really good future forward, and a second and a fourth. I love that trade for Winnipeg. And when we look at the numbers right here, Logan Stanley, he is a behemoth of a human being. He's a big defenseman with long reach and a hard shot, much more confident in his shot this year. Yeah, he's had a good season. Struggles to move the puck and can get caught in the defensive zone. Brings physicality and length, but positioning and turnovers are his weakness. So the numbers aren't great. The offense has even dropped off this season, but he's playing bigger minutes. I suppose that's partially why. If you look at Logan Stanley quickly and who the Buffalo Sabres are acquiring here, they wanted to get Colton Parayko. They got someone even taller. Yeah, he's been playing so from 13 to 15, now 17 plus minutes per night is what Logan Stanley plays. Makes sense. And Hobbsy, I just want to say all of us who were in on the free agency stream said CC was a bad signing. Yes.
Terrible
absolutely.
signing.
Yeah, we were all in on that. That's the nice part of being live, having the history to go back and review. Carolina working on adding a bottom six forward per Dave Pagnotta. Wow. Plan the parade for Carolina. Okay, so that's Logan Stanley and his numbers now in Buffalo. 27-year-old, expiring contract again. And here's his microstat card for the season. Shots, goals, hits, in-zone offense, all 86th percentile or higher. But then like a dozen or 24 almost things that are like the 10th percentile or lower. So just because he's gotten better doesn't mean he's good. He's gotten better, but he's not more than a third pair guy for a playoff team like the Buffalo Sabres. But he brings the physicality. He does what he does well. So just have him do that, And some of his goals this year are filthy enough to forget that he scored 1 goal in each of his previous 5 seasons. Yeah, I don't know how. He's at 9 goals this year and then had 5 goals in his whole career before that, but okay. Are we entirely sure Yzerman knows it's deadline day? Wow, both Thrash and Bacon.
Do you know if there's a card for Vladislav Nemestikov?
Oh, I'm sure there is.
There's some talk of Nemestikov to the Kings for some draft picks.
It's not super recent, maybe. 2023, March 2023. March 2023 might be the most recent. Nope, here 2025. There you go. So 2025 is the most recent we got here.
Yikes.
Watch your eyeballs. Go Bussy. Yeah, Bus. Boop, boop. Playoff team like the Buffalo Sabres sounds weird. Yeah, it does. Would be improvement. Talking to Jets fans, Stanley is somewhat of a hockey terrorist, but 6'7" is the only thing that matters, I guess. Yeah, I guess. If Boston and Montreal both stand pat, is that really that bad? And Hobbs has been waiting to get in here. I'm sorry about that. They avoid the inflated asking prices and can reach out and deal, leading the draft and prices become more reasonable. Yeah, also true. But the Canadians, as the 3rd highest scoring team in the league, I think they want to do more this year. The Bruins are more of a bubble team that might miss. The Canadians want to do more this season. As we're speaking on all this and much more to come, and hold on, oh boy, hold on. Just got the email here. Sorry, it's not a trade, but Intelligent Dice sending in a $25 dono. I'm not winning anything in fantasy hockey this season, so if I want to create a player, I better win a raffle or two. Thank you very much, Dice. So that is 4 entries, doubled to 8 because it's PayPal, but doubled again to 16. I guess no, we should say triple. It's probably too crazy if I do an additional double of the double. Tripled because it's their Dice with 16 more entries to the created player raffle with that dono. Thank you very much, my friend. Very kind. Appreciate that. McMahon trade coming. Oh, there we go. Perfect timing. So there's the Nemestikov card for you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Perfect timing. Leafs going into sell mode. As we do that, we have big Leafs fan, just kidding, big Sens fan, Hobbsy, joining in on the stream. Hobbsy, thank you for getting in here.
Hello. How's it going?
Doing well, my friend. Hobbsy, one of probably who's put in the most hours historically on Data 782 live streams. Thank you, Dice. Let's go. I'll take a triple word score. There you go. 16 entries for you there. 4 entries that turn into 16. Sorry. What did I say? No, it should be 12. We'll call it, it was 25. Actually, it should be 5. So it should be 5. I forgot about the rate. So actually, it's 15. So it's 15 instead of 12. 15 instead of 12. Sorry. Anyways, Bobby McMahon will be moved out from the Toronto Maple Leafs, and they're going into sell mode. And yeah, we'll take a pause on the trades we were looking at here. Logan Stanley, we looked at. We still have to look at the rest of Luke Shen and the rest of the package there in Buffalo and Winnipeg. But Bobby McMahon about to be moved. Let's start pulling up the cards on him.
Going to be Edmonton?
Will it be Edmonton? I wonder. Hobbsy, Data 72 Hall of Famer, says Mike Lack.
That's very kind of you.
15 bargained and done. Hobbsy in the builder category.
Put Turby in first.
Turby's got to get his entrance first. And McMahon. Okay, so what are your thoughts quickly, Hobbs, before we have McMahon's result come in here or his return? What are your thoughts on the Senators, what they've done so far, and what do you want to see from them to the end of the 3?
I like Hornfogel. I think it's a good move. They need penalty killing. It's been terrible.
Mm-hmm.
They'll probably play third line with Pinto and Amadio, I would assume.
Okay.
I'd like them to get a scorer to put with Stutzler, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Janmark out for the rest of the season, by the way. So there you go. That's a big reason why Dickinson and Doc came in. Janmark out for the year.
Need a right shot defenseman to replace Nick Jansen. I just don't know if they're going to get one.
Yeah, Sheriff, you just sent me that. So it's sounding like it might be Bobby McMahon to the Oilers. I don't know about the source, but it's sounding like it might be.
I don't know about the source either.
Yeah, I don't know about the source either. The return makes sense. A second and another pick or prospect. If they couldn't get the first and they couldn't get 2 seconds, they'll get a second and something.
Zach Hyman 2.0.
Could it be?
Send it.
So the Oilers, looking at them very quickly here, if it were to be Edmonton, we already saw that they're depleting a lot of their picks. If they trade their 2026 second, they still have a few picks left. I mean, they're starting to lose those seconds pretty quick here. But they have $475K in cap space. But if Janmark's going on LTIR to end the season, that frees up $1.45 million. Yeah, and Bobby McMahon makes how much?
1.5?
1.35.
Ooh.
I mean, Bobby McMahon, am I like...
He's 19 goals this season, correct?
Let me see the numbers on Bobby McMahon. 19 goals, 32 points. Am I crazy to say, like, I'm not that moved by Bobby McMahon?
He kind of reminds me. I was watching some highlights of him. He kind of reminds me of Marian Gaborik. He's just at the front, picking up the rebounds, picking up the trash.
You have me saying, I don't think he's that good. You know what? I think he's Marian Gaborik. Like, okay, like 2 different point of views there. But
yeah.
You're saying it stylistically for sure. I understand.
Yeah. Plays in front of the net, picks up the rebounds.
Sure. And oh my, DRK designed. DRK saying, "You're my goat, sir. I learned it all from you in the AGMs, LOL. Even though I can't make it as many streams as I would like to, I just want to show appreciation. Also, let's go Red Wings." Hey, DRK, thanks so much. All these donations are going straight to paying for the ridiculous fees that they want to make me pay for my wife's immigration to Canada. It is like, we're talking like 4 figures. It is crazy.
Holy cow.
Yeah, so all of this is going straight to that, and I very much appreciate DRK. That's 2 entries, but doubled because it's a special day today on the stream. 2 entries for you there. And you know what? Let's make it 3 because we're having so much fun. Oh, hold on. Frank Saravalli saying it could be Colorado.
Colorado.
Ooh.
Okay, so it looks like it's going to be Colorado for Bobby McMahon. So a separate trade. They trade a 1st and a 5th for Nick Waugh with the Maple Leafs. And now they're going to be seeing Bobby McMahon potentially come in here. Thanks out to DRK, though, who is also one of our channel members. Much love to you, my friend. Appreciate you.
We do have to preface this with the caveat that it is Frank. So
it is Frank. Yes, we have to be careful about Frank.
Frank.
Yeah, or I could just move to the States and hit them with the reverse card. Yeah. So the Avalanche have like no picks. Oh my goodness. I mean, they're like I said with the Minnesota Wild, the banners, those banners stay up there forever. So if your picks turn into Stanley Cups, no one's going to bat an eye. But they have no first for the next 2 years. They have no second or third this year. They have no third next year. They have no second in 2 years. In the next 3 years of first 3-round picks, they have 2 seconds, a first, and a third. Thank you very much, DRK. Appreciate that. Like Colorado needed more. So where would that even be in the depth chart? If Bobby McMahon were to come in here, Nick Waugh already came in. I mean, you know what? Yeah. Like Ross Colton, you could play him second line or third line. Kelly could play third line or fourth line. What the Avalanche have going for them so much is that their lineup is maneuverable. Like you can put those guys up and down. Olofsson could play first line in a pinch for a couple games if he had to, or he could just be your third line scorer. Nichushkin could be a first liner if he had to. Brindley might be the guy moving out. I wonder.
Gavin says exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah,
Brindley too.
Brindley might make the most sense for Bobby McMahon. Gavin Brindley, former second-round pick of the Blue Jackets, who came over in the Miles Wood, Charlie Coyle deal. Yes, 12 points in 47 games this year. Good 21-year-old forward. But, I mean, that would be a good return for the Maple Leafs. Even Brindley straight up, I think, would be okay. Well, actually, I take that back. Brindley in like a mid-pick. But if you're going to tell me it's a second and Brindley, I think I'd be very content with that return as a Maple Leafs fan. McMahon. If it's not the Avalanche, I'm blocking Frank Saravalli. This guy's crazy. That lineup is missing Lehkonen. That's true. That is true. So add Lehkonen. I mean, take out Brindley, take out Bardakov, I suppose.
Wasn't Colorado recently trying to move Nichushkin?
I didn't. It wasn't that they were trying to move him, but I heard that they were like using him in conversations. Could it be? I don't know if any tweets will tell me anything here.
I thought I heard something. Maybe I was.
Yeah, no, you're right, because I saw that too. People saying don't do it. Yeah, nothing that.
It would be interesting if something like that happened. That's a big move. Maybe too big of a move.
The noise has continued to build on Nichushkin. Says DNVR Avalanche. Yeah, it's not enough for me to be swayed.
What did it say?
Oh, okay. So you're scaring me there.
I thought I saw something there. So what?
Fraud.
Vancouver.
I'm kind of worried about the Wings, says DRK Design. They went and got Perron back. Cool, but he's not the move they needed to make. Fully agree. The Wings have all the materials to pull off a monster trade, and it doesn't happen. That's the thing. It's not, what are you going to do? We're trying. We have a third and a second, and maybe this guy. The Red Wings have 1 million prospects and picks, and they're finally in a playoff spot. You might say, okay, Yzerman's saying trust the process. Let's not rush it. We're going to be even better next year, and let's use those players to draft. I understand that point of view as well, but your fan base is starving for a playoff berth, and you're right on the edge of it happening. Dip into that gold chest and pull out a couple picks to try and make it a bit more of a guarantee than just David Perron coming in. It doesn't have to be Vinny Trocheck, but you should be doing something here. Nothing there yet. Red Wings should be in on Kyrou, should be in on Tippett, should be in on Thomas, should be in on Trocheck. Come on. Yeah. Anyways.
Hey, Hobbsy, while I got you here, what's your thoughts and opinions on DJ Smith? Just real quick, if you don't mind.
DJ.
Well, first of all, good luck.
Thank you.
I don't think he's a good coach, but he's a really nice guy.
Fair enough. Thank you. I appreciate that.
My dad,
the worst time to be a Sens fan in the past 15 years when he was the coach, though, but that's because they were so bad. So it's kind of, I'm not sure it's all on him, but he wasn't great.
Thank you.
All right. While we're waiting on details of Bobby McMahon, let's finish off what we're saying about Luke Shen and Logan Stanley. So Luke Shen, Mr. Deadline Day. I don't know how many times he's been traded on the deadline or around the deadline, but now he gets to this age and he has that role in those contracts. He goes as a physical veteran depth defenseman to the Buffalo Sabres. Am I crazy? Sorry. He wasn't on Buffalo, was he? Ever? Luke Shen? No. He's been on a bunch of teams now. He's bounced around a lot. Toronto, Philadelphia, Arizona, Anaheim, Vancouver, Tampa Bay, Vancouver, Toronto, Nashville, Winnipeg, Buffalo. So he's changed teams 11 times over the course of like 9 franchises or something.
Defenseman Mike Sillinger.
Mike Sillinger, defenseman. So look at all these trades. Look at these trades. So he was Mr. Draft, June, then January, July, January, July, February. So then trade deadline, February, March. So is this the 4th deadline that he's been traded on? I wasn't crazy. Okay. So 19th percentile in the wins above replacement percentile over the last 3 years, went up, dipped back down. Not a bad deal not a bad player to pick up, I should say, for the Sabres, but they paid a lot to get Shen and Stanley, a 2nd, a 4th, and one of their better prospects. Yeah. So there you go. Connor Garland, here's a big one now, going to the Columbus Blue Jackets right before his $6 million contract kicks in. He is a feisty playmaking winger with lots of puck skills and a nose for dirty areas. Sneaking up on Mike Sillinger's record, yeah. Of the ice, the nose for the dirty areas of the ice. Not having his best year, but when he's on, he can drive a line with his passing and scoring ability. Biggest weakness is turnovers. So last 3 years, 66th percentile, 85th percentile of wins above replacement. Sorry, of even strength offense. But yeah, above the 75th consistently, and then off a cliff down like the 20th percentile. Let me just keep this tab going as well as we wait for Bobby McMahon details. Okay, what's this on Jason Tatum? Returning. Very good. So 85th percentile, yeah. Defense on the 52nd percentile. Penalties, he draws a ton. Playing against high levels of competition with good levels of teammates as well. His defense fell off a cliff while his offense has been steadily still there. Connor Garland. I didn't like that extension the day it was signed. Came over in the OEL trade. Yep. 26 points in 50 games this year. He's been pretty much a 50-point guy for the Canucks. So Blue Jackets get a 50-point guy with a rising salary cap. They should be able to survive that. Shouldn't be a big deal. And they trade very little to get him. Not bad. Microstats from last year, when he had a better season last year, we see really strong numbers. 61st percentile of offense and 97th of defense. Again, last year. I've always liked this player. Plays way bigger than his size and has some seriously great deking and passing ability. Contract is obviously a gamble, also considering his age too. Yeah. And also, hey, Steven dropping in. Steven, hi lads, what's up? We were just talking about the Red Wings, how they need to do something. I wish a nice deadline Friday from Slovakia. I've connected just for a couple of minutes to say hello to you all and our best YouTuber. Steven, thank you so much for dropping in and saying so. Appreciate the very kind words, my friend. Happy deadline day to you. And it's almost bedtime for you over in Slovakia. Thank you. Fans all around the world coming together for the deadline day. So beautiful to see. And gabbing about Garland saying, I think he's worth that contract, but the Nucks signing it made no sense. Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment as well. So that's Connor Garland. There's the John Carlson look here. We already broke this down on the stream that we did earlier this morning, but just to recap it for you, still very valuable at his age, even as an expiring contract. The 1st and a 3rd makes sense for him. Veteran top pairing offensive defenseman who still makes a major difference in the offensive zone, creating chances for him and his teammates. Has also shown some defensive skill in the past few years, although less so this season. So still a very valuable player for the Anaheim Ducks to get, especially on that right side where they needed someone desperately. And they're going to try to make some noise in the Pacific Division. 17 years with Washington. What a career. The best defenseman in franchise history. One of the best Capitals in franchise history. A Stanley Cup champion. 17 years. What a career.
Did we already see the Nedeljkovic?
Yes,
card?
Nedeljkovic.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we didn't. There was no card on him, but Alex Nedeljkovic signs 2 years, $3 million to extend with the San Jose Sharks.
Chicago and the Rangers are working on a Derek Pouliot trade.
Oh boy. Derek Pouliot in the year 2026.
The big 26.
Nick Delorier to Carolina.
Nick Deslauriers to Carolina. There's that bottom six. Nick Deslauriers to Carolina. There you go. So Derek Pouliot, the former 8th overall pick in his draft, was it? And Nick Deslauriers. At one time, one of my favorite comments ever on my channel. I think it was the Ducks series when we had Nick Deslauriers. Dice, is this 2018? In our Ducks series on NHL 20, we had Deslauriers, and he was like my Kyle Wood for a little while. I was just going crazy for Nick Deslauriers and how well he simulated. And someone left a comment saying you should change your name of your channel to Delo782. I was like, that is very true. So Nick Deslauriers goes to the Carolina Hurricanes. There you go, Carolina. You get Nick Deslauriers and a $25 gift card to Tim Hortons. I don't know what to say. Like, that's what they're doing here at the deadline. But Derek Pouliot, yes, 8th overall pick in 2012. Just a journeyman who's an AHLer at this point. Canes fans, the cup is now ours. Yes, exactly. 226 games in his NHL career, but he's been active in North America for 12 seasons or something. So he's a fine AHL defenseman. 53 points last year, 46 points the year before, but he's not able to really stick in the NHL. So the Rangers trade Derek Pouliot. I guess the Hawks just needed a body. Maybe he'll get some NHL action. So good for Derek Pouliot. At least he'll get to see the NHL a little bit more. Interesting here from Sheriff. Yeah. Dave Pagnotta, you know what? Dave Pagnotta is not a bad source. So I do trust it a little bit that the Canadians are interested in Zach Whitecloud. So if there's a trade
Kadri trade combined.
Yeah, if there's some sort of combination of Kadri / Coleman / Whitecloud, the Canadians and the Flames, we know that they've been talking, not working on the final touches. They've been talking and working towards a deal happening. So if Whitecloud's involved, I think it makes a lot of sense. Dave Pagnotta is a good source. Just keep that in your mind. So Derek Pouliot going to the Chicago Blackhawks, where he already was, right? Was he? I don't know. He's been on so many different teams. No, he wasn't in Chicago. So Derek Pouliot goes there, and Nick Deslauriers going to from LaSalle, good old LaSalle boy from Quebec. He goes to the Carolina Hurricanes, spent a couple of years with the Canadians. He had 1 assist in 24 games with the Flyers this year. Yep. But really what we want to see is a bit more of the metrics on him. Nick Deslauriers throws the body like an animal. 86 hits in 24 games, playing 8 minutes per night. So on an 82-game average, 257 hits per 82 games in his career. 300 plus hits before, yeah, but just never the ice time to hit more. If he had more ice time, he'd be hitting like even crazier. A late conditional pick for Nick Deslauriers. So there you go. Derek's gonna go crazy. The Danny B allegations are gone. Nick Deslauriers for a late conditional pick. They get some value for him. There you go. Congrats. 35 years old, expiring player. You're not making the playoffs. That works. So a couple of small trades to keep us on the edge of our seats here. Exciting. Dave Pagnotta, 4 minutes late. So that basically means he's an eternity past. Canadians and Flames doing a 3-player deal. Kadri, Coleman, and Whitecloud. No, I don't think the Canadians could take that much. There'd be way too much money that has to move out the other way. One of Kadri or Coleman and Whitecloud, maybe. That would be interesting. Get me through my first 2 hours of work. Give me a recap data. You got it, Mighty Joe. We got you. Let's scroll through it very quickly. There's not that much to say, so it wouldn't be too hard. Just for deadline day deals. Today. Perron was yesterday. Garland was, why does it say March 5th? Was it March 5th? Which one started today? Wait, where's John Carlson? That was the first one. Okay, yes, it was today. So Bobby Brink for David Jiricek, the Wild trade Jiricek to the Flyers for Bobby Brink. The Blackhawks trade Nick Foligno to the Minnesota Wild. The Wild then trade Vinny Hinostroza to the Panthers for future considerations. The Kings trade Corey Perry to the Tampa Bay Lightning for a 2nd-round pick. Is that it for today? Am I crazy? Yeah, we've been talking about trades so much, but there's not much that's really happened today. Of course, there was the Logan Stanley and Luke Shen swap to the Buffalo Sabres in exchange for Rosain, a 2nd, 4th, and Jacob Bryson. Sam Carrick went to the Sabres. Connor Garland to the Blue Jackets. Perron to the Red Wings. Fogle to the Senators. Bunting to the Stars. Nick Roy to the Avalanche. But Bobby McMahon likely to go to the Avalanche as well. We know Nick Deslauriers is going to the Hurricanes. Derek Pouliot's going to the Blackhawks. I don't think the Canes would be trading Doc, but Laine, it wouldn't be enough money to just trade Laine. Anyways, talking so much about the Calgary Flames, if White Cloud were to be involved in a deal for the Canadians, who would be interested in a defenseman, they just got White Cloud in the Rasmus Anderson deal. 2 more years at $2.75 million. Very affordable, very doable. That's why I had suggested that when the trade first happened. I said I wouldn't be surprised if White Cloud gets flipped in the near future here. As a Flame in 13 games, 28 blocks, 24 hits, playing 23-16 per night. So he's getting some big minutes there. He's been a good defenseman. He is a good defenseman. Would the Canadians be interested in him? Sure. The Flyers are trading Delory to the Hurricanes. Anything else? Danny with a hard right cross. The allegations are stumbling. Danny tries to pour it on. Derek is hilarious. Great follow on Twitter.
Conditional 7th rounder.
Sorry, Hobbs, go first.
Looks to be a conditional 7th rounder for Delory.
Wow, Danny with a hard right cross. And what did you say there, Sheriff?
Puck Empire, is that a trustable source?
Yeah, sure. Puck Empire.
Scott Lawton has been linked to the Seattle Kraken.
Really?
If you pull it up.
The Seattle Kraken, who, by the way, are outside or in a wild card spot. Yes, in the last wild card spot right now, trying to fight with the Sharks to hang on to it. Puck Empire.
It's 39 minutes ago, it says.
Oh, okay. Well, 39 minutes ago makes me think a little bit less of it.
There it is.
And they put a picture of Bobby McMahon instead. Oh, okay, because
and
McMahon to the okay, I didn't see that part. But then so McMahon to the Weathers didn't work out. Lawton to the Kraken. It's Puck Empire just reports things, so it's per Matt Murley. Game Notes Podcast, 100,000 followers. Okay, Merles. Got it. Okay, Leafs are doing stuff. White Cloud's been fantastic. I'd love for the Canadians to pick him up. Lawton, then Jamie Alexiak replacement. The Jamie Alexiak. Sorry, can't speak. Is Lawton the Jamie Alexiak replacement for the Kraken? Are they collecting all these ancient D-men like Infinity Stones? No, Lawton's a forward though. But yes, he is a big boy. This is getting hilarious. GMs wake up. Yeah, we have a lot of trades to talk about because of stuff that happened yesterday. But like we're getting down to the wire here and into the last 59 minutes now. Here we go.
It's almost over, boys.
Almost over. So Bobby Brink acquired by the Minnesota Wild in that David Jiricek trade. Playmaking middle six, two-way winger with a good motor, 5'8", expiring contract. There are the stats on him. I'm just looking at the phone here. I have TSN on the side there. James Duthie's talking. Above average offense and defense, 73rd percentile, even strength defense over the last 3 years of weighted average data. Overlooking the last wins above replacement percentile, close to that 75th in 25-26, having a solid season with the Philadelphia Flyers. Bobby Brink, 26 points in 55 games this season. Yeah, 24 years old. What's this?
Oh, waiver claims
just came through. Let's
Whoa,
see
whoa,
this.
whoa, what?
Waiver claims are through. Philadelphia claims Glendening. Vancouver claims Douglas. Is that Curtis Douglas?
It is. Yeah.
Claims Ryan. Is that Griffin Reinhardt?
Paul Reinhardt.
Okay. Oh. Okay. So Philadelphia. Wow. Glendening in.
I like Glendening. He's a great centerman, but that's pretty much it.
I think Brink's a good pickup by Minnesota, says Dice. Surprised Guerin let him into the ride. Onto the ride, sorry, given his height. So there are some waiver claims for you. As Vancouver, Florida, and Philadelphia, I'll do something there. Curtis Douglas, like 6'8". Curtis Douglas. All the insiders trying to scramble to beat each other by 4 seconds. Bobby Brink, though, there are the numbers on him going to the Minnesota Wild. For David Jiricek, we could talk about that just in theory, right? Yeah, NHL 24, Curtis Douglas, always a great guy to have in your lineup. Glendening, strong forecheck. Not sure he's been playing since we lost him. We have to look a little bit closer at him. But David Jiricek, yeah, it's hard to say over the small sample size, but there's still more work to be done on David Jiricek. He needs to get a chance, and the Flyers will give him that chance. And it's a low risk situation for the Flyers. The Wild essentially trade a first, a second, a third, and a fourth for Bobby Brink, who might just be a rental at the end of the day. He is a Minnesota boy. I wouldn't be surprised if he stays, but still. Meanwhile, those picks that got traded to the Columbus Blue Jackets for David Jiricek have been used very much. The first drafted their goalie of the future. The second got them Mason Marchment or Charlie Coyle. And the third got them whoever, Charlie Coyle or Mason Marchment, one of the two. So that first, second, third, not to mention the fourth, has gotten them their future goalie, Mason Marchment and Charlie Coyle. for David Jiricek, who then got flipped
Timothy
for
Liljegren to Washington.
Oh, that's big.
Liljegren to Washington. Where are we seeing this on? Let's refresh again. Timothy Liljegren. The Washington Capitals are acquiring Timothy Liljegren. I like Timothy Liljegren. I think he's a good defenseman. I like him a lot. We're going to look at his numbers in a second. Glenn Denning, claimed by the Flyers, by the way. They're the numbers on him. Look at that smile. What a beautiful man. Yeah, that's Rick Tocchet's kind of player.
Yep.
Is Jiricek progressing too slowly, or is Brink just that good? I understand the Wild's move here. It's just the year they're not high on Jiricek, and they want to move him out, and that's it. Like, I don't think it came down to value. It came down to how they see the player, kind of. My French is rusty, but it sounds like the Flames ownership is nixing any Kadri deal. Oh, what source are you seeing that in French? Let me know. But anyways, Timothy Liljegren, former Toronto Maple Leaf, current San Jose Shark, going to the Washington Capitals as the Caps moved John Carlson and replaced him with Liljegren. Makes sense. All it took was threatening to do something else to make this deadline get exciting again. Yeah. The Wild needs center help, but Bobby Brink is a winger, right? Washington's GM must have watched Moneyball recently. That must be it.
I think Bobby Brink's a right winger.
Yeah, he is. Nicolas Cloutier. Who's this? Nicolas Cloutier. Il semble que les Flames refusent encore de retenir de salaire dans l'échange de Nazem Kadri. Difficile de boucler une transaction si les proprios ne changent pas leur fusil d'épaule. Basically, the Flames ownership doesn't want to retain on Nazem Kadri. All that to say. So that might, but no, I wasn't really high in Kadri anyways. If we can get Coleman or White Cloud, that would be great. But no, it's, if I translate it word for word, it says it feels like the Flames once again refusing to retain salary in a trade for Nazem Kadri from Raphael Lavoie as well. Difficult to make a trade happen if the owners are not going to be changing their crossed shoulders. Yeah. Liljegren and Sandin together again. Yes, they are. So that's the information on Nazem Kadri right now. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't get moved. I think I think this year's edition of the Brad Living post-trade deadline presser might send me to the psych ward. Coleman and White Cloud is a good deal versus Kadri. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Marco D'Amico saying the same thing. Got it. Not bad for high school French used 25 years later. Hey, bravo mon ami. Bien fait. Vous avez bien fait. Waivers today. Dadonov on waivers today. Hold on, let's see this. So
I'll
getting
take Dadonov.
So Dadonov, did he? Oh, he cleared waivers. Okay.
Oh,
He
wow.
cleared waivers. So, oh boy, yeah, a lot of guys cleared waivers. So Tobias Bjornfot, Louis Domingue, Eric Gustafsson, all those guys, Manjapani, they all cleared waivers. Luke Cunnin, Garrett Wilson, Mathieu Joseph, and Evgeny Dadonov all clear waivers, but those three get claimed there. How is Steve Dangle reacting? I'd love to know.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going to try to get my updated roster out as soon as possible with the trade deadline being done, but we'll see how that goes. We'll see how easy it is to get that done. It's because it's so hard because you can't add salary to a team. So if I want to update my roster from like 2 months ago, I can't go into the code of the game and put salary on a team. I need to add salary to a player's contract. So it makes things really wonky. And unless I use an EA roster and rebuild from the ground up, which would literally take like 4 days of my life, and I'm not
momentum building.
Oh wait, no, sorry, momentum. I thought it said Montembeau. Momentum. I was woo. Hold on. I thought it said Montembeau. Momentum has built for an Islanders and Blues trade. Wow, so the Blues are continuing to sell. Oh, I almost had a little heart attack there. Okay, so Liljegren, we'll get to his numbers in a moment on the JFresh cards. Jiricek result. Can we get to the top of this page now? Can we just say, okay, Nick Foligno, let's just try to get to the start because a lot of trades are coming quickly. Nick Foligno, blah, 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 veteran defensive winger, one of the league's slowest players, but still effective in his own zone. Go win a Stanley Cup, la, 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 yes, great defense. Still brings value to a team, a veteran guy on a Wild squad, brings the veteran, brings the bottom six, brings the Stanley Cup poise. Great. Okay, Corey Perry, we looked at him already. I think that's it. Am I caught up? Hold on, let me refresh here JFresh's page. Here, Liljegren, we'll look at it in just a moment. Jordan Eberle, he got extended, and he's a great player. Look at his offense, look at his finishing. We love him. Jordan Eberle. Vinny Hastroza is a hockey player, speedy depth winger. And there you go. Okay, so Timothy Liljegren Acquired by the Washington Capitals to fill in for the spot on the right side left by John Carlson. I like this move a lot. He is a mobile puck-moving defenseman, didn't exactly move the needle in a top 4 role with San Jose. Chance for a fresh start with the Caps and reunited with Rasmus Sandin. So I like this a lot. Whether or not he becomes a big guy, he's young. He's a third pair guy who won't cost you a lot. Could play second pair even. Wasn't doing well in the bigger minutes. The lights were too bright maybe with the San Jose Sharks. And you see, yeah, he was playing 20 minutes a night. Put him more into, maybe not 13, but put him more in a 15 to 16-minute role, and he might have more success there. But 19, 20 minutes plus. With the Sharks, he was averaging 19.36 through 110 games played as a Shark. But over 82 games in his career, he averages 127 blocks and 106 hits. So Liljegren is a very valuable defenseman, I think, in my opinion, and the Capitals would be happy to have him. When all eyes were on Robert Thomas and Jordan Kyrou, the New York Islanders end up going for Brayden Schenn. Interesting. So that's the move the Islanders make. Is that enough? So the Blues moving on from their captain. Crazy. They've traded their captain before. Ryan O'Reilly being their captain once upon a time. Brayden Schenn, their captain. They've moved on from their captain before. And Brayden Schenn is next.
Corey Perry is live on TSN.
I am sobbing laughing at Schenn to the Islanders, says Gavin. Thought things were changing there, but I guess not. Add St. Louis to the captain watch. Yes, true point. Maybe Rob Thomas if he can stay in the team. So we're still waiting on Bobby McMahon. If we look very quickly at Washington's defense on their right side, before I get too bogged down by other things here, Washington defense on their right side. So McElrath can come out. Franchise mode legend once upon a time. McElrath can come out and Liljegren goes in. So I don't know what the cost is, but at least it keeps you, again, towards next season. Not for this year. It's more for next year. And for this year, still a guy who's going to be valuable and play that spot. St. Louis Blues, moving on from their captain, looking at the New York Islanders here. Yeah, funny if it was Parayko. Hey, would you mind if we traded you? Actually, I would. Okay, here's the captaincy. So the Islanders have $6 million in cap space. I have Brayden Schenn in my dynasty league, so hopefully he does well with the Islanders. That was the Islanders. Let's look at the St. Louis Blues. So more cap space freed up there as they'll be moving on from Brayden Schenn. $6.5 million for 2 more years and a 15-team no trade. That's a lot of money for the Islanders to take on. Does Lou Lamoriello want $6.5 for $2 million for a guy who's going to be 35, 36? There's definitely some money moving out here. Maybe Duclair or something is going back. But another just another expensive veteran is what I'm trying to say. Another expensive veteran on the books for the Islanders, which is a bit surprising, I do have to say. So he can slot in right away as their second-line center and go from there.
Some speculation in the Twitterverse about Line going to Washington.
Really?
Just some
okay.
People,
we'll keep an eye.
We'll
keep an eye. That's it. Rumors are what we're talking about here.
Tom Wilson is what the Canadiens fans are seeking.
Yeah, that wouldn't happen. Marco D'Amico, you said to me also, yeah, this is the same reason any Canadians' interest in Kadri may not translate into a trade. The Canadiens do not have an appetite for the full $7 million for the next 3 years, and ownership does not want to retain. So no problem. Then go out and get Coltman or White Cloud or do something else before it's too late here. Come on, Kent. We're all believing in you.
Do something.
Momentum and Montembeault. As we talked about earlier today on the show, Isles and Blues have been in talks for a while and multiple guys. Schenn is the guy. It's not done yet. Told some work to be done still, but it's getting there. Okay, so thankfully I don't need to go live for a whole stream for this. We're already live. So whether it happens or not, there you go.
We're good.
Schenn might block it. Dreger says waiting for player approval. I wouldn't want to move either. Another guy that the Blues are being asked to move it might not get moved. And yes, Tampa will lose in the Cup final this year, sadly. Sorry to say. If Line goes to Washington, maybe Ovi can show him how to get the puck on net. That would be nice. This year's theme is pending player approval. All right, so Brayden Schenn, if he's acquired by the Islanders, he is a veteran playmaking center, can still pass the puck, win faceoffs, and play with a physical edge, but he's no burner in terms of foot speed and a limited shooting threat at this point. We'll see what he can provide to the Isles. Alaska saying real interesting for the Isles, makes them a lot deeper down at center and adds a real good vet for them in the future. Wouldn't be shocked if he ends up as the captain of the Isles if he goes. Everything you said was true, but you can't take it away from Big Bo. Big Bo is the heir to Anders Lee. You got to give it to Big Bo. Don't you ever disrespect Bo Horvat on this channel. So Braden Shen, the 34th percentile over the last 3 years, according to weighted average data, has had a big jump in his offense. His finishing has been good. His defense has been solid. He's a good player, don't get me wrong, but $6.5 million for 2 more years on a team like the Isles that have a bad history for getting themselves tied into veteran contracts. I don't know. Here's microstats as well. Yeah, microstats for this past season, 25-26 over the course of the season. High danger passes, hits, that's great. But like 25th percentile or lower in a lot of other very important categories. Okay. If the Blues once again blow a deal by leaking it to the media pre-known trade clause approval, that's tough. So Liljegren, yes, we saw him there. Are we fully caught up on the player cards? As we're into the final 45 minutes.
Soderblom to Pittsburgh.
Oh, 6'8" Soderblom going to the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Third.
For a third. We're going to wait to refresh. Give it to me. Soderblom, Elmer Soderblom. Where are you seeing that one, Hobbsy?
The Penguins tweeted it out.
Why am I not following?
Wow.
The Penguins broke it before anyone else.
Wow, that's crazy.
And the Red Wings get a third-round pick. So, hey, good news for the Red Wings fans. They made a trade, and they're selling. I should be following every NHL team. I don't know why I'm not. Anyways. So the Penguins get Elmer Soderblom, franchise mode legend, for a third-round pick. I like that for the Penguins. The Penguins have to be, even if they're soft buyers, they have to be buying just a little bit. So I like that. Very Penguins trade there. Very Kyle Dubas move. So Yzerman gets yet another draft pick to add to the pile. Hey, Steve, we got another one for you. Throw it on the pile. That's it. Just another draft pick. Maybe in the near future, it's not as many, but they've used so many in recent history as well. So a third, was it in 2026? Yes, 2026 third-round pick going to the Red Wings. Now they have a first, a second, and 2/3 in that draft class. And the Penguins, who have 5 trillion trade draft picks, don't even bat an eye as that third-round pick leaves. It's San Jose's third-round pick that they got in the Erik Karlsson trade. There you go. So Elmer Soderblom, always a favorite with his height. Good old Elmer. Former 6th-round pick, 24 years old, 6'8", 3 points in 39 games this year. Noted EA NHL centerman who does not take faceoffs. He's one of those guys I always have to change the position of.
So do we consider Soderblom a glue guy?
Oh, yes. That's one of those big buzzwords at the deadline. The glue guy. Elmer Soderblom, glue guy. 64 hits in 39 games, 122 on average per 82 games played. He's really nothing that special, honestly. It's fun because he's 6'8" and he's been in our franchise mode. But, like,
Frank says Shen waived the no trade.
Oh, done deal. Braden Shen has waived the first wave. I wonder what my wife and in-laws are going to think about that one. So Braden Shen is indeed going to the New York Islanders. I just don't know if I love it for the Islanders, who already have had trouble with. They currently have and have had a number of veterans on deals with trade clauses. I don't know if Shen can be moved again. Like you're going to basically have him for 2 more years at $6.5 million.
The Isles love getting older.
They love getting older. That average age just keeps getting old, keeps getting higher, and they say, "Give me more." Just they say, "Give me more." So the Islanders, there's something is being moved there cap wise, I would think. I mean, Anders Lee's out of a contract next year. What if he takes like a $1 million discount to stay or something? No, I doubt. No. Richie won't move for Shen. Who knows, right? But I would be shocked if the Blues somehow got that package.
That would be hilarious.
That would be a crazy return. That they move a young centerman who is 21. For a guy who's 34, sign on for 3 years at $6.5 million. Who else is expiring? You have JG Pajot, who you ideally want to keep, I think. Duclair probably moves as the roster spot, but in terms of real value, Soucy's going to expire. D'Angelo's going to expire. And the Islanders, they're a good team, and they're still set for years to come. Get Romanov healthy, Palmieri healthy in the last year of his contract next year. I mean, Lewis was mad to give Bo Horvat $8.5 million, and they're going to give Shen $6.5. Maple Leafs hold firm on McKinnon trade. Okay. What do you mean hold firm? The deadline's not done yet. Is that reading into the future?
It wasn't meant to be posted yet.
It wasn't meant to be posted yet here. AI. Good old AI. anti-AI, anti-sports gambling. We're anti-everything here in the channel. We just want good old hockey. Good old family-friendly hockey.
Can the Kings please trade for Patrick Laine? Like, we have so many picks. We will give you whatever you want.
Please do. All right, so Soderblom, an enormous depth winger, sheltered small minutes for the Wings with very little production. But look at what he did in the AHL. Not like crazy, but still 17 points in 38 games in the AHL. He had 11 points in 26 games the year prior for the Red Wings. There's still some potential for Elmer Soderblom. And you know how things go when players go to Pittsburgh. They magically become point-per-game players. So,
Well, sure, if you wanted LA to do something, they just signed Matthew Joseph.
hey, look at that. Mathieu Joseph, who just became a free agent after his contract was terminated, has signed with the LA Kings. Get 500 more gifted channel memberships into the chat for Mathieu Joseph signing with the LA Kings.
I'll be honest, he's a bottom 6 guy for me. But
no, yeah, he definitely is.
That's all he is, yep.
That's all he really is.
He's fast.
So, Mathieu
he's
Joseph.
not Corey Perry, though. So
basically, they didn't want him for that contract. Now they signed him to a cheaper contract, I guess. And yeah, 11 points in 39 games this year with St. Louis. I mean, he hits a lot. Averages 135 hits per 82 games played. There you go. Physical, 6'1", bottom sixer for the Kings to end off the year. Shen has approved he's going to the Avalanche. To the Islanders. We're still waiting for the Avalanche on Bobby McMahon. Lou's still lurking in the Islanders.
This deadline's been so boring. My watch thinks I've been sleeping for the last 90 minutes.
Who tweeted that?
Mark Lazarus, The Athletic.
Yeah. Lou's still lurking in the Islanders' room. Apparently, I can't get over his Shen trade. This Shen trade. That's crazy. Lou loves the vets. I mean, we're down to the last 40 minutes. That Shen trade is the first one. Make me think, okay, like there's stuff behind the scenes that is going to start getting confirmed here. 40 minutes to go. Hey, my TV turned off. Hold on. That's how this deadline's been so slow that my TV is turned off. Hold on. Let me pull it back up. There you go.
I switched from Trade Center coverage and I'm watching curling.
Good for you. Yeah, I'll keep Trade Center open there. What does this say here? Hold on. They're looking at hour-by-hour trades. Hour-by-hour trades. Last year's deadline between 2 and 3 had 17 trades. Right now, through 21 minutes, we're at 2.
Okay, I don't know how Bruce Garriock knows this. He's the Sens guy. But he says he quote tweeted the Dreger tweet about Shen and says, "Don't think the Blues are done. Expect they'll make another move."
Oh.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I bet they're going to be trying that. Like, what is that move? Like, trading, let's see. Trading Thomas, Kyrou? I don't think so. But could it be dumping? Falk probably. I was gonna say Buchnevich, but I said no. If there hasn't been enough conversation on Buchnevich, unless it's really in the shadows, Falk leaving is the most likely thing that I see the Blues doing before 3:00. Braden Shen, current value, he's 2.9 million below value. Or is that according to million or just value? I don't know what this metric is really. Great trade for the team that improves on the team's depth and comes with some term, which is nice. And there you go, projected value. Plus 0.6, but current value negative 0.29. Negative 2.9. Prices are very high, and the crazy buyers don't have any picks left. Yeah, that's true. Sweeney has already scheduled his post-deadline presser, so that's it for the Bruins probably. Come on, Kyle.
Oh, how did I not make that connection? Thanks, Friedman. Matthew Joseph played for DJ Smith and
There you go. 1 year at a prorated $900K. So whatever, like he's gonna get a few $100K, I guess. Poor guy, only a few $100K. Oh man. So that's the deal for
the prices do seem quite high, and nobody wants to pay them.
And those who do want to pay them have already paid them for other players and have no picks left. Prices are high and buyers have no picks is also what's happening in Data 72 Dynasty. Elmer Soderblom, 69th percentile of even strength offense the last 3 years. Interesting. The defense, like a letter X between the offense and the defense between 24-25 and 25-26. But yeah, for a third, I mean, whatever. Penguins have 1 million picks. There you go. 35 minutes to go or so. So now with Mathieu Joseph in the system, if we go to the Kings, that should have it updated there. Kings now only 18.269 million with Joseph signed on. Actually, I don't think it's here yet, but it says it. Okay. Going back to the trade screen here. So there's a Soderblom trade added in. Thank you, Puckpedia. Are we going to play Hurdle? We said we were going to get Hurdle in. Let's see. Hold on.
If you're going to play it, it's probably right now.
We're going to play it now.
Not at all.
Hold on. Let me see.
I got something from Yahoo, but don't know if that's reliable either. But I'll send it to you in the DM and you let me know.
Thanks. Let's see. Hurdle. We can play some Hurdle here in the final minutes. Let me see the Sheriff. Yeah, I've seen that. I don't think the Canadian. Someone spoke about this to me yesterday. Canadians reportedly discussing Arbor Jack guy. I went to the Canadians game in the preseason in September, and you see 3 jerseys: Caulfield, Suzuki, and Jack guy. Like, he is such a fan favorite. It would take a lot for the Canadians to trade him, I think.
Fan favorite or cult hero?
Yeah, maybe that's a better phrase. These last 35 minutes better have some generational traits. All right, let's start it off. Is this any player all time?
Well, you could show the silhouette too. I'm not.
Thank you. Thank you, EA. Is it all time or is it just current?
I don't remember. I haven't played in at least a year.
Okay, so we're gonna start with Jose Theodore. I would have said, oh no, so it is current.
Okay, so it is current.
Okay, so we're gonna say, I don't know, based on the silhouette, I have no idea. Someone who's on ball.
My first thought was Jack Eichel.
That's not a bad one actually. Eichel or Gensel maybe.
Oh, Gensel's a good guess too.
Okay, so he's west.
Okay.
He's in the Pacific and he's a centerman. Okay. Let's not forget the silhouette. We're gonna break our heads for the silhouette and it's not gonna help us. So Western Conference, a guy in the Pacific who's a centerman, Leo Carlson, maybe? Nope. Okay. And the age as well. So we got both spectrums of the number. Is Will Smith older than 21 though? He's not American. He's not Swedish.
He was number 2, I think.
Quentin Byfield.
He's American.
Oh no! Wait, he's not a center.
Okay.
Okay, so at least we learned that he's a Canadian, and he's older than 23. A Canadian who's older than 23. Islanders are finalizing the deal. Thank you, Emily Kaplan.
I've got the Twitter refresh going. So.
Oh, good. Thank you. Byfield. So West Pacific, a centerman, a Canadian centerman in the Pacific. Maybe this will jog my memory if I look at the Pacific Division. Pacific. Kadri's Canadian, right? No, he's younger though. Could it be?
Oh, there it is. The Derek Pouliot trade has been completed.
Oh, finally, the Derek Pouliot trade for Aiden Thompson. We've been waiting. Kadri's old name is, yeah. And Matthew Joseph, by the way, acquired or signed by the Kings. 4th line defensive winger, had solid underlines but poor results the 2 years in St. Louis. But there are some good signs under the hood that he can contribute. Yay. There you go. But 93rd percentile elite strength defense. Got to give it to him there. In sheltered, or not sheltered, but just a low amount of minutes.
First, 3rd prospect for Shen.
Wow. There's the return. A first, a third, and a prospect for Braden Shen. So Luke Shen, Braden Shen traded the same day. There you go. Rangers. Aiden Thompson going to the Rangers. Let's just quickly get a look on him. Who's Aiden Thompson? Aiden Thompson, 24-year-old, former 3rd-round pick, 15 points in Rockford. There you go. So younger guy. I mean, it's a good trade for the Rangers. They got a younger guy for Derek Pouliot, and the Blackhawks just needed someone to be in their system, I guess.
How old is Wenberg? Maybe he's the hurdle.
Oh, okay. Let me see that. Islanders and Blues are currently at the same hotel in
Swedish,
San Jose. There you go. That's why they're at the same hotel in San Jose, just going to each other's rooms. So a first, a third. So we look at the Blues and the Islanders. So a first, a third, and a prospect. Lou letting go of those picks. So they have 2 firsts. So I guess that makes sense. They trade one of the first that they have and a third, and they still get to keep a first in this year's draft. Okay. And we'll see what the prospect is. But good return, good value for a guy of his age and contract and everything.
If it's not Mark Scheifele, I'll be surprised.
Well, it's not because he plays in the Central.
Oh, that's true.
Fudge. Wenberg?
He's not.
He's Swedish.
Oh, dang. Oh, he's got to be Canadian. That's right. My bad.
Matty Beniers is
between
American.
what, 21 and 29?
Shane Wright, no, he's too young.
23 and 29.
They're the microstats for Braden Shen, by the way. In 25-26, yeah. We looked at these earlier. Cynical first shot. Dubas and company know that if they can turn this guy into anything at all, they'll get plenty more than a third-round pick for him next year. Yeah, that's also true.
What about the Nuge?
Ryan Nugent-Hopkins?
Maybe.
Let's see. Good one, but no. We know because he has to be younger than 29.
Oh, my bad.
That's a truly
horrendous left? Movie. Calgary, Seattle, San Jose.
I'm sobbing laughing, says Gavin. Oh, man. When the people you trust all point to the same place. Next Blues home game is against the Islanders. That's crazy. On next Tuesday. Referred by those who know you. Okay, sorry. Let's go back here. It's not any of those teams. Vegas, Anaheim, LA, or Edmonton. So it's Seattle, San Jose, Calgary, Vancouver. It's not Edmonton.
Who has hair on Vancouver?
Oh, it's definitely someone on Vancouver. Who's it going to be?
It's not Pedersen. It's not Rossi. Who else is a centerman there? Can't even think about it.
It's not Teddy Bluger.
Bluger's like Norwegian, right?
Latvian.
Morgan Frost. It could be Morgan Frost.
Oh, that's a good guess.
Hey!
Nice
there you
job,
go.
Guys.
Rock and pop. There you go. Bien fait. Morgan Frost. Nicely done.
Great job.
I want to play again. Can I get more? Can I get other players? Switch to unlimited
mode. Here we go.
Is it? Is it Morgan Frost again? Okay, good. Okay.
Do we dare look at the silhouette?
It's got to be a Finnish or Swedish.
That looks like. Oh, never mind. He's not in the West. I was gonna say it looked like Vlad Tarasenko.
Someone with that kind of hair, though. You're right.
Kind of reminds me of Teemu Selanne, but I know it's current players.
He's not in the West. That'd be someone in the East. No roster player moved to the Blues, meaning Islanders are over the cap and will likely make another move. Good point there from Gavin. No player went back to St. Louis. They have $6 million in deadline space. There needs to either be retention, a player in this trade, or a roster move to send someone down. Yeah, the Islanders are still doing something. Without retention, this looks pretty tough. A first, a third, and a prospect for Shen. Shen has lots of intangibles going for him value-wise, but a first plus for a 34-year-old on pace for 38 points with 2 years at $6.5 million on his deal on a team that is not exactly a cup contender right now. Yeah, the Islanders paid a lot to get a guy that might not be the one who moves the needle for them. And also, it's a 2027 conditional 7th going to Philly for Nick Delorier. JT Compher. All right, let's see. Okay.
Ooh, nice. Detroit.
Detroit.
We got Detroit. That's a big one. We got Detroit. Hold on, Detroit looks like this. Are you sure it's not Tarasenko?
It's not a lefty. Oh, it's not a left wing.
It's probably a defenseman.
Yeah.
Jersey number lower than.
That could be Sherratt.
Ooh.
Almost the exact jersey number.
It's not a defenseman. Okay.
So who's left here? AFB, Edvinson. Oh, he's 30.
It's not Edvinson.
34.
Eric Gustafson, then, right? Oh, he's 33. What nationality could this player be? Edmondson is on Los Angeles. Oh, it could be a goalie. Oh, it could be
Cam Talbot. Probably not.
Gibson. It's Gibson. No.
Oh, it's
what?
not.
Why is he in Anaheim?
It's not a defenseman.
Oh,
Gotta be a right
we're
winger.
unlimited, so this could be.
Oh, I see.
Maybe he's.
Wait, is it all time?
No, but it could have been
So who's still listed as a Red Wing then? Ratchik, 34. Who else is an old? So Cam Talbot? I don't know.
We only got one more guess.
Oh, I didn't realize. I thought unlimited meant I could guess as many times as I wanted. Okay. All these odds, get out of my face. Not mute. Just take it off. Can I just take it away? Okay, block. There you go.
Try Vladimir Tarasenko.
I guess it must be Tarasenko. From the beginning, we should have tried Tarasenko. It looked so much like him. Oh, come on. We got scammed.
Had to be.
We knew it was Tarasenko from the beginning. We were too smart for the system.
Okay, it's unlimited mode, so it's probably just old daily ones. So that one probably happened while he was with Detroit.
Okay, here we go. Who's got a beautiful head of hair like this? Patrice Brisebois? Okay, let's just start. My first letter on my keyboard I'm clicking is D. And then an O. Okay, Adam Boqvist. Here we go. We have Eastern Conference. Someone in the East.
Brad Marchand.
Someone said Larkin. Okay, we're back. We got the division. We got the age. What if Pajot gets moved as well? It'll make a bit more sense. Still hot garbage trade for Matsudash. When I say Matsudash, isn't Lou still in there somewhere? Lou is still involved, right? Nathan Lucas Grand Slam. Shout out to him.
What a stud.
We have 24 minutes till the deadline. Who else is in the
over,
outline?
boys? It's almost over.
Sebastian Aho. Which one? Okay, this one. Hey, nice. I got lucky. 1 in 3 chance there. Oh, no, he's on the Atlantic, though. Who's the Atlantic? Nick Suzuki. He's 26. Okay, let's restart here. Atlantic Division, Canadian player. Atlantic Division, Canadian player. Someone on these 8 teams.
Pasta. Nope,
Could
that's
it be?
not a Canadian player. Sorry.
Someone with
you're
a jersey number close to 20. So it's like 21 or 22. Micah Mario?
What? That's what?
Now.
That is a crazy pull. That is one of the craziest pulls that you could ever have. What in the world? Who are you? That's crazy. Well
I'm good
done.
with jersey numbers.
It's all about those jersey numbers, eh? Wow, what a pull. Everyone in the chat just going off. Well done to Hobbsy. We have time for more here. One of these trades coming.
I'm still refreshing Twitter, so
All right.
I'll
Thanks.
butt in if there's anything.
All right, we'll go for another one. There has to be more to that trade. There has to be like Drouin, like they said, going back or something for that, or Pajot, somebody. All right, let's choose a team to start on. I'm starting with the Devils, and I'm choosing Jack Hughes. All right, absolutely nothing correct. Good. So someone in the West, a West defenseman. Let's say
Cody Ceci.
Cody Ceci. Okay. We're not looking at the silhouette. No silhouette. 32-year-old defenseman in the Central Division. A 32-year-old defenseman in the Central Division. That's crazy.
It's an unk.
A 32-year-old defenseman in the Central Division. Who's exactly 32? I don't know, like John Marino? I don't know. But how they have him on the Who?
Dylan DeMello? Oh, he's Canadian, though.
Oh, nice.
Oh, my gosh.
Crazy. That's crazy. This guy's crazy.
Let's do like a Swedish defenseman, if there's such a thing, or a Finnish defenseman.
Bogosian, no, it's not Canadian or American. No, it wouldn't be Devon Toews either. Wouldn't be Devon Toews. Who else in the Central? Like a Roman Yossi kind of guy? Or is that... No, is Yossi 30? No, he's 34. 33 or 34, I think. Who else is
One's
32?
also last year because it says CC is Dallas.
Okay.
I
Roman
like the
Josi.
Brodin idea.
Not from. This is Czechia? Yeah, Czechia. The flag of Czechia. There it is. Brodin, you said? We could do Brodin. This guy's crazy. This guy should be locked up.
That's the chat. That's the chat.
Turby.
Turby and Bronco
King
said
Turby.
Okay, I thought that was Hobbs just saying, I wonder if it's Brodin. We're going to have to lock you up, man. Jonas Brodin. Okay, last one. Getting to the final 20 minutes. Maple Leafs are not selling, yeah. You're part of the biz? I don't know. I'm not high on Biz. I know he's funny and all that. But.
In Sens news, Warren Fogle is at the airport on the way to Seattle.
There you go. Warren Fogle it is. Actually, let's look at the silhouette first. Who's got a little shrug and a messy head of hair there?
Patrick Kane.
Okay, American.
Well, he's American.
Roman Josi. Lucic? No, not Lucic. Kaprizov? No, it has to be American. Liljegren has to be American. Mike Bartner? Who's that? For an Islanders fan, you're saying for a guy on Twitter? Oh, that's why, because of the trade.
Sprong is a Frenchman, brother.
Sprung. No, he's Danish.
Close enough.
And we played in Quebec. Mason McTavish, Troy Terry. Could be Troy Terry. Troy Terry. Okay.
West,
the Pacific, and the age is close.
Little older.
Oh, so it won't be Charlie McAvoy then. Trivia said McAvoy. Lacombe? No, it's not Anaheim though. Yeah. $19 minutes of the deadline. Definitely slower than last year.
I have a lean. It's a defenseman just based on jersey number.
Oh, is he from the Netherlands, Daniel Sprung? Sorry, say again, Homsy.
I have a lean. It's a defenseman just because it's under 19.
Do you know the nationality? Yeah, we said American.
It's in the Pacific.
Pacific American defenseman. Think about it. Welcome to all 41 of you. We're just killing a bit of time here in the final 18 minutes before the trade deadline. Here, X-Tech back in 2013. Again, to Boston is a done deal. Not
Little X-Tech.
Drew Doughty, now he's Canadian.
How old is Trouba?
Could it be Trouba? Let's give him a try. Well, he's in the West. In this game, he's probably still in the East.
Oh, yeah.
We'll put him in just to show. Oh, no, okay, they have him in the West. So he's 29 to 31, and he's American.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't wear 8. And
Haffin's American, though, right? So we're waiting here. Some crazy stuff's going to come out in the final at 4:05. That again.
Please, LA Kings, do something.
It's not Anaheim. You're right. Hannafin. It could be Hannafin.
Hannafin. No, he's 30 or
We're
31.
Closer.
30 or 31.
It's not a defenseman either.
No.
Oh.
That's true. We just did defenseman, so probably a centerman then. Centerman with a low jersey number, 14 or lower.
It's 14 or 13.
Okay. Who, like Nick Schmaltz?
Maybe not. It's
Eichel, no, it won't be Vegas. We already saw Vegas. Next up, we're going to play Wordle. Demko could be a goalie.
Jersey number doesn't line up.
Jersey number. Who else in the West? It's not Vegas, yeah. Centerman. World today is terrible. Okay. Well, we'll do it anyways, just for funsies. I'm blanking. I'm gonna leave it to you guys if you have any suggestions on that hurdle.
I'm thinking.
Slavin, he's in Carolina. Well, he's on the west. Gauthier, like Cutter Gauthier, but it's not Anaheim.
Are we allowed to see the silhouette or no?
Yeah, we did see it. The guy with the messy hair.
Oh, snap. He's older than 29.
Could it be Kadri? No, Kadri's 30,
but less than 30.
He's too old. No tweets in 3 minutes. What's happening out here? Let me put this for a second. Let me pull up the Wordle. As we kill some time here. Fall to Detroit, maybe? That would be a great idea for them. Kadri is also Canadian as well. We need an American. Yeah, I'm out on this until someone... We could try the Puck Doku today as well. All right, Wordle. Here we go. I just start with pilots. I like pilots. Okay, wonderful. No one tell me here. I'm doing this 100% on my own.
Okay.
Nice. Okay. So it's one of those tough ones. Refresh here. Okay. What letters haven't been? It was probably like a double or triple letter in here or something like that. What vowels are left? U. That's crazy. Okay. Is that a word? Whoa. What? Oh, that's crazy. That is crazy. What am I missing? Gunby? What could it be? Gunksy?
Gundy?
Gunky? That it is? Wow.
Oh my gosh.
That's crazy. I gotta get my wife
I'm the one that has to be locked up. This guy.
That's crazy. That was actually pretty quick too. Wow. Where are the tweets? 5 minutes, no tweets. That's like an eternity. With 14 minutes ago till deadline.
With the Kadri thing? Come on now.
Okay. Speaking of Kadri, let's just put him for fun and see what happens. Okay, it doesn't tell us anything. I'm trying to just get the team. I give up. Eriksson Ek. Is it Minnesota? No. Not every team in the Pacific. All right, and Nick Schmaltz. Great. He's 30.
You just named 2 Central teams.
Oh,
what? Well, we got the age.
Why am I looking at the? Why am I looking at the Central? Why am I looking at the Central, not the Pacific? What's wrong with me? Troy Stetcher. Here, last guess.
It's not a defenseman though.
He's not even there. Or is it with a C? But we don't care.
Trevor Moore.
I would have never guessed it.
We were never going to get there. All right, hurdle's done. Wordle's done. What else can we do to use our brains?
Puck Doku.
Oh, yeah, Puck Doku, thank you. Red Wings have emerged as the front runner for St. Louis Blues. Justin Falk with 17 minutes to go.
Please, no.
That's going to be their one move. That's going to be their one move. Here, Puck Doku. Let me pull that up. All right. And connections? I never did connections. Let's try here. Puck Doku. Okay. Played for 2+ teams in a single season, 500+ penalty minutes, and 300+ game played in their career.
DeMarco says the Flyers are not moving Ristolainen.
That's a horrible decision. Trevor Moore, channel legend.
Darren Drieger says Robert Thomas, he can't imagine a deal happens at this point.
Makes sense.
Fair enough.
Yeah, why do I not follow some of these guys? Anthony DeMarco. Every year I got to add more. Where's Anthony DeMarco? Like,
It's a space between D and Marco.
Oh, wow. My apologies.
That Curtis Douglas guy that the Canucks picked up off waivers. Did you check him out? Have you ever heard of him?
Yes, he's a franchise mode legend. He's 6'8". He's a behemoth in franchise mode.
Currently, he's 6'9".
Oh, yeah. There's been two different heights from him. Always 6'8" or 6'9". I think in NHL he's 6'9". Flyers are not moving Ristolainen. Ridiculous. They did not get their price, so they're gonna just commit crimes instead. Okay, so Doku, who played the guy who played for 2+ teams in a season. So a guy who's been traded before. We'll keep an eye on the Twitter world with 11 minutes until the deadline.
Well, I can't wait to see what's going to happen after the deadline because
CJ on TradeCenter says the ask has lowered on McMahon as we get closer to the deadline. It's a second-round pick now as the Leafs push to get McMahon traded before the deadline. They wanted a first and a second, did they not? Oh, no, so they wanted a first or 2 seconds. Now they're trying to get 1 second. That's crazy. McMahon for a second would be a steal, given like McCarron for a second as well. Okay, so play for 2+ teams in a season. I don't know. Brian McCabe. You're telling me you never played for 2 teams in a season? I'm already done. You missed one. You already finished.
Restart. Let's do it again.
Can you restart?
I don't think you can, but
no, I have to reset my IP address. Kyle, you have 85 seconds. Just do it, says Intelligent Dice. Yeah, come on. Did the allegations finish the fight? I think they did. Danny didn't close. Poor Derek. I'm finished.
Kyle Wellwood, 300 games played in the Leafs. Lock it in.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, sorry. Kyle Wellwood, 0.1%. Love it. Sabres, 300+ games played. Has to be as a Sabre. Let's try Josh.
No, just in their career.
There you go. Josh
Greg
George,
Anderson.
one of my favorite players.
Josh George is
I should have put for 500+. Greg Anderson probably played for 2 teams this season, right?
I believe so.
I think he didn't. I don't think he did, but I'm going to put him anyways. Yep. Okay, we're done. Close it off. That was embarrassing. No moment worse when you're 12 years old than when TSN starts cutting to Canadian team GM press conferences on deadline day. Yeah, that is true. Very true. Canes are likely out on Trocheck, looking more likely that he stays too, but still 10 minutes to go.
It's looking more likely like everyone stays at this point.
So no one's getting traded now. Is this like a historically horrible trade deadline in terms of
trade deadline has not been good.
Like I know every year they say like, oh, so many trades are happening in the week before. It's gonna be such a boring day, but still, in the end, enough trades happen on the day. But this
2022 was the biggest deadline, I think.
Historically low. I'm sure TSN has shown the numbers. I just haven't been watching TSN. They're talking to Braden Shen on TV right now, actually.
We still don't know who that mystery prospect is, too.
I would say it's probably the best thing to happen in hockey. Me up until this date, playing with just a bunch of good, solid people, great community.
Does anybody hear that? Is that too low?
I hear it a little bit.
I can hear it, but I can't understand it.
For me and my family, and it's just a great locker room of good, solid people, and obviously going to miss St. Louis, but excited for the next chapter.
Now you mentioned, Luke, have you guys chatted? 2 brothers being traded within a 24-hour period is pretty crazy.
There's been lots of talks. I think we're probably 25.
Last deadline at the buzzer was Marchand, yes.
What's going on? What happened last night with Buffalo, and now with me, waving to the Islanders.
Yeah, it's a great room. My family love it. Blah blah blah.
That's pretty much part of the course. We talk pretty much every day. So this one just happened to be a lot more phone calls in a short amount of time.
Let's talk about the exciting part. What's it like the prospect of playing with a dynamic kid like Matthew Schaefer?
I'm looking forward to it.
We just kind of see how dynamic he is and how much he's able to change an organization just the way his skill set is. And like I said, there's tons of good pieces there. Having played the Islanders a ton the past 10 years, just being 2 times a night or 2 times a year, but it's always hard games. They always defend hard. They always, give you a hard game, and then you add in, the skill and talent of Horvat, Barzal, and Matthew Schaefer, it's pretty incredible. And obviously, they got a world-class goalie, so looking forward to a new chapter and new surroundings.
How do you play this game?
It's a funny feeling, but
You gotta create 4 groups of 4.
Crazy how time flies. I remember coming
They
here
all
with
like
World Junior
connect
team
to
and
the
you're
central team.
If I can have to choose which ones are the same here. And it could be on like based on the word or based on the item.
Based on like choose 4 words that fit in the categories. The best
Okay. Okay. So blanket, cloak, curtain, layer. Yeah, sure. Is that good? Oh, okay. Nice. Parasite, leech, mooch, and what? A sponge?
Sponge, maybe? Yeah.
Things that soak up. Freeloader. Okay, man, I'm flying. I've never played this before, but I'm doing okay.
The Athletic has a sports one too that I try to play every day. It's kind of fun.
A devastating finish to an all-time class. Oh, the Golden Derek's been doing this all day. I love Derek. Yeah, we're down to like what, 5 minutes here? Ridiculous.
Yep. It's almost over, boys.
All right, what's out now here? Sense, wit, faculty, and sharp. No, 1 away. Sense, faculty, wit, and hash. Oh, still 1 away. Pound or number. Still 1 away. My last mistake. And it was marble, right? A. Hash, number, pound, sharp. Why were those things connected? I can't even see. Sounds like a nothing of consequence. Maybe a minor deal. So it could be something still for the Bruins here, Turby, but something of minor consequence.
With the last 4 minutes that we got here, you want to recap with your favorite trade of the day, or?
I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave the recap for maybe like 4:10 or something. I'll wait and see, so I'm not interrupting anything that drops in the final moments here. But we'll definitely finish off with some recap. It doesn't seem like there's much of a recap to have. Hey, people are loving this tweet. Thanks, Derek. Derek, one of the best follows on all of Twitter, a Flyers fan or not.
Is it crazy to try and make this?
In other news, Harry Ford hit a solo shot, and Great Britain has tied Mexico in the World Baseball Classic.
Channel legend. Falk trade looking likely. Okay, good. Number of trades on trade deadline, 30 from 2020 to now, 32, 17, 30, 19, 23, 26. We're at 4 since 10:25 this morning. Good thing I didn't go live too early. There's Lions staying put. Very sad. Montreal doing nothing. If Montreal does nothing, it's a big L for the organization. I mean, it's not the only team doing. There's a lot of teams that have done nothing. So if everyone does nothing, when everyone's super, no one is, right? One eternity later. Should have slept in. What were the connections? I never finished off that. What was it that got those things connected?
The purple one, it was like ways people refer to like the number sign.
Oh yeah, words for lucidity and the same ways one might refer to number, hash, number, pound, sharp. All right, did my best.
Hey, for effort.
My faculties are the ones that aren't there. Haven't seen Elliot much, so he's working the phones, I'm sure, but we still get lots of trades. Bet we still get lots of trades. For sure, I think Falk's going to happen. But like, I wouldn't be surprised if that's like the biggest that's left.
We're definitely getting a couple more, but the problem
Yeah, for sure. But While I have you all, welcome. This is the most exciting time you would think, the final 2 minutes of the trade deadline. Welcome to all 35, 40, whatever people are on board. Thank you for joining us for our 4th annual year of coverage here on the channel. We'll have a 5th year next year, so make sure you're subscribed. Hit the bell for all the breaking news notifications and trades in the real world of hockey, at the draft, at free agency. And of course, we're live 3 times a week with our franchise mode series. We have our ongoing episodic series. We have the career simulations on NHL 26. So a lot of hockey, the managerial side of things, and the real world of hockey as well. Hockey cards, a lot of stuff. So if that's something that you like, this is the channel for you. I hope that you'll join us. We have our link to the Discord server in the description. We're almost 800 members. The news will always break there first, as I've been keeping tabs on the entire time. And as well, subscribe. It's free. It doesn't give me anything, but you'll be made aware of the uploads. And if you do want to give me something, feel free to become a channel member, a couple dollars a month, and you get all the perks with the emojis, the badges, the server roles, and all that, the shout outs. It's actually nonsense that Carolina isn't all in on Trocheck or Thomas or even Kadri. Yeah, they're going to bring in Deloria, and that's about it. It looks like here. They're going to keep Kakanyemi as well, which is crazy. That's about it. At the very least, as we get closer to 10,000 subscribers, having you on board would be very much appreciated. And we're getting closer and closer to that point here in 2026. Looking forward to hitting that threshold this year as we pass.
Hockey Empire just made a tweet, and maybe it explains the deadline a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Playoff salary cap and no more double retention.
NHL has no one else to blame for less action today other than themselves. Yeah, let me repost that.
Oilers are done.
Oh! Yikes.
The Panthers are trying to re-sign Bobrovsky. So goodbye, Bobrovsky to the Canadians. There's another one that bites the dust.
I'm not actually surprised.
And by the way, here, the deadline, I forgot we just hit the deadline. Congratulations. We just 26 seconds ago. The deadline has now passed. Time to assess the damage or lack thereof. Trades could still filter through the next little while. Yes, we've hit the 3 o'clock deadline. Sergei Bobrovsky will not be getting traded.
Bobrovsky says sounds like Falk to Detroit is happening.
Oh, finally. Sounds like nothing coming from the Devils as well. But Falk, the Devil, Red Wings, who said that?
Jeremy Rutherford.
I gotta be following more people. Jeremy Rutherford from the Athletic, yes. Sounds like it's happening. Falk, perhaps to Detroit, is what's coming through the system here. Danny, this is crazy. Should be fun watching the same Leafs team next year. Poor Johnny Superb, man. Poor 2BC. All right, so if we look at the Florida Panthers, actually, let's look at the Blues and the Red Wings, because that's the trade that should be happening. Bobrovsky probably not moving, it looks like. So Detroit, hold on. What am I seeing here in the Discord server? Yes, it's happening. Red Wings are acquiring Justin Falk. So there you go. They are finally making it happen. Red Wings fans rejoice. Something is happening here in Detroit. And they will be bringing in Justin Falk. They have 56.6 million in cap space. So yeah, I think they'll be able to afford Justin Falk. They'll have that left side is still super weak. That left side is Albert Johansson and Ben Sherratt. Simon Edvinsson, yes. But now you have behind Moritz Seider, you now have Justin Falk. 6.5 million off the books. 15-team no trade, but it looks like it's being waived, and the Blues will have over 10 million in cap space now and take back some picks from the Red Wings, who, you know what? I said they had a lot of picks. They don't have that many. They have a fair amount, but it's like they have their own. They have all of their own, pretty much, minus their 2027 second. They don't have like a big, giant plethora of picks. They have just the normal amounts of picks. Expect more to come, yes. And there you go. Red Wings will be acquiring Justin Falk. Trade makes a lot of sense for Falk. Still think they will probably overpay. We'll find out soon here. I wonder if McMahon went, or did Treliving is going to have more crimes on his head. Nothing late coming for the Oilers. Sorry, looking at the Red Wings and their depth chart. Bringing in Justin Falk. Puts him on that.
Bobby McMahon to Seattle.
Wow, Bobby McMahon to Seattle. So instead of we had seen Lawton to Seattle being an idea, didn't work out. They tried to make him go to Colorado. It just didn't work in the end. And Bobby McMahon is indeed being traded from the Toronto Maple Leafs, and he is on his way to the Seattle Kraken. Wow, Seattle. Let's see. So the Kraken have 22 million in cap space and a ton of draft picks to use. They bring in Bobby McManus. They're going to be fighting with the Sharks for that last playoff spot. All these ads always. Bobby McMahon, who will come in and probably joins the middle six there. Not a lot of room, but at the very least, there's a forward spot. There's not a lot of room in the middle six. MLSE has blocked Dubas's number. Must be.
Palmas saying, right.
Ron Francis, you silly man. What a bummer. Really wanted the Avs to get him. Too bad. Fourth liner. Probably, I guess we'll go fourth line. But Bobby McMahon to the Kraken.
Frank was wrong again.
France, I said I was blocking him, so hold on. We'll see where this goes. Okay, so forget it. I can't pin it to him, I guess. For a second and a fourth. So a second in 2027, which I have 3 of, so that's like literally no problem at all. And what was it? A fourth in 2026, which they have 3 of. So they had 3 fourths and 3 seconds. They dip into 1 of each, and they get Bobby McMahon, who I bet they could re-sign. I bet they could keep Bobby McMahon if he's happy to stay in Seattle with all the cap space that they have. Jaden Schwartz expiring. They got to get Tolvanen re-signed.
Oh my God! Detroit paid a first and a third for Justin Falk.
Oh my gosh!
First and a third for Falk. So the St. Louis Blues get 2 firsts and what was it for Schenn? Was it a third again?
First, third prospect.
So they get 2 firsts, 2 thirds, and a prospect for Falk and Schenn. Wow. That is something. First and a third. Oh, gross. People are not happy about that one. So a first, they have all 3 of their firsts. Probably one of the 2 2026 thirds that they have, but one of the firsts going there, as the Red Wings will now have 32-year-old Justin Falk for this year and next. Sorry, 33-year-old Justin Falk for this year and next at $6.5 million. Good old Justin Falk, who still had good production this year. That's a wrong Justin Falk.
It's the wrong Justin Falk.
Where is he? Why is he so far down? Okay. Still at 30. He's at 32 points and 60. Same production as last year and better than the year before. Well, actually, same production as last year in 17 less games so far.
11 goals this year, though. That's pretty big.
Yeah, 11 goals. Bobby McMahon off the Kraken. What's this? Dear friends on the shore. I received news this afternoon from our war secretary that the best path forward for the militia is not with me at the helm. I depart for Isle of New York at once. Civil War blues. This is amazing. That's really good. That is really, really good. Oh my goodness. And somehow Binnington is still around. He was like the most likely to be traded, I thought, of all of those. Let's look at this quickly. Okay, so Justin Falk, acquired by Detroit, is a veteran defenseman. Eesh. Oh, goodness. So the Blues trade Justin Falk and Braden Schenn for 2 firsts and 2 thirds.
Good Lord.
He's taken on more of a defensive role recently, produces well, but St. Louis generally generates quite a bit less with him out there. Has the tools to be a top 4 contributor again. So, yeah, this was the time for St. Louis to get value on him, I suppose, if that's what you want to say. If that's one way to
Ryan
put it.
Strome to Calgary.
Ryan Strome to Calgary. There you go. There you go, Gavin.
I got to mute myself for a second.
No problem. Ryan Strome to Calgary. Gavin, do you want to get in here and talk? Feel free to join. Definitely not. Yeah, if someone asked what would they pay for Falk, yeah, first and third, Boston wouldn't want to pay that. Half my dynasty has gotten traded. Yeah, same for my dynasty team. What's worse, doing nothing when you need to make a move, or paying that for Justin Falk? Yeah, that's a tough question. I think you had to make the move. I think if it's that or do nothing and get lambasted by the fans, I think you have to do it. But it's still brutal. Ryan Strome going to the Calgary Flames. Why? I don't know. Doug Armstrong finds a way to get first-round picks. Always finds a way. Justin Hall also going to St. Louis.
Okay, well,
now plan the parade there. Please be Kadri the other way. I'll join if that's the case. First, a third, and Justin Hall. So Detroit getting to dump Justin Hall is why they paid so much. That's why they had to pay a first and a third, I think. Getting to dump Justin Hall explains it a little bit more. That explains it a little bit more, at least. Justin Hall, where even is he? Buried? Justin Hall at 2. Buried, literally buried, 2.25 million. I mean, it was an expiring contract, but still, they get to dump Justin Hall, and they don't have to pay him anymore. They don't have to write checks to him anymore. And I don't know why the Ducks. I know Seneca took Strom's spot.
Made a couple of minor moves.
What's this here?
Canucks made a couple minor moves.
Canucks, okay.
It involves one of the pending UFAs, but that's all we know.
Got it.
Farhan Walji.
From Farhan. Go Farhan. Why am I not following all these people? For a 2027 7th round pick. So, hey, why did the Flames do it? Why not? Ryan Strome. So was it conditional 7th? Is that a 7th or a conditional 7th?
I think it's just the 7th.
A 7th in 2027 for a guy who had 9 points in 33 games. He could be a 40-point guy. He's 32. And he signed on for how long?
Apparently, I thought Jonathan Drouin got traded the other day. Or did that not happen?
Is it Drouin going back in the Shen deal? There you go. Jonathan Drouin, Data 782 Hall of Famer. Jonathan Drouin off to the St. Louis Blues. That's nice. Drouin's a nice player. The Blues will be happy. Hey, Jonathan Drouin, how about that? There you go. My wife's happy for that. So Drouin, a first
has
and
not
third.
been traded.
Who has not?
AJ Greer.
Oh, and even Trocheck. Trocheck not being traded.
Trocheck.
But it's Franck, so watch him be moved in a blockbuster now.
Kaplan and Peter Baugh just tweeted that too. So.
Everyone's saying the same thing. Very good. Kyle Lewis talk at 3:15. Rangers did not trade Vinny Trocheck. Lacton's going to be going crazy. A lot of interest in AJ Greer, but he did not move. So Jonathan Drouin is going to the St. Louis Blues. That's the roster spot that opens up, and the money as well, as he was making, 3? Could it be? Or is it? Where's Drouin? Or is he injured? Where's Drouin? I'm looking at the wrong
team. I don't know
team.
who the prospect is, so it's probably not finalized yet.
True. Looking at the wrong team. The Islanders. Drouin was making what? $4 million for this year and next. So
holy cow.
Money off the books this year and next. They bring in $6 million. So they're bringing in extra $2 million, 2.5 million for next year, and then the year after they have to pay him as well. Yeah, I guess Strome helps us hit the cap floor. Maybe we moved our cap space somewhere else. Maybe that's why they have to get Strome as well. I may have played a part. A second and a fourth. Is that what they're saying? A second and a fourth for McMahon? Sorry.
Yeah, I think so.
Patrick Bacon ran the Justin Falk to Detroit trade through his analytics roster builder or whatever it is, and apparently the playoff odds go down 7%.
What? Extra 2.5 million to get slower. Very good. Dubas is done, I guess, if the presser opens in 5 minutes. Yeah, that's probably it for Pittsburgh. Jonathan Drouin, Data 72 Hall of Famer. Okay, let's go back here. Let's make sure we're not missing anything. We'll go back to the JFresh cards and recap. Because this is when things are coming fast and furious, so I don't want to stop and talk about one trade too much and then we get bogged down. Seems like the Canadiens didn't do anything either. I'm not hearing anything at all. Total silence on the Canadiens. They're not saying they're done though, but nothing on the Canadiens. I'm just looking back in the Discord server.
Emily Kaplan did say there is a queue, so
okay. Trek stayed in New York. Howla stayed in Nashville. I wonder if they got a Marshall So trade done. Will Puckpedia have things yet? Yeah. So Ryan Strome signed on for this year and next at $5 million for a 7th. Yeah, that's fine for Calgary. Why not? A 7th to just get another body who's a good hockey player on your team who's gonna help you get to the cap floor. Sure. They had no room in Anaheim. That makes sense. I'm surprised it wasn't for future considerations, but sure. 7th round pick for Anaheim to get him. Ryan Strome in the Ryan Spooner trade. So the trade probably dies here. Strome for Eberle, then Strome for Spooner, now Strome for a 7th. So the trade tree of all these different Ryan Strome 1-for-1 moves probably ends there. Ryan Strome playmaking forward. Okay, so let's go back over here. If we have a second while Hobbsy's refreshing Twitter, especially. So Bobby McMahon, was he the first one? Yeah, Bobby McMahon acquired by the Seattle Kraken. The Leafs get a second and a fourth as they sell off and they say we're done. They get a little bit of value from Bobby McMahon. At least they can say that. He is a speedy scoring utility winger, throws the body, forechecks, tips pucks, fires the puck from everywhere. Ambitious, deeker, but turnover prone. Not a playmaker by any stretch. So primary assists, yeah, 49th percentile. It's not horrible. But 86th percentile of those primary goals. What's his shooting percentage this season? Is like really inflated or something? Bobby McMahon has a shooting percentage this year of 15.2, which is definitely above what he's used to. Going back here. Finishing has been high. Primary goals has been high, yeah. Defense has been steady. Offense has dropped off. Still a 29-year-old third liner who's cheap and definitely re-signable for Seattle if they want to. Why did Colorado not do this for a second and a fourth? I wonder. Oops, didn't mean to do that. So there's a nice move. That's Seattle's pretty much like their only move like all season. Blues are done. Sens haven't made any other deals. And Gidloff. Oh, the goalie prospect Gidloff. He won the Vezina in a crazy simulation I did once in one of the career sims. He was like a 72 overall who won the Vezina. It was something crazy like that. But anyways, Gidloff is the prospect going to the St. Louis Blues. So a first, a third, Drouin, and Gidloff. That's a crazy package for Brayden Schenn. I know Gidloff isn't anything that amazing. Former fifth-round pick. He's 20 years old. He's playing in the SHL. But still, that's a goalie prospect who still is a question mark at 20. He's not 24, 25. He's still 20. He's a question mark.
Colorado's first.
Oh,
got it. 2026 first from Colorado. Momentum. Remember, I thought it was Montembeault. My goodness. I know Steve Dangle is saying the Leafs could try to re-sign McMahon in the offseason. Yeah, like every team says that when they trade their expiring UFA. Maybe he'll come back. Yeah. When's the last time that happened? Like Mark Recchi? Like it almost never happens. So Bobby McMahon. Looking at Justin Falk now. So we saw those numbers were ugly.
Notice says Lawton got dealt.
Leafs traded Scott Lawton.
Scott Lawton has been dealt. Leafs traded Scott Lawton. So both Bobby McMahon and Scott Lawton at the wire get moved out. This is crazy for
Hopefully they got a first back. They don't have anything.
Scott Lawton. How about the ROI on this? I can't wait to see the Scott Lawton return. My dynasty team can't wait to see it either. Scott Lawton, who cost a first, a fourth, and Grebenkin, right? No, just a first and Grebenkin. They got a fourth back. So Grebenkin, who's been a good piece for the Flyers, and a first, which is still TBD. That's in 2027. In exchange for Lawton, who they used for 63 games, and now flip for fill in the blank. Good old Oakville, Ontario boy. Back to Justin Falk. Yeah, tough numbers. Veteran defenseman has taken on more of a defensive role recently. Produces well, but St. Louis generally generates quite a bit less with him out there. Yeah, first percentile of even strength offense. That fell off.
Scott Lawton to LA, apparently.
What?
What's this for LA?
Scott Lawton.
Whoa, there you go, Sheriff.
Let's go.
Let's break over that tin of Series 1. Let's go. LA Kings acquire Scott Lawton. Wow.
Tell me what it was for before I drop more subs, please.
Who's this? Mayor's Manor? I'm not gonna follow this. I don't know who that
I
is.
don't like that guy. Don't follow that guy.
Okay. You got it. Whatever you say.
Terrible guy.
Let me pull this up here. Okay, so Scott Lawton's going to the LA Kings. What are the
Oh
Kings
my
trying to do?
gosh.
I wonder.
Please don't be our first.
What are the picks that the Kings have here again?
We have a ton of picks, bro.
A ton of the seconds. Could they have? Were the Leafs desperate enough that they used their seconds, or were the Kings forced to dip into a first? I don't think they gave a first. I would be shocked and, dare I say, disgusted if the Kings gave a first for Scott Lawton, given how down to the wire it was and how desperate the Leafs fell on him. However, I will say Scott Lawton is signed on to term. Am I not?
What's his contract, please?
I thought he was a UFA now.
Is he? No, I take it back to UFA. That's when he got traded last year. The reason why it cost so much is because they got him at $1.5 million for this season, which ended up being a total waste. So An expiring UFA of 1.5 million. Yeah, I would be shocked if it's a first-round pick. Falk got a first, true. He did have term for next year, but still, and the different circumstance for the Red Wings. But I would indeed be shocked.
Marcus Gidloff, as we know, is the goalie prospect going back. He hasn't been good this year, but he has 9 wins and 4 of them are shutouts.
Wow, that's crazy. He's 9-15 with 4 wins by shutout. That's an EA stat line if I ever saw one.
I need to find out what happened.
Bruins should have sold with pieces being at these prices. If you see a first and a third, what crimes are you committing?
On my end?
Yeah.
Well, there won't be a 10 gifted subs.
No, don't worry about that. What crimes are being committed in your household? Arson?
Well, we got rid of Perry, so there will be no crimes committed.
Okay. Good. I'm glad to hear. Haven't heard anything, says Gavin, but I'm really wondering if the Flames made another trade. Taking Strome makes little sense if they didn't do anything. Yeah, we'll see. Now, Blake's
speaking of the Flames,
Coleman is staying in Calgary. Lomberg and Coleman both staying in Calgary. Canadians and other teams couldn't get anything done for Blake Coleman. So that is not going to be changing for the Calgary Flames on that, Gavin. Scott Lawton acquired by the LA Kings as a 4th-line shutdown center with a physical edge. Great numbers at even strength defense. His value has gone up quite a bit over the last couple of years being played in the Leafs situations as opposed to the Flyers situations. Yeah, I didn't mention Kadri. Good point. His defense jumped up like crazy. His finishing maybe is unsustainable, but good to see that defense from him. So Scott Lawton to the Kings, to end off the year, sure, but will he be there longer term? I wonder. That's why I would be shocked if it's a first for a team like the Kings that aren't necessarily trying to make that push. If they traded Fogle, they traded Perry, then they'll trade a first for Lawton. I don't think so, but anything's possible. Hurricanes are done. Nick Delorier was their only transaction. Get the clown music out. That is crazy. How did the Hurricanes not do
just
more?
posted the Scott Lawton thing, the card.
What if
doesn't look great?
What if this about Morgan Frost being the mysterious forward? I wonder.
Absolutely ridiculous that 3 aren't carried on a roster.
Jamie McLennan's talking over there.
But I get the point. But there's
And Martin Biron.
enough games and
They have a whole panel. This is the goalie panel. 0 goalies got
goalie
traded.
panel, yeah.
0 goalies got traded. These guys make me laugh. I wish I had a job at these places. I'm dying on these streams when I could be making millions just to have a take like Craig Button does.
Please don't be Trevor Moore. That's all I ask.
Blues first in the Shen deals, Colorado. Yeah, so it was Colorado's first. Oh, okay, from the Brock Nelson trade. So the first from the Brock Nelson trade from Colorado gets flipped now to the Blues for Braden Shen. They traded one old centerman for another, basically. So they got a first for Brock Nelson and then flipped it for Braden Shen. That's kind of crazy.
Classic Islanders.
Classic Islanders. So yeah, those are the numbers on Justin Falk. This number this year in the micro stats, Jay Freshling, I don't think Falk is quite as bad as currently projected, but he's certainly much better defensively than he used to be. Let's see how he slots in with the Red Wings. Him and Ben Sherratt on the second pair. Oh my goodness, that would be atrocious. So this year, even strength offense 5th percentile, even strength defense 60th percentile. Finishing's up there for sure. We saw that with his goal scoring before. Goals, chance assists, D-zone shot assists, exits, chance contributions, great. Entry chance prevention, 7th percentile. Neutral zone shot assists, 11th. Just because they don't do it doesn't mean they're not good at it. Doesn't mean they're bad at it just because it's a low percentile. It's just not part of their game, perhaps. But some stuff you definitely want to have, like D-zone retrievals, 43rd. Okay. Retrieval success, 52. Good. In-zone offense, 20th. Entry denial rate. Where's entry denial rate? 35th percentile. So that's Justin Falk. Jonathan Drouin going to the St. Louis Blues. Middle 6 playmaking winger. He's going to miss not being with Patty Waugh. Generally not a puck-dominant player, but took that to a whole new level in Long Island. On Long Island, I should say. Disrespect. Didn't help that he went from shooting 20% to 4%. Another fresh start is coming for Drouin now. He got his fresh start in Colorado, then in New York, and now... No, that Habs done for the days from 2024. Don't be fooled.
Another decision he didn't second guess.
Happy Town got fooled there.
Covering health and dental insurance. Prescription allergy pills.
Anyways, there's Drouin, 71st percentile of even strength offense, but his value has fallen off a cliff. His finishing was gone down to 0. Offense way down. Defense has come up. That's nice. And his numbers this year, 2025-26 microstats are whoa. I'll mute Hobbsy there for a second. I'll put the screen like this, by the way.
My bad.
No problem.
Laptop fell.
That's all right. What else are we seeing here? That's from Rono. Let me look that up for you there, Sheriff. Oh, can't spell. Rono analyst. Looking at Scott Lawton there for all you Kings fans out there. Yes, here are the numbers on him. Good bottom six defensive forward and versatile forward. Yes.
Good penalties drawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Lawton's a great piece. But for an expiring guy on a team that's not necessarily pushing for the playoffs, I hope that's not a first. Okay. Justin Hall hasn't played an NHL game this season. He's been in Grand Rapids. Season has 1 year remaining. Okay. Thrash doesn't hate it for the Red Wings. I got
to go in 6 minutes, so hopefully we find out.
Drouin, yeah, this year, ugly. High danger passes, shot off, high danger passes, skating speed, that's nice, but a lot of tough numbers.
Pagnotta believes Washington has something else lined up.
Oh, my gosh.
Beyond adding Liljegren, they have another deal in the queue. Okay, all right. Bill Guerin on ESPN talked about trying to get Trocheck. He said, I thought winning gold with Chris Drury would have gotten me a little bit of a discount, but he wasn't in that mood. Well, there you go. Trocheck to mini doesn't work out. So there's Drouin's numbers, and that's it.
Oh, Pajot just signed an extension with the Islanders.
Ah, well, there you go. Jean-Gabriel. David Kampf going to Washington. That's the trade. All right, so that's the move that was in the queue there for Washington. It's David Kampf. Kampf going to the Washington Capitals from the Vancouver Canucks, who just got him from the... Yeah, actually, he was signed. That's true. He was signed by the Canucks, 6 points in 38 games, and now he goes to Washington. I don't know why the Capitals are trying to go out and get him, but okay. It's down to the millisecond in the trade breakers in the Discord server. Re-signing Pajot too, nightmare deadline for Isles fans. Now their centers continue to be Bo Horvat, JG Pajot, and Braden Shen. So again, welcome to 2019, but it's not horrible. It's not. It's good. It's just a lot of money to guys who aren't getting any younger, aside from Bo Horvat, I guess. You got to pay him, but Pajot and Shen is your middle six centerman for the next couple of years. I wonder what the extension will be. Yeah. No news on Montembeault or the Canadians. Everything's been super quiet, so I'd be shocked if the Canadians made a trade that hasn't been somehow leaked somewhere somehow. Yeah. Come for a 6th round pick. Why did the Caps need to do that? I don't know, but they did. Let's see. A 6th, yeah. No problem for the Caps.
What a deadline.
Yeah, this has been a tough deadline. But every year brings new things. Last deadline I was engaged. This deadline I'm married. Who knows what next deadline has? Maybe there'll be a kid on my lap. No more sadness for Ovi. Yeah, life is good enough. Good again with David Kemp coming in.
Yeah, no more sadness for Ovi.
Isles should have traded for JT at this point. LOL, true throwback. Bring Johnny Tavares back. Yeah. I'm sure Habs have done no trades in this deadline. They'll keep status quo and miss the playoffs. No, I don't think you have to have that negative of a view on it. The Canadians are still one of the highest scoring teams in the league. And look, what have other teams done around them? Let's see us here. Welcome.
Nothing.
Welcome. Sorry?
Other teams have done nothing.
Right. Like the Canadians are in a wild card spot, and who are they competing with? Okay, the Lightning, tough to catch. The Sabres, they're a wagon. The Red Wings, they added Justin Falk. The Bruins did nothing. Blue Jackets got Connor Garland. Senators got Warren Fogle. Capitals lost John Carlson and got David Kampf and Timothy Liljegren. Flyers lost Delorier and I don't
Lucas
know.
Reichel to Boston.
Lucas
Oh, my
Reichel.
goodness.
Oh, that's a tough. Sorry.
Sixth round pick.
Guppy. And Canucks are hanging on to Teddy Bluger. So Sabres and Detroit both add Islanders too. Yeah, but I'm talking about for the playoffs. I'm not talking about the Metropolitan Division. In the Metro, okay, if you want to include the Metro, Hurricanes did nothing. Penguins got Soderblom, and the Islanders got Braden Shen. So if the Canadiens did absolutely nothing, I'm not saying that they're going to miss the playoffs. Who is bumping them out of a playoff spot? Tell me that. Because the Bruins aren't. And I'd be shocked if the Blue Jackets, Senators, or Capitals, or Flyers, or Maple Leafs do. So who's bumping them out of making the playoffs? How are they going to miss the playoffs by not? Who below them has made that jump that will now bump them out of the playoffs? That's what I want to hear.
Ottawa, Warren Fogle scoring 40 in the next 20 games.
There you go. That'll be it. Pajot, 3 years at $4.85 million. That's not bad at all. He's making $5 million now. 3 years at 4.85. That's a little discount kind of deal for JG.
The mayor
Pajot.
is saying it's a third for Lawton.
Let's go.
But Columbus looks good and Boston. But Rock and Pop, we gotta speak honestly here. We gotta speak honestly. Boston did nothing. Are you scared of Lucas Reichel bumping the Canadiens out of the playoffs? And Columbus getting Connor Garland is going to bump them out of the playoffs as well? They're the third highest scoring team in the league. I'm not saying they're going to win the cup, but they're making the playoffs. Okay, so David Kemp now. And yeah, sorry. So I totally glossed over that. It sounds like a third round pick for Scott Lawton, which would be a fantastic value. So David Kemp going to the Capitals. These are the numbers he's put up with the Canucks. Low event depth center, great even strength of defense. I mean, they lose Nick Dowd and they bring in David Kemp. So similar things there, I guess. Lucas Reichel going from Boston to Vancouver. Good old Lucas Reichel, who's been bounced around a lot now. Lucas Reichel, 17th overall pick of the Blackhawks, first round pick in 2020, gets traded to Vancouver when things aren't working out. I mean, he wasn't looking that bad, right? 4 points in 5 games, but didn't want to go back to Rockford. Things weren't working out after scoring 22 points in 70 games the year before, I guess. Goes to Vancouver, 1 point in 14 games. AHL, 13 points in 23 games, and now he goes to Boston. And now here it comes from Sheriff, the 10 gifted memberships. Hey, Landon's now a channel member. Landon, Gunsey, Liam, Roy, Cody, Jesse, Brett, Kyle, Canadian Warhol, James Fowler, all now members for the next month, unless you continue it on yourself. Now channel members, congratulations. If you're in the Discord server from one of the gifted subs that were given today or earlier today, please do let me know, because you get a special role in the Discord server and you have your loyalty badge, you have your emojis, and you get the access, like I said, to the behind the scenes things, created player raffles, and shout outs on the videos. Yeah, I am disappointed with this trade deadline, though. I do have to say. Golden, boys, I finally finished my work and I have seen the news today. Good day for sure. For the Leafs, yeah. The return isn't crazy, but at least you moved those players. Oh, Gavin almost got scared by a fake trade. All good. Awesome. Thank you, Warder. What am I saying? Thank you, Sheriff. Very much appreciated. And I'm glad that we can all rejoice in a third round pick for Scott Lawton, which is a very solid move.
Yeah, I like that. Oh, Friedman just tweeted that, or Lawton to the Kings, so it's official now.
There you go. Official. Lucas Reichel. They moved Kemp and Reichel. But Evander Kane and Teddy Bluger were not traded, but they were able to move David Kemp and Lucas Reichel, but not Evander Kane or Teddy Bluger. Prices were too high. Yeah, prices were too high. So be it. Okay. Are we waiting on anybody else here? I doubt there's going to be a card. There's a card for Lucas Reichel. Hey, there's a card for Lucas Reichel. Look at that.
Right. He's speedy.
Okay. So Sheriff's got to bow out now as we pass to 3:30. Thank you very much to Sheriff for the involvement in the channel, not just today, but for everything that he's been doing. And he's got to go now, so we'll let him just log off. He has to go quickly, not able to say goodbye. But we say thank you to him for being effectively the co-host of the day. Hobbsy now will slot in and keep bumping up his hours that I have to pay him for over the last few years. And Hobbsy and I will take it to the end here. So Sheriff is out. Hobbs and I will continue on. Lucas Reichel in that third percentile over the last 3 years, but with limited sample sizes. Had that flash of offense in 24-25, like I said, for a few games. Actually, no, 22 points. It was this year he scored 4 points in 5 games. So yeah, here he is. It's a whatever pickup for the Boston Bruins. It was overall not great for the Leafs. Pretty solid stuff. I still feel like they could have done better and more. Yeah, fair enough. And that's saying I'm a Pens fan, so I'm not too happy. Things are clearly going downhill for us, and we don't make any moves to address it. Also, Crosby and Malkin are now gone because no way Malkin doesn't get suspended. Yeah, so Malkin gets suspended. Crosby's out for a few weeks. They brought in Soderblom, and they're kind of just riding this out and hoping, which is not ideal for Pens fans. I agree. The Penguins would have wanted to do more today. I agree with that. There's Lucas Reichel.
Oh, Steve Stais is now talking, so I guess the Sens are officially done.
Sens are likely done there.
It's kind of unfortunate, but prices were really high.
Yeah, I see. McMahon for a second and a fourth. So McMahon and Lawton for a second, a third, and a fourth. And OEL stays. How long before Vasi rosters get uploaded, do you think? I have honestly no idea. I have no idea how long it'll take. I'm sure he's working on them right now, but it could be a few days. I'm going to try and get mine out on PlayStation by tonight because there's not much to do. It's got to do some player movement and some contracts. If I had to rebuild my roster from the ground up, it would take days, and I don't want to do that ever again. So NHL 26 might be my last year where I put in like really crazy detailed rosters. I don't know. It's just so much work that has to happen because the game is so bad. Friedman is way too quiet. Sorry?
That's what we could have been doing. We could have been updating the roster as we went along.
No, we should have been doing that. Every trade that happened, I should have done that. Friedman is way too quiet. Usually he says when teams are confirmed done for the deadline, got to be more stuff coming. I mean, I could keep working on it as we keep sitting around here. Have you ever played NHL Legacy Edition? No, I have not. I have not played that. You know what? That's not a bad idea. Actually, if my brother, a Penguins fan, just messaged me, season's over. Maybe he wants to come out and talk.
Oh, the third for the Leafs becomes a second if LA makes the playoffs.
Oh, that's nice. Here, I'll send the link to my brother if he wants to join. I don't know if he will. He's joined us before. Pens King. Big Penguins fan. Yeah, because if I go to my PlayStation, then I lose my 2 monitors. But what's the plan of conversations? We took the approach with this deadline that it was an opportunity, like always, to try and make our team better. We looked at just about everything. Okay, so that's like a ChatGPT statement from Stais. Thank you. If Breako can't play tonight with Falk traded, Blues could be short of D-man tonight. Ooh, interesting. Pajot, extended by the Islanders, is a veteran third-line center. He scores 40-ish points a year, still plays a defensive role, but doesn't especially thrive in it. Understandable. Yeah, there are the numbers on JG Pajot. You don't win face-offs. Yeah. Penguins have to do more, I think. Strom on Sportsnet is ragging on the Ducks right now. Dude was not happy being scratched. Oh, wow. Any quotes for us? That's crazy. Strom, Matt, it's not... You know, if Beckett Seneca takes your spot, what are you going to do? Good luck in Calgary. Out of the playoffs. Goodbye. Isn't that like Nebraska's favorite player or something? Did you say the Pens have 2 more? 2 more what? 2 more trades?
No, I think the Pens are done.
Pens are done. Dubas is speaking now. I think that's it. So back to the main page here. Yeah, Reichel for a 6th. Delore. Yeah. So I'll try. I think I could probably get my my roster done. Shouldn't take me more than like 20 minutes or 30 minutes to put in all the things that happened here. Just gotta make sure it's still cap compliant. Then once EA puts out their trade deadline roster update, I'll get an update to Puckpedia and be able to get your roster fixed with the game doing salary retention. Sadly, you can't add salary retention in a custom roster. So a conditional 3rd round pick. We said it turns into a 2nd to make the playoffs?
Yes. That's what Emily Kaplan said.
No more coming. Not seeing much here. That might be it. That might be it on trades here. One of the Flames' smaller sources say they were working on a Kadri deal right to the deadline, but not sure if it got done. If Favorite trade deadline ever? Mine's 2013 because of the Iginla trade. I'd have to look at. I don't remember what each deadline had, but there's definitely some that stick out for sure. Boston making blockbusters. Yes. Thoughts on the Brink for Juracek trade? We went over it a lot before already, but it's for the Flyers. They get a low risk, or not a low risk, but like a low. They get a good piece for a cheaper cost than it would have been. It's a low cost gamble, I suppose, if you want to call it. A guy who was a 6th overall pick, you get him for Bobby Brink. Brink, who was a small forward, didn't fit Rick Tocchet's system, having a decent season, goes to Minnesota, where he's from in Minnesota. And the Wild are the ones who are the losers, sadly, making the best of a tough situation. They trade a 1st, a 2nd, a 3rd, and a 4th for Juracek, and then flip him for Bobby Brink like 15 months later. So did they not do the proper due diligence before acquiring him? I don't know what it is. Things didn't work out with him in Iowa, with him in Minnesota, whatever. And Philly says, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to work on him next, as he played 31 games as a Wild and just over 50 games as in Iowa. If the Kings somehow make the playoffs, the 2nd for Lawton now isn't bad ROI from what the least paid for him last year. Well, a 1st in Grebenkin that turns into a 2nd or a 3rd. It's decent, but it's not what you want to keep him for a cup run this year at 1.5 million, so that you could add, and in the end you had to sell him. Should fill 4th line center role really well. Sad it didn't work out in Toronto. Found Scott Lawton. Draft year +1 looks bad though. Is coming from an armchair GM. Yeah, fair enough. Even if it doesn't work out with Philly, it's a gamble that they're happy to take, I think.
The Devils have recalled Dennis Cholowski from Utica.
Wow, Dennis, the chosen one, Cholowski. We'll probably wrap. Well, let's call it at 4 hours. We're at 3 hours 49. We'll call it at 4 hours, unless something is really about to happen or something. But last trade was 10 minutes ago now. At this point, that might be it. Give it another 10 minutes. 26 trades. This is deadline day. I don't think there's 26 trades today. Good old Lucas Reichel.
Guaranteed we're going to wrap it up, and then someone's going to make a blockbuster.
Oh, yeah. It's always like that. But it can only go so long. We're at 40 minutes after the deadline now. We'll do 10 more minutes. It'll be 50 minutes after the deadline.
I think it's pretty much done, but...
Yeah. Things are just getting retweeted at this point. Kings give a conditional 3rd. Becomes a 2nd to make the playoffs. Yes. Yeah, not the most eventful trade deadline.
Maybe the real trade deadline is the friends we made along there.
Very, very well said. I'm going to take that right now. Maybe the real trade.
Apparently, Steve Steo said it was eerily quiet today.
Yeah.
Which
I wonder if that was because everyone wanted 6 first-round picks for 4th liners.
Probably.
What emoji can I put here? Is there a tweet that has the number of trades? Number of trades? Kind of to show how low it was. 10 trades today. 10 trades?
That sounds about right.
Yeah. There you go. That's wild. All right. Oh, got a follower right here. Shout out to Vile. And I'm not a huge presence on Twitter, but I have a few gem tweets from time to time. 473 followers. Feel free to hop in. Biz is not okay. Poor Biz. Bum. Who's pinging me in the Discord server here? Sheriff. Very good. Remember, if you're in the Discord server, please let me know. Oh, that's you. Awesome. Thank you. Please let me know if you're in the Discord server, if you're a channel member, so I can add that role to you. Nice job, Hobbsy. Tijikan fan. I took it from him, but everything between Hobbsy and Data is there's no copy. There's a treaty, no, like a tax exempt treaty. Okay, Biz, cry harder, man. Cry harder. This guy. And then Sportsnet just has to blast it every 2 seconds with their Bet365 ads. Yeah, so Shen was Drouin, a first and a third, and Gidloff. So 4 pieces for Braden Shen. Tidy piece of business from Doug Armstrong. You got to give it to him. In the end, they didn't trade Thomas, Kyra, or anything, and they traded out Shen and Falk, 2 guys who are 33 or older, for 2 firsts, 2 thirds, Drouin and Gidloff. So we were about to like burn the Blues organization to the ground, and you know what? They made 2 tidy trades. Worked out. Now my brother might be joining to talk about the Penguins here a little bit. We'll have some Penguins thoughts to end off the deadline. As we're at about 3:45. I'm surprised St. Louis didn't trade Binnington. That's I'm more surprised about. That's the one trade that I thought would have happened for sure.
I'm just kind of surprised about the lack of action today.
Yeah. I mean, like we had said earlier, is it because there's no more double retention and stuff like that? I suppose that plays a
maybe,
part.
but I don't know.
I feel like that can be everything. I liked the tweet. What was it? It was from Puck Empire, right? This was the good one. Puck Empire. What did they said earlier? NHL's no one to blame with themselves or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, playoff salary cap and no more double retention. So many contenders were able to make more moves because of double retention. Just a brutal decision on their part. Yeah, but it's also keeping things fair, right? The playoff salary cap, people were screaming for a playoff salary cap. Double retention, okay, I guess we could talk about that. But playoff salary cap, people were screaming from the rooftops for playoff salary cap. Get the wife and talk about her Blues. I'll see if I can get her down. I can nothing respect the Blues deadline. Not trading their 2 young studs, but still getting 2 firsts. Quite tidy. Yep. Bushelnikov could also be going to St. Louis. Portfolio. Whoa, really? Dmitry Bushelnikov. Let's wait and see. If the Red Wings gave up a first, a third, and Bushelnikov for Justin Falk, Stevie Y is going to be in witness protection.
They did. The Red Wings just tweeted it out.
No. That is incredible. I am following the Red Wings. No, Bushelnikov. The Red Wings are in shambles. Justin Hall, dump, no problem. Dmitry Bushelnikov. Love this as a Red Wings hater. Dmitry Bushelnikov, great prospects. Tearing it up in the KHL, is he not? 23 points in 38 games for the 22-year-old, unless they're sure that he's not coming to North America or something. Oh, that's a big yikes. I don't think they'll change the rules next year. No, I don't think so. They've made the rules. They're going to stick with him for a little bit. Oh, that's a big yikes. Bushelnikov, 23 points in 38 games in the KHL, 22-year-old sniper, who they used a second-round pick on. They acquired his rights in the Anthony Mantha trade. Wow, Bushelnikov, a first and a third. That is a tough package to give for like 80 games of Justin Falk. Wow, that's a great trade for the Blues, though.
All I'm going to say is if John Gibson's play falls off a cliff, look out.
Yeah, big time.
Absolute
Stevie Y into witness protection. That's a tough one. Totally understand the pressure to make something happen, but that's a sizable price tag. I guess we'll just say that. Like if they moved Bushelnikov or the first, like Bushelnikov and a third, or Bushelnikov and a second, that would make sense. But Bushelnikov and a first and a third, that's tough. Like we were just talking about, they got to dip into their prospects. Sorry?
They got rid of Justin Hall. That's what really matters.
True, but he was on an expiring contract. If he had term, I would have said a bit more. But I don't know. I don't like that. We were saying they need to move some of their pieces. But for me, it was one or the other, picks or prospects. But to move, not your best prospect, but one of your top 5 prospects, I would say, and a first and a third for a guy who's 33, only signed on for 1 more year. I'm not convinced. Yeah, I thought a first and Merca would have been a lot for Parayko, says Negativi. But Parayko has a lot of term at least. Falk's only 1 more year.
Can you imagine if Parayko didn't block
did,
the trade?
yeah.
We got 3 firsts, Mertka, Bushelnikov, plus other pieces.
Wow. But like, because Parayko is going to a wagon of a team at the top of their conference and has term. First and Mertka makes sense. To give a similar package, a first and Bushelnikov, less, definitely less, but similar for Justin Falk as a bubble team for a guy who signed on for 1 more year, I don't like it that much. Leafs did not trade Oliver Ekman-Larsson after scratching him for roster management reasons last 2 nights, just hurting my fantasy team instead. They established a high price tag for a player with 2 more years of team control and stuck to it. There you go.
Oh
Trade
yeah, the
him
team
for
control
fourth
is
next
good at least.
Mm-hmm. Ethan, what are your thoughts on the Jack-Eye trade? No Jack-Eye trade today, Ethan. Thankfully, no Jack-Eye trade. If you're hearing something, there's rumors. Thankfully, there's no sent to Calgary. No. That was the rumor in the White Cloud conversation. I don't know if you're just pulling my leg or if you thought there was something that happened, but no Jack-Eye trade that we know of yet. But the conversation of Coleman and Kadri and White Cloud and all that, no, nothing happening there.
Liljegren got a 4th.
A 4? Okay, that's fine. A fine piece of business there by the Capitals. Move a 4th for Timothy Liljegren. Yeah, tidy. Just saw on TSN. No, must be mistaken. Must have seen something, conversation or whatever, but no. Jack-Eye, nothing confirmed or even really rumored beyond an article that was yesterday, right? 2026 4th. I mean, unless Bushelnikov is really just never going to come to North America or something, or wasn't going to come to Detroit. Bushelnikov is not an A prospect, but he's a very good prospect. I'd say a B+ prospect and a first and a third for 1 year and for like 80 games of Justin Falk. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe I'm putting too much pressure on Stevie Y. I don't like it if I'm a Wings fan. Is it ridiculous? No. Is it too much? I think yes. Thanks for the info. I'd like to keep him. Yes, I believe the Canadians are keeping him.
I just want to say the Bob McKenzie cameos at this house drinking wine every time it cuts to commercial is keeping me alive today.
I haven't been watching too much. The screen's a bit far from me. Let's see the prospect. This is not my area. If you know what I mean. I think of those conversations. Okay, so a lot of different quotes there from Steve Staios. Okay, so we've passed 4 hours now. I said this is when we'd be wrapping up here. What did we learn in the last 10 minutes when I said let's call it? We learned about Bushelnikov. We learned about the 4th for Liljegren. So I think that's about it. And the market right now is that Habs want to play Jack. They probably should look to trade him for a good home, but don't think that's happening. No, I don't think that's happening. Hated that guy, but one of these so-called insiders did say Kadri was traded to the Habs. I really, really want it to be true. Who said that? Who said that, Gavin? So-called insiders. Let's see who it is.
Bissonnette?
Sorry? Oh, Bissonnette.
So-called.
No word from the Canadians. Hold on. No word from the Canadians at this moment as to when Kent Hughes will speak, almost an hour after the deadline. This is not a complaint, just very interesting to me. But here's what I don't understand for any team. How long is this queue? And there's only one person working at the National Hockey League? That, like, if you are busy, that's because something's still being worked out, right? And you're still on phone calls and everything. But it's over. The deadline has passed. Whatever you wanted to do has already been worked out. So are you just on hold on your phone and that's it?
Can I be the central registry guy?
Yeah, like that guy's getting paid $80,000 plus benefits per year for sure. And here we are. Dit que Kadri à Montréal s'est fait.
Well, I assume they have to like verify everything like 4 times so people don't lose first round picks. Like,
Oh, is it this guy here? It's Hockey Inside. Oh, it's this guy. Breaking news: the Canadiens have acquired Kadri. Hockey Insider. Hashtag confirmed. That being said, we're still waiting to hear from Kent Hughes. Hockey Insider is a classic. You know what? I'd love to see the numbers on Hockey Insider because sometimes he's right. But is that just lucky, or is that because he's actually an insider? I don't know. Actually, this is not him. Where's the real Hockey Insider? Hockey Insider. How many R's does it have to be? Where's this guy? Where is this guy?
Kyle O'Reilly.
I don't trust him, but I really want it, man. His accuracy's got to be like 1%. This is the same Hockey Insider as EA might be.
Have the Flames said anything about Conroy speaking yet?
True as well. It's 1R, Hockey Insider. Yeah, Twitter, I had no idea who I was talking about because I put an extra R. But which... I'm going to snap. Is it this guy? Who is it? What's his name?
There's 2 Y's and 2 R's.
Okay. Hockey Insider. Oh, there's 2 Y's. And then no results.
Well, you forgot the IN.
Oh my goodness.
Hockey Cider.
What's wrong with me? Okay, I was going to say, did I block this guy? Okay. Is there anything he broke today? Who is this guy, Hockey Insider? Like literally, who is this? I wonder.
Frank on a burner.
Can take Corey Perry off the trade target board. Update, please. I love him calling out. I see him call out Frank all the time. I love it. So the last thing that he said, if this guy is the truth, speaking the truth, let's say, conversation with Thomas at a standstill, including Hage. Let's say it's true that the Canadiens are discussing 2 hours ago a deal that could send Kadri with retention to Montreal. This is big as Kadri did not want to retain until today, which is a deal breaker for the Habs. So if the Canadiens got Nazem Kadri with retention, my entire outlook on that changes. If it's with retention, then I'm on board. If you can get him, let's say, if he's at even 5.5, just 1.5 million retention, let's say, it's like 5.5 million for 2 more years, I would take that for Nazem Kadri. But because the Flames were so adamant that they weren't retaining, does that mean that the price tag skyrockets? Oh, my brother can't make the stream, he said, but he said, say on my behalf to all of Penn's Nation, season is over. Sorry to tell you.
This is from 37 minutes ago. And it snuck by us, but apparently Tanner Pearson is being traded for a late round pick.
Really? Here, we're gonna get a guest
right here for the Winnipeg Free Press.
We're gonna get our guest to come join us here for a second.
Hello.
On Lieutenant Tesora is here. So here's what the Blues have done today. Okay, you ready for this?
Wow. I don't know if I have the best hockey takes.
But just to say.
Okay.
Your brother is a doomer.
He is. Okay, so the Blues, remember they were saying could Cairo get traded? Could Thomas get traded?
Okay, yeah.
Guys who are signed for a long time at a young age, right?
Right.
Here you go. Your fans are here on the side.
Hey, wow. What an honor. What an absolute honor it is to be here. Yep.
So, Colton Brayko is one who got traded but then said no, right?
Habs haven't made any.
Don't look at
Habs
these
haven't made any moves.
Don't influence. Hey Dan, welcome. Don't influence Tesora.
Tesora's been out running the errands and things today, so
Yes.
I have missed a lot of it.
Welcome in, Dan.
Wow. Hats off to you too.
Kirby was saying he wants to help contribute to the immigration fund.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So that being said, so Preko, they said that they tried to trade him, got waived off, and they said they'll probably trade Bennington.
I'm sorry.
Remember this?
Sorry. Go back.
They wanted to trade Preko.
Yep.
And he said no.
Yeah, he's the one who denied
So
us. Yeah.
I told you, okay, they'll probably just trade Bennington.
Right. Mm-hmm.
In the end, they did not trade Bennington.
For sure.
For sure.
He's done.
Yeah,
Okay.
for sure. They did trade Justin Falk,
Right.
who's signed on for 1 more year, $6.5 million. And they did trade Braden Shen,
Right.
the captain, signed on for 2 more years, $6.5 million as well. So you keep Cairo, you keep Thomas, you keep all those guys, you keep your young players. You're getting $13 million off your books next year and $6.5 million off your books the year after.
Okay.
You got 2 first-round picks, 2 third-round picks, Jonathan Drouin, a forward prospect, and a goalie prospect for trading Falk and Shen.
Right.
What do you think?
I'm pleased. I think you have to do something when nothing's working. And, you know, you're not going to get something for nothing. So there's some sacrifice there, but
I think it's a slam dunk for sure.
I don't think it's a problem.
Moving them is, you can say, was it right to move them? Was it not right to move them? But the value you get back for 2 guys who are 33 and 34, signed on for $6.5 million.
Yeah.
They get 2 firsts, 2 thirds, a roster player, 2 prospects.
Yeah, people are never going to be happy to see a player that they like leave. You know, my dad's not going to be happy as a Blues fan to see some of his players leave, but to see Shen leave. But.
And it makes sense for the Blues. Like we said, do you want to start gearing up to be as competitive as possible in 2-3 years from now? Yes. But trading Thomas and Kyrou wouldn't have done that. So you trade out the older guys, bring in value, and you keep your Thomas, your Kyrou, your Broberg, your Holloway, your Mailloux, your Hofer, etc.
What were we maybe going to get for Binnington?
Binnington, no goalies ended up getting traded at all today. It was all about the big goalie market. Oh, Skinner and Bobrovsky and Binnington. 0 got traded. So what would Binnington have got? Based on this market, probably a first-round pick, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Tanner Pearson to Buffalo for a 7th is a deal that comes in over an hour. Or no, actually at an hour. Hey, Puckpedia liked my tweet. So those are the details there. Jeff Skinner did not sign with an NHL team. Ooh. So he won't be eligible for the playoffs. Jeff Skinner, poor guy. Didn't sign with a team. So there you have it. I said we were going to call it at 3:50, but now at 4 o'clock, another trade has just come through, and we still have not heard anything on Kent Hughes's press conference. So we're definitely staying until at least that we hear that the Canadians are not doing anything else. If the Canadians, let's start talking about this. Am I delusional? Gavin would love it, and so would I. If there's retention, if the Canadians somehow swung a deal to get Nazem Kadri retained, I'm on board. Because that bridges the gap to Michael Hage, and Oliver Kapanen can be a bit more sheltered. I don't know. So 3 more years, let's say in a magical world, what new trade was Tanner Pearson for a 7th?
Kadri to Colorado.
No. Nazem Kadri back to the Avalanche? What? Nazem Kadri going back to Colorado? How do they have the money?
Sorry to burst your bubble, but
no, it's fine. Nazem Kadri to the Avalanche. Good thing we didn't stop the live stream. I would have snapped. Nazem Kadri, Gavin, the chains have been broken. He's free. Kadri to the Avalanche, but for what? And will there be retention? Is the question mark. Nazem Kadri. Sorry.
There has to be retention, or Colorado sending the contract back.
Yeah, because they're at $6.9 million. They have no draft picks. Like, did they give their first in 2028 and a second in 2027? Like, what are they going to give here? Brindley maybe would be involved. I don't know.
This is Gavin Brindley when we thought he went for McCann 2 hours ago.
Exactly.
Or McMahon. Jeez.
Confirming to Colorado. It's in the queue. An hour later, it's still in the queue. Alvin saying he didn't get any offers today for Bluger and Kane. Yeah, right. Hockey Insider changes history to Colorado. Let me see this. Hey, where's the real fake one? Insider. My goodness, he's verified even. There you go. There's a new version of this tweet. I love it. So this goes to show, if you're ever wondering, is this guy a clown? Yes, he's a clown.
Dice says it's a 27-second. Sean Barron's in a 4th. That feels
really. Light. That's crazy. That's all the Flames are getting for Nazem Kadri? I mean, if there's no retention, I guess they get to dump his contract. They get a 2027 second, one of the 2 that the Avalanche have. Close this. And they get Barons and one of these 2 fourths. So they have 2 seconds. So one of the fourths. So Colorado now is only 1 fourth.
Okay, hold that thought.
Oh, you're messing around. Oh, okay. Sorry.
I think
Okay.
Gavin would have snapped.
I think poor Gavin. I was gonna say, I understand there's no retention, but stop the count. Hold on a second.
The Jets have activated Josh Morrissey from the IR and
Okay.
recalled Brad Lambert and Isak Rosé.
Got it. Kadri back to the Avalanche. Kadri, who was always a great fit with the Avs. Always a great fit with the Avs, and just they couldn't afford to re-sign him for the $7 million, but now they take him on for $7 million. He won a Stanley Cup in Colorado as an 87-point player, goes to Calgary, has some decent years, but now will return to Colorado to keep on fighting for a couple more Stanley Cups, or at least one more, right, before he's done. The Avalanche.
You got a donation.
Oh, look at this. Hold on. Oh, Ethan with the 99 cents. Boom. Let's go. 66 of those cents come to me. That's awesome. Ethan gets one entry into our created player raffle. So when we spin the wheel to see who gets created players in our franchise mode series of like the 100 entries, one of them belongs to Ethan, who says,
"Aren't you doubling?"
Oh, thank you, Hobbsy. Ethan owes you a high five. Yes, it is doubled today. 2 entries for Ethan. It's a shame we can't take on Kadri, but I was about to explode. Poor Gavin. It's if there's no retention, I'm happy we didn't get Kadri. But if the Avalanche got him retained, I'm going to say, too bad. We'll see. But yeah, I'm sure the Avalanche moved at least a second there. But we'll see who else is involved. I mean, in their system, Ivan, Gavin Brindley, Sean Barons, yes. Not that much who are signed. Elena Nabokov, I'd be shocked if Elena Nabokov's involved. No, there's no way. There's no way he's involved. Let me see the Avalanche here. Oops. Who else do they have? Not much. Yeah, they don't have like anything prospect-wise or pick-wise. So I don't know what happened here. Like, every other team wants prospects and picks. The Flames, if they're not retaining any salary, would be more interested in saying, okay, we'll take the lower-end prospects and the lower-end picks. Yes, and congrats to Gavin on winning that jersey. Actually, don't know what the return could be. Maybe Nichushkin, Brindley, and a pick. Nah, I'd be shocked if it's Nichushkin and Brindley and a pick. But Kadri going back to Colorado. Biggest trade of the day happens an hour after the deadline.
Yeah, what's the deadline for anyway? If the trades are coming in an hour later,
is there no one else working at NHL but like one 78-year-old man on a rotary telephone? Like, I don't know. Yeah, Kadri, I like it. I like it a lot for the Avalanche. Just what's the price tag? 3 years as an Av. His best hockey was played as an Av, pretty much. Got a giant contract with the Flames. Took their money. Did nothing in terms of playoff success and said goodbye. And yeah, big move for the Avs, who now looking at their depth chart, they're getting the trades via smoke signals at this rate. I guess they are. So your 3 centers are now
smoke
McKinnon,
signals and carrier pigeons.
McKinnon, Nelson, and Kadri are now your 3 centermen. The Avalanche are easily the Cup favorites, I would think, with that trade, right? If they weren't already. The Avalanche, who are atop the NHL with 91 points, a 41-win team, 41 wins in 60 games already. Morse code, yeah. Using fax. They were still using fax machines for their trades. Love it. Let's get the Kadri card here. Jay Fresh went to bed, I guess. That's the Avalanche. So your depth now, McKinnon, Nelson, Kadri. You have Waugh on your 4th line. Kiviranta, Brindley for sure. FBS. They got to move a couple guys out of here. I think the Avs are the Cup favorites right now. What a move. Gutsy. Let me get some water here. Here's Lawton a year ago.
I'm glad we finally got an actual notable trade.
Thank goodness. Most important part of this, the Flames are going to be abysmal down the stretch. The tank truly begins. The worst part of this is how hard it's going to be to make Kadri fit on the Avalanche in my new roster, because already they have tons of cap problems. But if there's retention, that'll be helpful. You know, I remember last year on this time, I had a big bowl of grapes. I was starving. Remember that? I wonder if the store can bring back down some sweet potato chips. Those are really good. Sorry, crackers. Sweet potato crackers. Let's see what she says. Centers are McKinnon, Kadri, Nelson, and Roy. That's quite an insane group of centers. Yep.
Just when she thought she'd be able to spend time with you again, Kadri gets traded.
Well, thankfully, it's still going to be. I'm still making the commitment that as soon as the stream is done, I'll do the roster editing, which will take whatever 20 minutes. But then I'm not doing anything until the live stream on Saturday night, and then after that, I'm doing nothing until the live stream on Monday night. Oh yeah, sweet potato chips. I don't even like sweet potatoes, but I love sweet potato like crackers. Looking like Arvidsson will be extended. Hold on a second. Two sides circled back and got the deal done at the last second. Was told the Kadri camp was none too pleased. They thought they had a deal in place earlier this week. Calgary did right by the player in the end. So 6 hours ago, Marco D'Amico said regarding Kadri, ownership's unwilling to retain, which significantly limits the market. Believe that the Flames had a deal in place with the Avalanche, but with the retention taken off the table, they pivoted to Nick Roy. Then they say, hey, we got Nick Roy. How about we take Kadri as well? So there you go. The Kadri camp was not pleased that this didn't get done, so then they made it happen. So I bet the return isn't anything too wild. That Kadri's camp said, hey, we really want this to happen. And that Avalanche would say, hey, you want this to happen and you're not retaining, we'll give you like a second and a fourth, you know? Hey, thanks so much. These are really good.
Oh, my pleasure.
Hey, nice. Is this supper? This is my supper?
Actually, there's an exciting supper.
There's an exciting supper?
Yep.
No kidding.
No kidding.
Hey, my wife is great. I love my wife.
Yay.
All right, thanks a lot. I'll try to mute myself when I'm chewing, but just, yeah, we'll keep the screens going here. And Michael Axe says hi. Michael Axe said hi. She says hello.
Okay, great player, great team, fits perfectly.
My steak, my steak is too juicy moment. That is really good. That's a joke of the day, man. There's been a few good laughs today. That's my joke of the day. That is good. Oh, man. I can't swallow. Oh, man. The source presence got us a Kadri move. There you go. The replicator is getting fired up at 10 forward. Oh, man. My steak is too juicy. Oh, so Tanner Pearson, we didn't look at him at all, really.
I forgot he was still in the league, to be honest.
Honestly, yeah. I love Tanner Pearson, though. He was really good with the Canadiens in the role that he played. But that was like during the COVID run. I don't know. I forgot.
I have no recollection of him being a Canadian.
Right there. 54 games. Actually, no, that wasn't the COVID run. I take it back. I'm sorry. He has 13 points in 52 games this year with Winnipeg. All right. I mean, we still haven't heard anything from the Canadians. Just because it's not Kadri doesn't mean there's nothing.
Could we get like a running tracker of teams that haven't confirmed they're done?
I wish there was a tracker of that. Yeah. The league's trying to fight me here. Pearson as a Penguin's good, then his hand got messed up. Let me see this here. Oh, man. Lunchbox. I haven't heard from him in a while. Love that. Maybe I was a bit too harsh on CV. I don't know.
I don't like that trade either, though.
This guy Thrash always has the same thumbnail in every video with that face. Funny. It's so funny what some YouTubers do.
Oh, the Sharks kicked tires on Panarin, apparently.
The Sharks?
Yeah, I guess when he was with the Rangers.
Must have been. A good point here. Pagnata said Lundberg and Coleman didn't move. So then maybe Kadri to Colorado, White Cloud to Montreal. I could see it. I would like to see a White Cloud to Montreal trade. How long till Bezier's captain? Start of next year, this offseason, I say. My steak is too juicy.
The Kadri J Fresh card is up.
Tanner Pearson is 33. If you told me 35 or 36, I would have said yeah. Thank you. So Kadri, let's check it out. Oh, let me see. Nope, not seeing it.
It should be up.
Steos, we were aggressively looking. You flipped a second and a third for a third and Fogle. Wasn't a bad move, but
I mean, yeah, but if the prices were too high, I don't hate it.
I agree. Once again, yes, but then don't say, "Oh, we were aggressive and we really tried. We really tried." Just be honest and say, "Look, we looked into everything. Prices were too high. We like our group."
Oh,
I hate when GMs
here
try
you
to
go.
Huh?
Brennan Othman to Calgary.
Brennan Othman. Where are these trades happening? Where I'm not seeing them.
This one was Vince Mercogliano. I don't know, some Rangers guy.
Who's this guy? I don't see his account anywhere, but
Peter Baugh reposted it, if that helps.
Peter Baugh?
Yeah. And Kaplan just tweeted it out, so B-O-U or B-A-U-G-H.
All right, never mind. Kaplan put it. So Brennan Othman to the Rangers. Oh, sorry, for the Flames. Still no Bruins conference yet either. They're waiting to welcome in Lucas Reichel.
So is Calgary just going to be full of young guys we thought were going to be superstars? Connor Zary or Brennan Othman?
Connor Zary, I still have hope for him.
Me too.
So Brennan Othman. The two ends? Yeah. Former first-round pick in 2021, franchise mode. Not a legend, but he always had that high potential. 16 points in 28 games in the AHL this year, 3 points in 42 career NHL games. Yeah, it's not great for Brennan Othman, but again, if these guys are going to have success, it's probably going to be on a team where they're going to be given a chance to do so, and a team that has that mentality. If the Rangers have space but not the right mentality for a young player to find space, then forget it. But the Flames are just saying, hey, we're bad, and we have a bunch of good young players, and let's just see what happens with Parrick and Carnato leading the way and whatever else, then sure. When you get caught lying. Say it again. Marco D'Amico loves that.
Okay, the Kadri card just showed up on my feed again, so...
Okay, here it is. You must have made a mistake. Man, look at these numbers. I like that. A top six center who's very active and ambitious with the puck, uses the perimeter both as a shooter and a playmaker, never a quick skater, and is weakened defensively, but still a genius at drawing penalties. Yeah, 99th percentile. That's crazy. I think Kadri has gained a little bit of respect around the league over the last few years as well. Not just a pest or whoever. I think he's not quite in that Marchand category, but 81st percentile even strength offense for the last 3 years, according to weighted average data. 80th percentile in the projected wins above replacement of the last 3 years. So very much in that like 80th last couple seasons. Dropped off this year below the 50th as his defense has dropped. His finishing has fallen off a cliff, but the offense is still high enough. Finishing isn't all about goals. Yeah, he's on pace for what, like 20 goals after being a 35 goal scorer in the past. I mean, he's a he's a 3-time 30 goal scorer. So I don't expect him to be a 30 goal guy year in and year out. It's only 3 times that he's done it. But back in Colorado for another couple seasons, yeah, he was trending down. Let me see here. If I look at the point production. This year, he was on a 55-point pace. So 75, 67, 55, not to mention 56 and 22-23. I could see him getting back to 60, 70 plus for sure at the Avalanche. Of course, he'll age, and by the end of the contract, we'll see. But to end this season, the last 20 games, watch him be close to point per game. And next year, watch him be back up to 70 points, right? Yeah, we saw that tweet earlier from those thoughts from Bill Guerin. Gavin Dude is such a whiner, draws him a ton of penalties, but his attitude definitely frustrates me sometimes. Yeah, fair enough. He hasn't really gotten out of the whiner category, but he's still in the same, like, I think when I say respect has grown for Kadri, it's like you're able to, yeah, you're whining and we don't like you, but you back it up with, 80 points or whatever. So there's Kadri. Yeah, draws tons of penalties. Primary goals, 69th percentile. Primary assists in the 66th. Even strength offense, 81st. Even strength defense, just in the 12th. Power play, 71st. Levels of competition, 60th. Meh. Levels of teammates, 55th. Yeesh. And finishing is just in the 62nd percentile. Even with a drop off a cliff, it's still up there thanks to the previous years. In exchange for Jacob Battaglia. Oh, interesting. I have Jacob Battaglia in my friend in my Dynasty League. Jacob Battaglia for Brennan Othman. So Othman, first round pick in 2021, 23 years old, playing in the AHL. Battaglia is 19, a second round pick, and is doing pretty well in the OHL. I mean, he should probably be doing a little bit better, but I love this trade for the Rangers. What do you think about this, Gavin? Battaglia for Othman. I don't like that for Calgary. Who knows what happens with Othman? He had so much, he had a ton of potential, and he still has that first round pedigree, and he's only 23. But I know, yeah, Battaglia has been stagnating. But is that the value that you trade for Othman? Oh no. At least he gets to live outside of the Rangers organization. Yet another prospect who's broken free. You know that video? I've never seen Breaking Bad, but you know that meme or that clip that's used of Jesse? Maybe it would be spoilers or Breaking Bad spoilers, because I've never seen the show, so I'm probably spoiling something. Breaking Bad spoilers, block your ears here. When he's like, isn't he like free? Like he breaks free and he's driving in a car and he's driving like to the border or something. He's finally free from all the pain of being under Walter White or something. And then he's like laughing and screaming and crying, but angry all at the same time. Like an incredible acting performance. That's every prospect who gets out of the Ranger organization. Let me see if that's a GIF somewhere. If Hobbsy chuckled, it must be good.
Kent Hughes is on his way to address media in Anaheim.
Oh, okay, great. It's this one here. Every prospect leaving the Rangers. Every prospect who is able to leave the Rangers organization. Kadri's on TSN right now. I have TSN here.
A lot of guys that, I've been in a battle with already, so, it's hopefully a pretty seamless transition. Obviously, there's a few other teams in the mix, but, ideally, this was certainly number one.
I mean, I can't think of a trade deadline deal where a guy could go to a more perfect situation. First of all, you go to the number one Stanley Cup contender in Colorado. You go to a place where you had the greatest moment of your career in Colorado. It doesn't seem like it can get better than this as far as having to be traded at the deadline.
I mean, is this real? For me, it's a very exciting situation. I mean, first and foremost, I got to thank the Calgary Flames and how they handle business and how they, treated a veteran player and, found every way possible to try to make this connection for me. And without them, this couldn't be possible. And there's no doubt in my mind.
No trades for the Canadians today.
The Calgary Flames are going to be a popular destination to play in. But I just can't wait to get to Denver and get to work and see my buddies.
Well, you talked about the sweat. Like, just take me through. Like, how many times during the day, the afternoon, did you think it wasn't going to happen, and then it was going to happen, and then it wasn't going to happen again?
I mean, really.
Hey, DeBrow, welcome in, buddy. Thanks for that. That's 2 entries for you. Entries were doubled today. 2 entries for you in the raffle.
Roller coaster of emotions. One minute you think you're out of the door, and the next minute you think you're staying, and the next minute you think you're out, and you're staying again. So it's a lot of flip flopping, but of course, these deals.
Creative player raffle.
You're gonna have two working parties. But at the end of the day, found out pretty late, and I was excited to say the least.
Have the texts started from the Nathan McKinnons of the world or anybody yet?
Oh yeah. I've been speaking to him for a little bit. Gabe, Kale, all the guys I obviously have a reputation with. So, like I said, like I related to them, I just can't wait to get into town and see them again.
It's going to be fun to watch you. A lot of depth at center for the Colorado Avalanche. I'm still a little bitter that you and ODog beat me in the golf match last year, but I'm still really happy for you today, Nas.
And rematch, no problem.
All right, that is Nazem Kadri, who goes back to Colorado where he won a Stanley Cup, traded from the Calgary Flames.
All right, there you go. So I would think that's the last trade now. We're at an hour 24 after the deadline. This is ridiculous. Sounds like they really tried to force that Nas deal through to make the player happy. Leaves me a little worried for the return. Yeah, that's the thing. Once we hear the return on Kadri, I think that's the deadline, right? My pleasure. No problem, Gavin. That'll be the last thing we're going to wait to hear on. And then I think we're going to call it there. Hey, we're going to get close to 5 hours at this point. Just like last deadline. Need more of those sweet potato crackers. Classy move from Calgary. Yeah, for sure. Now, what did that class cost? Colorado? We'll see. Yeah, Othman for Battalion is an interesting one, for sure. Shen for Druin just got put finally. The details finally came through on that. Yeah, it takes a bit of time. So, you know what? By time all the details in each trade comes out with no move clauses and all that, it might probably be later tonight that I do the roster. I don't know.
Habs went down to the wire on a deal that didn't get done, but could be done in the summer.
That's so crazy. Habs went down to the wire on a deal that didn't get consummated, but could be done in the summer. Oh, I should probably be listening. Hold on, let me change the TV to the French channel. Hold on, I'm looking for RDS here. Hold on. Where's RDS? There you go. Spécial transaction.
We look at deals that can help us kind of more in the short term, right? But those deals you have to.
Sorry, if you said anything, I was gone for a second.
Sits today, what we have coming and how those decisions affect both the here and the future of it. And if we had found a deal that we thought made sense at the right price, we would have done it.
What was your just mindset going into today, knowing you were losing time?
Well, it's different. Somebody said, how long do you know? Because we had some other things that potentially happened if we had concluded the one that we were working on. And somebody had said, how long? I said, well, you don't determine the timeline as much as from a buyer's perspective than you do as a seller's perspective. So
when you say you spent a lot of time working on something that you might revisit in the summer that could get consummated, then can you characterize the nature of such a deal? I know you can't speak about a position, but is that a big deal? Is it something?
Yes, I think it was.
No, it's not worth my time. Why am I going to argue with fools on Twitter? It's not worth my time. It's not worth my time.
Hey, what if Lucas Reichel comes in and scores 10?
Augmenté.
What's that?
So what if Lucas Reichel comes in and scores 10?
Exactly.
Le frappe jouant pour nous. Alors, mais on l'a pas trouvé.
When you spend that much time,
Kent Hughes, man, so close.
Gavin says it could be throw track. Definitely someone with term.
Has to be someone with term, yeah, if it's in the summer.
Get that boost going for the final run towards the playoffs. Just how do you approach the team now with nothing they've done today?
Oh, I think there's probably a good part of our group that's. I felt like I was the principal in a high school or elementary school after a bunch of students screwed up. Every time I walked in, everybody put their hand down, and I was not. I don't think anybody was looking to speak to me today. So I feel like one, it's a sign that our players are happy to be here, and that they're happy with the group.
Yeah, that's true.
And they're not ignorant or what's the word I'm looking for? They're not ignoring the fact that we made significant moves since the end of last season to improve our team with the acquisition of Noah and Zach Bordeaux.
Just tempting us. Tell us, Kent.
Not at the deadline.
And there's conversations you've had today, whether it was with agents or other potential players. What type of feedback were you getting about the desire to play here in Montreal and what you're building here? What was that response like?
To be honest, there were a lot of people.
I'm just waiting on the return. As soon as we get the return on Kadri, we're done.
No trade list. But it was interesting that the
Should
feedback
be waiting a
was
while.
we had been on for
Unless it's
prior
just
time,
too long.
They were willing to waive if a deal came through. So I think there's a recognition around the league that we're heading in the right direction. We understand that we have to keep moving. We have to keep moving the ball forward to get where we want to be.
En français, si tu pouvais confirmer, donc, vous aviez des joueurs qui avaient des clauses non-échange ou non-mouvement qui étaient ouverts à bien jouer chez le Canadien. Est-ce que c'est comme ça qu'on doit le comprendre?
Oui.
Et tu perçois ça comment?
J'ai toujours cru, je pense que je l'ai dit depuis que je suis arrivé, que les joueurs d'hockey sont contents quand ils sont dans un bon contexte pour eux puis pour leur carrière. Puis c'est plus important que la ville où tu joues.
To what extent is your long-term plan is your guiding principle through everything that you guys?
I mean, at that point in his development, he was a
What
flame.
the willingness to veer off that a little bit? Is there a willingness?
Well, I mean, we have, right? Like we traded a second-round pick for Phil Deneau. If there was another deal that required that type of return that we thought moved the needle for us,
The Blues were disappointed with the trade
but I
league.
think part of the message to the group
That
is,
the organization checked the phone
we
call
like
that
these players. We've got a lot of good hockey players. We've got good hockey players that aren't playing games right now for our team. So for us to add to that logjam, we wanted to know that it really was meaningful enough for us to do it. And then I also think like it's not like we've tried to build this team uniquely through the draft. I mean, when we look at a number of picks that we've traded away to this point, I think we've traded 3 first-round picks, 4, I guess, if you include Romanov's being traded for a pick that was then traded for Kirby. We've traded, I think, 3 second-round picks so far. So we're not afraid to do that. I don't want to leave the impression with to our fan base that we're just going to keep drafting and drafting and drafting. We're going to do what we need to do to keep moving the needle forward, and if we find those deals, but by the same token, we're not going to transact for the sake of transacting so that everybody's happy in the moment, and then next year comes around and we're all scratching our head as to why we did it.
What do you think this team is capable of right now? What do you think this team's capable of right now?
Well, if you look at our record since the 4 Nations of last year, it's been a pretty good hockey team. I think they're a more confident hockey team than they were at this time last year. I think that as a group, they feel much more confident that we've got to continue to work towards making the playoffs, but this group is more confident that with a year's experience, they're more ready for what comes. I did talk to another general manager in the league, and he said one of the things he was just commenting on how our group had advanced or progressed a lot. And he's like, one of the things that you can't buy is experience.
You got you, Gavin.
So, you also need to give that experience to your young players. So I think that's an opportunity that lies ahead for this group, whereas if you bring older players in, you deprive some of your younger players of that experience.
Sur ton groupe, le fait d'avoir gardé les joueurs ensemble, quelle signification ça peut avoir pour eux à l'interne et pour vous de leur faire confiance dans cette phase qui s'en vient pour les prochaines années?
Oui, je pense que les joueurs, écoute, on a une équipe qui s'entend très bien ensemble. On a vraiment un bon culture, il y a beaucoup de fans ensemble. Puis j'ai vraiment senti que les joueurs étaient plus inquiets individuellement qui seraient échangés, mais aussi qu'on aurait fait des changements importants de la groupe si on aurait échangé des joueurs très aimés et très importants à l'équipe jusqu'à date. Alors, écoute, si on dit glace, la verre est à moitié remplie. Je pense que c'est la manière de le regarder, puis je pense pourquoi que nos joueurs le regardent de cette manière.
Hearing that multiple times this week, so a lot of you guys that have any influence today at all?
No, I think at this point we know that the guys, it's a very close group, right? And the players that have come in, like a Noah Dobson or a Zach Bolduc or an Alexander Texier or a Phil Deneau, I think that's been reinforced to me from them in terms of how close this group is. So, listen, we're going to make moves again. And when we make those moves, whether, I don't know when that's going to be, we understand that there's a chance of subtraction from the group. So
Nick Kyprios has a Kadri update.
Everybody likes it, but it's not going to paralyze us from doing
So 2028 first.
moves us.
Calgary Kings 20%.
Okay.
The East is wide open this year. How do you view it?
Not always the best source, but yeah.
Agreed.
Anyway.
It's just information.
Yeah.
Is it wide open because Florida is out, you mean?
I think just the nature of the standings being close, the way it's gone this year, there's a lot of people that believe that
Tier list for winners and losers. I like
who's
that.
potentially could have pushed you over.
So that's what, 1.4 million retained? That would be Kadri at 5.6 million for 3 years. Wow.
That's pretty good.
The year after and the year after as well. So I don't.
It does says, can we do a tier list for winners and losers? I like that.
Sure, we'll go through it quickly. I gotta wrap up the stream before the sun sets.
There's a lot of good hockey teams, and they're going to
Are
continue.
you following Grav? Check out his latest tweet.
Stay the course with them.
Grav? No, I unfollowed him recently. Actually, I'm not.
It sums up exactly what we're thinking.
Yeah, literally. Who is this guy? There's a sloth at the office. It's crazy. Okay. Merci.
Well, I think St. Louis is a winner.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Well, I guess Colorado's a winner now because Kadri.
No, the Flames really keep 20% of everything, but didn't want to trade to Habs because of the retained sell. No, that was yesterday. Then it got down to the wire, and Kadri's camp said, "We're angry that you haven't traded him," and they had to make something happen. The Avs radio guy says first, second, Olofsson, and Curran. Curran? Who's this?
Frankie Corrado and Mike Johnson, one of the exercises we do every year on Trade Center is at the beginning of the day, we identify our top 5 Stanley Cup contender picks.
Who is this?
And then at the end of the day, see if anything's happened. We've changed those selections.
Max Curran, is that this? 5th round pick in 2024. 41 points in 31 games in the WHL right now.
Some differences in there. So let's see.
Max Curran might be that. We're waiting on the official return, but it might be a first, a second. Curran involved. Ken Hughes wouldn't say what caused such a long delay between the deadline and his arrival in front of the media. Maybe in 10 years from now, over a beer, he quipped. Sounds like something came close to happening. Oh, my goodness, Kent Hughes. My goodness.
Everyone else sort of nibbled around the edges. Carolina didn't do very much, so I still have them at
Victor Olofsson might be involved there as well. We saw.
It was that kind of day. I think you're right about that, Frankie. Colorado, you were the only one, I think, who did not have Colorado at number 1. I had Colorado at number 4. Maybe that's a little low, but I'm kind of going by
Victor Olofsson. So Olofsson, who most of his career in Buffalo, went to Vegas, scored 15 goals and 29 points in 56 games. This year with the Avs, 25 points in 60 games. So that would be brutal for Olofsson to have to go from Colorado to Calgary, unfortunately, if that is indeed the return. I mean, it would work out money-wise.
Reinvigorates this group to play their best hockey. All right, Jeff O'Neill. I'm very
Raj on the radio, who's his conditional first, Olofsson, Max Curran, and a conditional second. Only thing I haven't gotten word is on retention. It's less than I thought, and I'm thrilled. Interesting. Host of the morning show. Okay, so if that's the case, thank you for the tweet there. If that's the case, and we've heard 20% retention from Kyprios, it sounds like it's Nazem Kadri, at 20% retained. So Nazem Kadri for 3 more years at $5.6 million in exchange for a first, a second, Victor Olofsson, and Max Curran. Will that be confirmed? We'll see. But that's sounding like the package.
The fact that they were able to add Nazem Kadri's playoff built and just down the
Crazy, $5.6 million for 3 more years. The Avs, the rich get richer. That's a lightning move right there. Something that the Tampa Bay Lightning would do.
With bunting, but I'm going to drop Carolina, and the reason why I'm going to drop is I think the East was a real opportunity, and they didn't seize that opportunity, so I'm going to drop them. Minnesota's not going to move the needle for me. I didn't think that they did enough today. I think the distance between them and Colorado is big right now.
I wonder if it was almost Robert Thomas, eh? Imagine.
Robert Thomas almost became a Hab today.
If it's going nowhere, you have to do something to make it a little more enlightening.
I wish I could know these things behind the scenes.
Make a change, and it's not necessarily a change because
Gushu, big loss?
He did. He came up light on his guard on a final rock. Didn't get it over the second hog line, and then Dunstone hit the double for the win.
Oh, wow.
So
There was some like
tonight.
There was some triple or quadruple takeout that I saw the other day.
Yeah, Botcher had a really good one. Yeah, so I'm going to be locked in on curling tonight.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I cut you off there. But yes, is that just one more game and it's a must win?
Yeah, now he basically has to win out, I believe.
Okay.
He was undefeated before this, so if you're going to lose one, that's the game to lose.
Yeah, he's saying, as a Canadians fan, you have to be over the moon having Kent Hughes running the show. Yes, I am. I mean, I liked my Marc Bergevin. Everyone on the channel knows I liked my Marc Bergevin. But yeah, I'm very content to have Kent Hughes running the show, and I trust him. It's just too bad. Not that, even if it didn't get done, I just want to hear what it is. That's that we love the GM side of everything. I just want to know what that possibility might have been. I'd love to just have a book of like trades that almost happened in the NHL. From the start, our objective was always to try to find trades that advance our principal objective. Let me restart here. Kent Hughes quoted as saying, "From the start, our objective was always to try to find trades that advance our principal objective, which is to build a team capable of winning over the long term. We spent a lot of time on one particular file, but it went down to the last minute and didn't happen. But that won't stop us from revisiting it in the summer." Oh, man. Mark was a dapper dude, dressed to the nine and absolutely jacked. Yes. Okay, there we go. So we're learning a bit more. 2028 first is a part of the return, and it'll be 20% salary retained. We're learning. So it's going to be $5.6 million for 3 years of Nazem Kadri. That is a steal for the Avs. And they're getting back a 2028 first-round pick. So the Avs now have no first this year, no first next year, no first the year after that. And they have no seconds this year, 2 seconds next year, and no seconds the year after that. No thirds this year, no thirds next year, and 1/3 the year after that. So of the 12 picks you would have the first 3 rounds of the next 3 years, they have 3 left. 2 seconds and 1/3.
Something tells me they're not going to have those seconds.
Yeah, and there's if a second is involved as well. So we're talking maybe let's say 1 second is being moved, that'll leave them with 1 second and 1/3 as their picks of the next 3 rounds of the next 3 years. 2 of 10. So they traded 10 out of 12 of those top 3 picks of the next 3 years. Gavin just salivating here. Yeah, an absolute sweat. What are we doing? That's exactly how we feel. I said I was going to stop like 50 minutes ago.
It's okay. We're here all day. Until
no problem. Yeah.
Out of data for not spending time with her.
Yeah, no rush. I mean, she's not upset, but it's just like I want to get out of here too.
I know that was more of a joke, but
could be visiting this summer. Kyra Thomas. I mean, it's definitely someone who has term. You would think has to be someone who has term. Could be Thomas. The Flames retained 20% on Kadri. All right, so Pierre LeBrun can finally confirm that. Thank you. 20% retention on Nazem Kadri.
It's definitely the thing the radio guy said.
Yeah, I would think. So that leaves $1.3 million for the Avalanche in their cap space. then next year as well. It's going to be tough for them next year. I mean, that's why they traded Sam Girard. That freed up $5 million for them. Yeah. And Calgary, they actually just get to the cap floor basically, I guess, by acquiring Strome and moving out $7 million. But actually, they're moving out $5.6 million. 13-team no trade list all the way to the end of that deal for Kadri.
That's probably why they got Strome. Actually, they knew Kadri was getting built.
Must be. And LeBron. No, Ross Colton's not going back. Pro Hockey Rumors had this first, really. I don't see anything from Pro Hockey Rumors. Nice try. Trying to a bot account trying to pump something up. For real. Bill Gary, we have to talk about how he's a genius for hockey management when Connor Hellebuyck got him the medal. Yeah, Boston's done. Press conference. I would hope that everyone's done now. An hour and 45 minutes after the deadline. So we want to talk about the tier lists here. Like, who did what at the deadline, starting from the bottom to the top here of the league standings. Sheriff, what happened? Nazem Kadri going to the Colorado Avalanche, buddy, at $5.6 million, 20% retained. Let's see here. So Vancouver Canucks, they moved Garland. They moved David Kampf. I don't know. They moved Reichel. Not bad for the Avalanche. Not bad for the Canucks. Calgary moves Kadri. They bring in Strome. Meh. They did all right. They got a good return for Kadri, at least it's sounding like. St. Louis Blues, they did well to not sell where they didn't have to, and they got great returns on the guys they did sell. They're definitely winners. Rangers, Hoffman for Battaglia was nice, but they didn't move Trocheck. They didn't do much else. Chicago, some teams just weren't that involved. Chicago did what? Nick Foligno. I can't remember every trade of the day, but Winnipeg, I don't like that trade they made with the Sabres. I think they got, not fleeced, but I think they lost that trade. What am I saying? Buffalo lost that trade. Winnipeg won that trade, moving on Stanley and Shen for all those pieces that they got. So Winnipeg, I like that one trade they did make. Yes, sorry, it's Buffalo. Florida didn't do that much. New Jersey, no. Nashville did some selling. That's good. LA did a little bit of selling, and they bring in Scott Lawton. They move out Fogle and Perry. Predators did not move out Marc Chasseau, which is disappointing for them. The Sharks didn't do anything that much. They move out Timothy Liljegren, right? I don't know. The Kraken are probably the ones more poised for the playoff run than the Sharks. Maple Leafs, they have to sell last second on McMahon and Lawton. Okay value. Flyers are meh. They move out Delorier. They bring in Yurchek, which was nice. That was good. Kraken get Bobby McMahon for a price tag that wasn't too crazy. Good. Oilers didn't do what they had to do. Oilers didn't. They're probably the losers. LeBron has the full return finally. All right, full return. So it is. Oh yes. So a first in 2028. One of the second rounders, Olofsson, Curran, and retaining 20%. Man, that radio guy got it right. So Colorado gets Kadri at $5.6 million, 20% retained, and a fourth round pick. Hey, why not? Happened close to 8 at night when it happened? That's crazy. We're definitely not going to be live by then. But there are the details for it. Yeah, would the Canadians have paid that? A first, a second, a roster player, and a prospect? I don't think that's what the Canadians wanted to be doing. He likes Colorado. He's been to Colorado. He wants to go to Colorado. Oh, who's talking here? François Gagnon?
15 heures, on savait que les Sables étaient allés chercher 2 gros défenseurs pour les aider.
Ah, François Gagnon. Let's go back over here. TSN. They're talking. Brad's talking.
First one to say last year this time.
Brad's talking now.
And a young player in Gravy for him. This isn't a function of
Bobby McMahon and Jared McCann on the same team. Are they related?
Communicating with everybody, and ultimately the market dictates, right? And
Oscar Olsson?
that's where it fell.
No, it's Victor Olofsson.
Wow, Frank got played, man.
Frank got played.
Frank. New version, yeah.
Yeah,
See the laser.
just tweeted it out.
Yeah, nice try. Wow, Frank once again. Why is it such like a consistent meme that this guy gets stuff wrong? He used to be such a good insider, I found. Then he left TSN and went to Daily Face-Off, and that's it.
I feel this year there was a lot more players available. There was a lot more.
Yeah, the Flyers should have traded Ristolainen and they didn't, which is a problem.
Can we get the news article here so I can see what the conditions on the picks are?
Cap space, so we were very open to being, taking on money, taking on contracts. There wasn't a lot of teams other than one or two that had cap issues that you normally see, right? You normally see double retention, you guys trying to slot guys in. That wasn't as big a factor as it had been in the past.
There you go.
And then, I think there's certainly a lot of talk of how the playoff salary cap's going to come into play this year. I think there's a lot of planning for teams leading up to it.
So Brad just with a bunch of excuses.
The biggest probably change for me is just the amount of money in the system as opposed to the most recent years.
Yeah, I'm on board with you there, Heath.
Well, like everything else.
I don't like. That didn't sit well with me either back in the expansion. I remember.
I think Craig's a terrific coach. It hasn't worked, right? So when it doesn't work, we all share blame, and we all share response.
Okay.
Right. So start to.
Thank you, Brad. We'll close it there. Similar trade for the Canadians. I don't know. I don't know what prospect is like. It's Max Curran, but a third line scorer, a first, a second, a third line scorer, and a B plus prospect. The Canadians were, it seems as though they were in on Kadri. Maybe Beck, not Y. I'd say just one. So maybe Beck then. A first, a second, Beck, and
Tossing someone.
Newhook. That'd be crazy to say. Maybe Newhook's a bit better than
Newhook to Calgary. That would be.
I don't know. So I'll have to say, finally at the return, first, second, Max Curran and Victor Olofsson. Max Curran is a center who was drafted in the 5th round of 2024. Great ROI for the Avalanche there. He scored 74 points in 65 games with the Tri-City Americans last year. This year, 41 points in 31 games with the Edmonton Oil Kings so far. Victor Olofsson, he has 25 points in 60 games with the Avalanche, 30-year-old winger off to the Calgary Flames. He is signed just for this year. Yes, expiring UFA Victor Olofsson and Nazem Kadri at $5.6 million, 20% retained off to the Avalanche with even a 4th-round pick. The Avs were saying, please, we have no picks. We need to just have someone added to this team. So the Avalanche now they lose their first in 2028 and one of their seconds in 2027, but they get a 4th in 2027. That's nice. So of their next 3 years of first 3 rounds of picks, they have 2 out of 12 with 1 second and 1 third left. But you got to think that they're the easy, right? Stanley Cup favorites, I think. Getting 20% retention on Kadri is perfect. They looked at the model and they saw exactly what they had to get him retained on, and there you go. Conditions, I'm sure it's just some sort of protection and whatnot. Nothing with games. I'd be surprised.
Victor Olofsson actually has a good J-Fresh pick.
Oh, there you go. As far as the Avs have made a lot of moves, just get beat by us again in the 2nd round. There you go. I do think they're the Cup favorites, but I'd love to see Dallas make a run. Victor Olofsson, Jonathan Kadri, take 57. There you go. Stevie Wise talking. Conditional second in 2022 is one of Minnesota's or Colorado's. Got it. I don't think we're putting on anything, but we're also realistic. Zito said, let Barkov get healthy and come back next year. But anyways, Victor Olofsson, acquired by Colorado, is a distance shooter who appears against all odds to have added some defensive proficiency to his game. That'd be an inspiring development since he used to basically be useless aside from his shot. So there you go. That's the card on Victor Olofsson. Yeah, Colorado's a wagon. I can't lie about that. Colorado is a wagon. They might not lose again this season. We'll see. Even defense has been crazy, huge jump, and it actually maintained above the 75th percentile. Offense hasn't been great. Olofsson hating life right now. Yeah, from the best, from literally the best team in the NHL to the worst team in the NHL. correct? Number 1 to number 31 drops 30 spots. So yeah, the Flyers didn't do what they had to do. Kraken got McMahon. Oilers didn't do what they had to do. Capitals moved Carlson. They're resetting for next year. Ton of cap space. Okay. Senators, as a bubble team, they get Fogle. All right. They move Perron as well. The Mammoth get Mackenzie Weegar. The Ducks get John Carlson. Vegas Golden Knights get some depth guys like Nick Dowd and Craig Smith. Could they have done more? Maybe. Blue Jackets get Connor Garland. Bruins don't do anything. They move Lucas Reichel. Islanders get Braden Shen for a huge price, but there you go. Penguins, as a top 10 team in the NHL, the Penguins really don't do anything aside from acquiring Elmer Soderblom. So the Canadiens also, as a top 10 team, don't do anything. So an 8th place team does nothing. 7th place Red Wings get Justin Falk, a huge price tag, but there you go. Sabres did a little bit in the acquiring acquisition of Luke Shen, and Logan Stanley, as well as actually that's it because they tried to get Breakout, that didn't go through. The Lightning get Corey Perry. The Wild get Bobby Brink and Jeff Petrie, right? The Hurricanes, they're probably the biggest losers of the day. The Hurricanes, the 3rd best team in the NHL, top in the East, and all they do is get Nick Delorier. Yes, you don't want to mess up with chemistry and all that, but adding a player to the group, you don't have to take anybody away from the group, but you can't add someone to the group. Come on now. He'll get his name on the cup with the Avs if they win. Is that it? With the Avalanche, with Olofsson? Hurricanes doing nothing is crazy to me. Yeah, Luke Shen would have been good for the Stars, but they got Tyler Myers, and there you go. Stars got Tyler Myers. They do anything else? We'll look at the recap. And the Avalanche, of course, big winners, getting Nazem Kadri on the day. So here's the trade, recapping from top to bottom. Let's call it a deadline in like the last 2 minutes here. Kadri going to the Avalanche in a giant trade there. Maximilian Curin, 1st, 2nd, and Olofsson for Kadri and a 4th. Othman and Batalha prospect swap. Shen to the Islanders for Drouin, Gidloff, a 1st and a 3rd. Tanner Pearson for a 7th to Buffalo. Liljegren to Washington for a 4th. Justin Falk to Detroit for a 1st, a 3rd. Dmitry Bushelnikov, great prospect, and Justin Hall. Kadri and Nicois and Kulak, that's true, for the Avalanche. And it cost them those picks. Sam Girard, and that's it. Yeah, picks. Lucas Reichel for a 6th to Boston. Nick Delorier for a 7th to Carolina. Ryan Strome for a 7th to Calgary. Derek Pouliot and Jack Thompson swapped, that was his name. Elmer Soderblom to Pittsburgh for a 3rd. Corey Perry to Tampa Bay for a 2nd. Vinny Hinostroza to Florida for future considerations. Nick Foligno to Minnesota for future considerations. Prospect swap there. Brink and Yurchek swap between Minnesota and Philly. And then, of course, John Carlson at 1 a.m. this morning for a 1st and a 3rd. Yesterday, the trade that saw Buffalo get Stanley and Shen for a 2nd, a 4th, Rosayan and Bryson. Carrick to Buffalo for a 3rd and a 6th. Garland to Columbus for a 2nd and a 3rd. Perron to Detroit for a 4th. Fogle, Bunting, et cetera, yesterday as well. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, your coverage, almost down to the exact same minutes. I think last year was 5 hours and 5 minutes. This is we're going to end probably 5 hours and 6 minutes here. There you go. And there's your projected lineup for the Avalanche now. Congratulations on winning the 2026 Stanley Cup. Oh, Lawton to the Kings also not on the page. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you for the donations that came in as well. There was a couple of emails and a couple of donations on the YouTube channel, as well as gifted subs. Yeah, a lot less trades, but the same amount of time. Thank you. All the funds today go straight to the 4-figure plus that I have to pay, that we have to pay for my wife's immigration to Canada. It's been such a long process with unexpected fees that have been hard to take on. So taking a day off work to do this and having some of those donations come in really meant a lot. Thank you very much for doing that. And thank you for my co-hosts here, Hobbsy, Sheriff. Appreciate everybody having the time to drop in throughout the day. Thanks for the coverage. Have a great rest of your day, everybody. Thank you very much. What a big day. Thanks, Ada, for the coverage. Going to sleep. Happy tonight. There you go, Gavin. Yes, it was Lawton for a 3rd. It was. Thank you very much, Rock and Pop. Merci beaucoup tout le monde. C'est vraiment apprécié. Beaucoup d'amour à tout le monde. Thank you, everyone. Hobbsy, buddy, another year. Same time next year?
Hopefully.
All right. Thank you very much. And yes, King Turby, of course. Big love to the King. King Turby. No, that's it. That seems to be it. Hopefully that's it after 2 hours from the deadline. So thank you, everybody. I hope that you enjoyed the stream. We'll make sure to keep what's what I'm looking for. Stay connected, I suppose, as we're going to have a new roster out with a trade deadline update later tonight on PlayStation 5. I'll tweet that out. And, of course, more content with the Bruins NHL 26 franchise mode coming tomorrow. If you haven't already subscribed after all this, if you're still listening, hit the subscribe button. We're live 3 times a week with our franchise modes and breaking news analysis in the real world of hockey at deadline day, draft day, free agency day. We'd love to have you join the community, which is getting closer and closer to 10,000 subscribers. Link in the description for the Discord server. And now I am going dark. I'm pressing end on this stream. I'm closing the screen, and you will not hear from me until we're live again tomorrow night around 7 p.m. Eastern for our Bruins stream. All right. So thanks, everybody. Much love to you all. And looking forward to how the NHL plays out. And here are the trades. Now, what happens next in the National Hockey League? There's so much to see. How will those trades work out? The buyers and the sellers, how will everything play out? So let me put it like this. There you go. Data and Hobbsy.
Right, see you later, everyone.
Thanks, Hobbsy.
I won't be going dark, unlike Data, but
yeah, I'm
working tomorrow.
I'm going dark. All right. Thanks, everybody. Have a great night. Happy deadline, and we'll talk soon.